Okay, are we ready? Are you okay? Do you want? Is it time? Good morning. I think we're ready to go. Okay. So are we live? We're live? Thank you. Can you guys hear me okay? Kind of? Well, here we go. It is budget workshop day, and I think we have a long day ahead of us. Thank you to the staff. I just was amazed at how this room was buzzing just after 7, and here we go. Yeah, so I just want to say thank you to the team, the entire team and staff members from various departments that are with us here today. Thank you. We do have a tradition, and that is that we open in prayer and do the pledge. And I've asked Council President Dale Reynolds to open us this morning.
Dear Heavenly Father, thank you for this morning. Thank you for the opportunity we get to be together to set the city's budget. And we don't take this task lightly. Please help us in our conversation, in our emotions, our thoughts, how we treat others, how we steward the city's money. Please give us wisdom and courage to do the right thing for the city of Nampa. And thank you for giving us the many blessings that we have. And so many people in this world don't have the things we have here in Nampa, and we're truly blessed. So thank you for that. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. Amen. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much.
Here we go.
Okay. Well, as we get started today, this day is roll call. I just forgot roll call. How about if we do roll call? Thank you, Shar.
Rodriguez.
Here.
Jingula.
Here.
Bills.
Here.
Reynolds.
Here.
Haverfield.
Here.
Griffin.
Here.
All present.
Thank you, Shar. So as we get started today, I just want to start by saying thank you to the staff and the team. As we all know, budget begins kind of in January. And we get done, and we start a new year in October, and then we have a couple months, and we start all over again. But where we get to where we are is because of the work of all the people sitting in this room. And I just want to thank all of our City of Nampa teams and leaders for their work and their diligence in trying to put together the budgets. And then I also want to thank our finance team. We have an excellent finance team. We're proud of them. You guys have worked hard, and it's a heavy lift to make sure everything's right. And as soon as you think it's totally done, you can find something else yet. Oops, here we go. So today as we get started, Doug's going to begin the morning, and he's going to walk us through and kind of where we start and give us an overview, and then we'll work through the various budgets throughout the day. We'll ebb and flow as we need to, and it'll be a good day. So I look forward to it, but I just want to say a huge thank you. Thank you to Kim and the team that did the food. I don't know what else, because there's snacks back there for everybody, but just the preparation for today. Thank you to you all. And Doug, I'm going to hand it to you right there.
Fantastic. Mayor, thank you very much. Council, good morning. Thank you very much for spending your time on a topic that is, for me, home, but for most people, it's a foreign landscape. So if you go ahead and share my screen. Yes, I am. So
Our screen in front here is not on, and so as we go through the day, it will need to be on.
yeah, do we
It is not set up.
have a remote for that? Oh, just needs to be plugged in. Do you need to plug into one of our extension cords?
It usually plugs in up underneath the dais. It doesn't? It does, okay.
Well, then take ours and plug it in. There we go.
Yeah,
Okay,
thank
good.
you.
And I think I'm going to say something while we're waiting for that to go on. We're going to have various breaks throughout the day. We don't know exactly when they're going to be. It does say that lunch is at 12. Lunch will be at 12:45 for 1 hour. So we won't be breaking for lunch until 12:45. And that's just for anybody online watching that wants to come back. But we will take some random short breaks throughout the morning or the day.
Great. Okay, thank you, Mayor. The budget process is an interesting, challenging process with lots of input. We could not do it without the departments. They couldn't do it without us. We collaborate together. But it's appropriate to start with a little bit of humor because budgeting can be a very dry topic. But the poor dog is going, nope, nope. I did the math. Cat's got to go. And in some aspects, that happens in the budgeting process when we look through and we determine our priorities and figure out what we can do, what we can't do. But our job as finance is to present the budgets created by the departments to you as council, and you as council use your authority to determine what you want to approve, what you want to challenge, and at the end of the day, we'll come up with a number that we cannot exceed. We'll come up with a number of changes that we will factor in, and then come back on August 18th with the budget hearing with all of your changes factored into the final budget program. So with that being said, let me bring up the presentation. You have a deck of this in front of you, but I'll bring it up on the screen. It's a little bit different than I've done in the prior years, primarily because I think
The mayor would like for you to stand at the
Could you stand at the podium, Doug? I think for this entry time, as you go through, I think we'll be able to hear you a little bit better,
certainly.
and everyone can see you better, and then we'll shift back to the seats. Thank you, Doug.
Let me get to the PowerPoint. First off, just very quickly, I know we have a challenge with time, but I really need to recognize my team. This is not a me effort. This is a team effort. Leslie has stepped up to the plate this year and is running the budget process. Chris Ocker is the master of all things labor and benefits. Unfortunately, Chris is going to be leaving us next year. He has a different, not a different job yet, but hopefully something good and positive in his life happening, but it's happening out of state. So we will miss his input next year and his technical skills. Michelle Camper, our controller, if there's something of a historical or actual number we need to get, she's going to be the one to answer that for us. We've got, I think Vanessa's not here. She's busy processing accounts payable, and which is keeping the city running. But then we've got, and Diana as well. We've got Kathy Roberts over there next to Michelle is payroll. So if you ever have a question payroll, that's the person who manages and keeps on track. Diana, our assistant controller, absolutely fantastic. She and Chris are our technical experts. They can create fantastic spreadsheets, and they do it so very accurately. And then Trinity is our new finance admin. Did I miss anybody?
Boaz.
Oh. Chris Boaz, Capital. All right, so let's move on here. We want to go through several things today. The budget challenges, significant budget topics, revenues, expenses. I want to recap the departments with the most significant changes, a wage review, and then finally, as we did last year, we want to present to the council an action item for the market or merit and market pay impact for the city. That way we can do it all at once and not have to approve that in each individual department. So, pardon me. I went to Washington DC for the GFOA conference. Very, very, very informative, but I brought back a cold, so lingering impacts there are, may cause me to cough a little bit. I apologize. So time is our challenge today. So I'm hoping that with all the work we put in up front, with you as counselors attending in April and in May, those Wednesday meetings where we had each department got to present their basics for their budget, that was foundational. That'll help support it. With the involvement in the counselors who have met with departments and have met with me, we should have a lot of the groundwork done. And essentially, this budget is primarily unchanged from the prior year. There are a couple things we'll note, but it's primarily unchanged. But the significant changes are we had a decrease in property tax revenues, the new construction, not for the city. The city continued its strong growth, but the amount of money we received decreased by about $1 million because the growth took place in the urban renewal district. We took the engineering reallocation that was approved at the end of last year's budget, and we put it into practice this year, so pieces move around. And the total doesn't change per se, but the pieces move around with the various departments, with engineering pretty much being eliminated and their costs being allocated to water, wastewater, irrigation, streets, and so forth. We're dealing with a healthcare cost increase across the city. This is not a city issue. This is pretty much a nationwide issue, and it's just coming to land on our doorstep very firmly. We've been battling it. I think this is probably the last year that we can battle it this way. We probably need some major changes going forward if the trends continue, but it is an exceedingly difficult challenge. I'm familiar with it. We meet all the time trying to figure ways around it, but it's just the claims and pharmacy costs are becoming just exceedingly difficult to manage on a weekly basis. Personnel costs change, I'll go through that one, and then public safety cost. Any issue is open for discussion that council feels appropriate to bring up. We will stop and pause wherever we need to. I'm hoping that because of the pre-work we've done, the amount of time we spent meeting with you and connecting with you, that we can get through most of the budgets effectively in a timed manner, because there really aren't that many changes. One of the things we did this year, if you recall, last year we asked everybody to cut operations expense by 5%. This year we asked them to hold the line and not add back inflationary increase, and by and large we succeeded with that. There were a couple areas, accounts that we couldn't deal with without drawing increase, healthcare, ICRIMP, some other costs related to the wastewater treatment plant, but by and large we did very good. There are 4 issues we really want to make time to talk to today. I'm not intending to do it right now unless council chooses otherwise. I think we can effectively deal with them one at a time as they come up in the budget process. And unless council wants to deal with them up front while your minds are fresh, we could. But the West Valley Humane Society is a significant budget issue. VRT will always generate a significant dialogue with council. The Canyon County Prosecutorial Services, I think we need a dialogue on that one. And then at the very end of the budget, after we've gone through all of the pluses and minuses and made the adjustments, I think we need to circle back to Foregone and discuss that unit. Foregone is not part of this budget. If you choose to add it at the end of the meeting, we will make that an incremental add to the budget presented to you, but it's not part of the budget right now.
Mayor Kling. Doug, can you go back one slide? It indicates that there's a decrease in property tax revenues.
Yeah.
But in our packet, it says net property tax increase of
Yeah,
almost $1 million.
let me clarify that. We had a decrease in the trend of new income. And for instance, in 2025, new construction property taxes were $1.8 million.
It's not as much as you expected it to be, but it's still
It's
an increase.
$900,000.
Still an increase of $1 million.
It is an increase, but substantially less. And since all new costs come out of the new revenues, it poses challenges.
Thank you.
Yes.
I think Doug and team have done a good job on putting the budget together, and it seems like our 4 hot topics, it would be appropriate to discuss instead of late in the day or whatever the day takes. It'd be better to cover those right out of the gate. I think that's where the energy needs. The individual departments, we've been through all the workshops. We know the proposals. If we have concerns, it seems like we're probably flagged and ready to communicate that without going through long presentation.
Yeah.
And so I would ask if council's in agreement that we would soon take those topics and not get into the individual departments.
Would you include foregone in that discussion as the 4 topics? Because foregone tends to be, well, the only reason I say that is foregone tends to be the end of the process after you've made other budgetary decisions. Let's say you decide to cut somewhere else, that could impact our use, determining use of foregone. Let's say, for instance, I don't know what the council's mood is on VRT. It's a $491,000 budget in general gov. If council should decide not to approve that, I'm not saying that's what you do, but if, then that would impact the trajectory of the foregone discussion.
Yeah, I think if we don't know if we're gonna do foregone or not foregone, that impacts the decision-making. So to go through several hours of decision-making and then say, no, we're not gonna do foregone, the budget somewhat assumes there's gonna be a need from the standpoint of the requirement, from my perspective.
It does.
I think those topics need to get discussed and on
Okay.
top of the table.
Well, then, how,
The rest of it is going to work
Yes.
its way right through, from my perspective.
how about what we do is I finish this introductory, then we circle back and hit the 4 topics, and then go on to the rest of the budget.
Provided the rest of council is in
If that-
concurrence.
And a couple of those topics reside in the finance budget.
Mm-hmm.
And so we could just take that one budget because that Gen Gov, VRT, animal control are all in that finance budget. So we could go to that budget probably first.
Okay, so I'm just having Trinity get set up. She's going to run the deck for us. She'll have it in general government. We can go right to the VRT and other topics there after my introduction here.
Okay.
So, but this leads into the discussion on why foregone might be necessary and to Councilman Haverfield's questions. New construction and annexation was $892,688. Last year was a little over $1.8 million. The total growth in the city actually increased over FY25. So there is accelerating growth just in the urban renewal. The 3%, and what I'll need to find for next year, and I'll partner with John Nilsson in Development Services to try and figure out where are the new permits taking place geographically. Are they going to be in the urban renewal? And if so, does this pose an ongoing problem? My guess is to a degree this will pose an ongoing problem to us, but we'll get that after. The 3% of which is in the budget is $1,336,197. There was an unusual penalty that will be paid to us, not a penalty to us, but a penalty to Idaho Power. They had held an assertion that they were not responsible for certain property taxes. Kenyon County, and they went to court. A court decided that they were responsible for them. Therefore, there was an additional penalty paid to Kenyon County on the way to us of $91,000. We will receive that money in the 26 allocation, but it is one-time money. Sales tax increase. I want to spend just a moment here. I have been budgeting the sales taxes very conservatively for the last years so that because it can change at the drop of a hat. The economic situation for the last 12 years has never been stable enough for me to really ramp it up to the top. But this year, after 2 or 3 years, I moved it to about 97.5% of what the current year expectation is. And this is why I did that, is because the current year state collections are running ahead of prior year, but less than budgetary proposed by the state. So there's that, they're doing better than the prior year, but less than their budgetary proposals. So to give us a small cushion, I put it at 97.5%. That resulted in a one-time increase of $513,919. I do not anticipate that will repeat again next year. But in very, very clear terms, that's a one-time pickup for us, and that helps us soften some of the $1 million we lost from the property taxes. The water and irrigation are in at 4.9. Both water and irrigation are in at 4.9%. When the Public Works brings their rate hearing back to you in the next month or two, I don't know if it's scheduled for September, August or September, that rate might be a little different than what's in the budget, and if so, we'll deal with that at the time. Water renewal is in the budget at 0%, and sanitation is our contractual 3.5% increase that we've had for the last 3 to 4 years. That's the revenue impacts in a nutshell.
Hey Doug, on the sales tax increase, I just want to clarify, make sure I understand what you just said. Did you put that in as one-time money? It's a
Well-
one-time use, or did you put
No.
that in a reoccurring
It
operational
will be
budget?
reoccurring. I assume that we'll have that same level next year, but it's not going to be another increase next year on top of this. So
Okay.
It's new monies to us this year. It will not be new monies next year. It will be, the council will determine how we use that budget this year. But it's not like new construction where we have an increase every year. I think next year, the amount of budget will be very similar to what we have this year. The state legislature has a habit and a pattern of peeling off sales taxes to use for various other projects. They use it for highway and district revenues. They use it for property tax reductions. So they have a habit of peeling off totals. So the designation, the best I think we could hope for in '27 might be a 1% increase over the actuals. That would be the best we could hope for. In the expenses increases, the operational costs were only up 2.4 million. That's a 0.7% increase. That's a very controlled increase for the budget overall. And in fact, a significant amount of the increases are related to the water renewal project. We have a new facility that needs more energy. It has more staffing, it has more repairs, more so forth. Repairs are up $1 million, about $600,000 to $700,000 of that is just directly related to the water renewal. Fleet services up $335,000. We haven't added a lot of fleet, but the cost of maintaining older cars becomes pricier as the parts become more expensive. Electricity is up $289,000. About half of that is in the wastewater renewal plant. We were notified after we'd completed the budget from Idaho Power that they are asking for an additional raise that is not in this budget. They haven't approved it yet. It will go to their, I think it goes in, is it August? And then they're public hearing in August, so we may have something to deal with next year. They're asking for like a 20% increase. They typically say they get 0.5% of what they ask for. Insurance cost, ICRIP up $252,000. The majority of that for the wastewater treatment plant. But I believe there is also another review going on with ICRIP where they may come back to us later and say we have an additional increase. And there's just a review going right now that Rick is helping to guide. And then program materials. A program is a program sponsored by, say Fort Idaho Center or by Recreation Center or by FJC that is a specific program, typically grant-related, and we ask them to put program revenue and program expenses together, and program expenses materials increased primarily in FI Fort Idaho Center. So not a lot of out-of-control expenses, really very, very controlled. Maintenance contracts went down $388,000. A lot of that has to do with the reclassification, but 911 went down. I think we had a reclass of, what did it go up to? What did the maintenance contracts go to? Do you recall? Okay, all right. Chemicals went down. This was a decrease by the wastewater treatment plant where they reduced the amount of chemicals and accelerated the use of UV lights to help give the treatment. And program costs, not program materials, program costs also went down. So significant department changes. Because of the engineering and labor reallocation, the departments listed at the top increased their labor while the engineering at the bottom went down. So Public Works Admin, which is part of General Gov, went up 129, GIS up 650, and this is all dedicated to the engineering reallocation. Streets and traffic up, development services up, water renewal, and at the end, the engineering comes down. So it's a wash, it's just shifting buckets where it goes. Two things happened. We replaced the old engineering org with GIS so we could house the GIS costs and allocate them out. And a new org was created in development services to house the remainder of the engineers under Daniel Badger. And you'll see that in your books as a new org. The significant department change is water renewal, as I've mentioned a couple of times. Their budget increased this year by $5.9 million. Labor and benefits are up $1 million. $289,000 that is because of the engineering. FTEs, new FTEs up 265. Healthcare costs up 92,000. Market merit is 137,000. And then inside the water renewal, utilities are up. As I indicated, chemicals and labs and others are down. Insurance costs are up, maintenance is up, fleet vehicles are up. And the big one, the debt service payment is up $2.2 million. That's a little over an $8 million annual payment for debt service for the wastewater treatment plant. But it's on a very low interest rate of 1.68%, so manageable from that perspective. I wanted to also, this one's kind of small on the screen, but it's on your book. I've never presented quite like this before, but I wanted to show you the budget. In the first column here, it shows the 2005 budget expenses by department, $307,422,000, compared with the FY '26, $309,715,000, an increase of $2.29 million. And the amounts highlighted in red are the increases. General Gov went up, its police increase, they're about $2.9 million of the increase. General Gov and engineering allocations, $1 million, some other wage increases, and transfers. Mainly that $6 million increase is distributed out to other departments for a cost we absorb on their behalf. Golf course went up $3.2 million. That's primarily because of the $5 million related to the capital on the irrigation plant. The grants and contracts, that increased $2 million. There are increased streets grants offset by a decrease in ARPA spending, and I want to take just a moment to share with ARPA. By the end of calendar 2026, we have to have expensed all of the ARPA monies. There has been a great deal of noise on exactly how much we can get done in 2025. So we're waiting to formalize how much we're going to spend in '26 on ARPA until we finish '25. We'll come back with an amendment next year to make sure we have the exact value. We don't have a miss on that, because if we miss on the ARPA and don't spend it, we'll lose the money and have to send it back. So there will be an amendment coming forward in April of next year, maybe towards the end of the year, that will pick up the ARPA spending, but that's just going to be ARPA spending, 100% revenue from ARPA, and then the offset of the expenditures. So, but right now it's presented as a small increase due to streets grants.
Mayor Kling?
Yes.
Just a quick question, and then Victor. On the ARPA funds, that was a one-time only, right?
$17 million, we have about $5 million left to spend.
Right, so adding it was only with that knowledge that it wasn't ongoing.
Yeah, exactly. And we've been very good. This money's all gone to one-time costs. And I'll come back to this later. I'll let you know right now. As a related field, unusual to this legislation, we have aggregated about $1.3 million of ARPA interest that we could use for one-time costs, not ongoing, but one-time costs, and that's up to the council to decide how we use those funds.
Councilman Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor. So, Doug, regarding the Centennial Capital Irrigation Project, you're using two options, or how to pay for it. One is the actual reserves for golf courses.
Exactly.
And the second one, is the city going to fund the rest of the money, maybe 2.5 million?
None of this money is coming from the city public coffers.
Okay.
None of it is. All coming from the golf course, their reserves, or their ongoing revenue streams.
Okay, thank
Yeah.
you. That's all I had.
Perfect. You'll see development impact fees are going down 8.2 million. It's important to collect. I talked with Councilman Bills about this. When we budget impact fees, we budget the impact expenses and then recognize the related revenue needed to cover them. The impact collections are still going on at a very consistent pace. So the collections of impact fee revenues are not going down. But since we budget for the projects that the various departments can accomplish, it appears as if we're budgeting less revenues, but we're still collecting at the same rate we have in the past. And we should probably go through that in a later presentation. Right now, I'm trying to marry the revenue collections to the expense projection to historical costs, so we can tie this all together. And Chris Boaz and I are working on that now, and we'll have that a little bit later in the year to give you guys a comprehensive view over impact fees, their collections, their expenditures, and their lifespan. Capital projects. We have an increase of $3.1 million. Most of that's coming from fund balance. In fact, the additional 3.1 is coming from fund balance. But in that 3.1, the increase is driven by the airport, the Nichols HVAC, and the fleet building. This is the high water mark. We will probably never spend this much. Well, never say never. But we will not likely spend this much on capital again unless there's unusual circumstances. And this is the general gov capital I'm speaking of, not the capital for water, wastewater, and so forth, just general gov sponsored capital. I didn't highlight it, but Development Services Fund went up $1 million. That's primarily because of the engineering reallocation to them. They did not increase their cost. They were actually very effective, and they reduced FTEs this year. But the engineering reallocation to them makes it appear as if they've gone up. Water Fund went down $9 million, decrease in capital. Water Renewal is up 5.8. We've got increased capital, headworks in there. Sanitation Fund is up $2 million. That's primarily because FY25 budget was low. This is an in and out. We collect the money for Republic, we send it back to them, we keep 18% of it. So it's $2 million low in expenses and $2 million low in revenues. They will offset each other as we adjust that. And then you see at the very bottom, the decrease in the total engineering budget with labor and all of the costs, $4 million that went down, leading to the net increase of $2,292,000. I just wanted to give you that view across the departments so you know where the increases are. It's not broad-based. You see a lot of departments with very small increases or decreases. That's by design. We're trying to control what we can and be responsible with our use of budgetary dollars. Now, the biggest change to go into that covers the entire city is the wages and benefits review. This is the precursor. It's not the action item yet, but this is the precursor to it. Total wages and benefits is broken up into several categories. The most significant category increases are presented here with the market and merit up $1.99 million. And I'll go into the details on that in just a moment. The staff increases, meaning new FTEs, $2.4 million. And I'll recap the FTE increases below. Healthcare premiums are up $900,000. In truth, the healthcare costs have gone up $1.4 million, but much of that increase is related to new FTEs that have come on board. But $900,000 is a significant increase. I have read numerous articles about the healthcare trends. And we'll, in the off season, we'll be looking again at this very carefully. I think we're at a point now where we've been hoping that the trend on the healthcare premiums would settle and come down, and that might. We have a few people in the city, about 16. I don't know who they are. I don't track them. I don't look at them. But I know we have about 16 claimants that are causing most of our healthcare increases because they have serious illnesses they're dealing with. And so, like I say, healthcare is a blessing, but it's also an expensive blessing for us. So healthcare, total wages and benefits is up $6.6 million. Percy is more or less flat because of the recovery of the stock market. 2 years ago, Percy came out and raised the red flags, said, hey, everything's tumbling, we got to raise your rates, we got to jump everything up higher. And now the stock market's recovered so much, they're pulling back on those, they're not increasing, so Percy is essentially flat. But let's look at the FTEs. So we have General Gov, 13.93 FTEs in General Gov, but let's go into that number because it really isn't that much in total. Facilities added 1.3, it's primarily a new contract manager. Legal has 4 FTEs, starting from Preston, working all the way down to the paralegal, a new contractor. And included in that number is Rick's move from the mayor's office to legal, so it's technically a net 3. IT pulled costs out 1.2, the mayor's down 1.3. Public work admin is up 2.6. And GIS is up 10, but only 3 of those are new. The 7 are reallocation of the engineering process out of engineering into general work. So we're only up like 6 in the general gov. And then public safety is up almost 5, 3 sworn and 2 dispatch. The other increases, when you net out the engineering reallocations, is up 6.15, and that's primarily in public works. What we're trying to do in public works is build our capacity in-house to make the repairs. You recall this recent 4th of July break in the water lines. The more we can do in-house, the more cost-effective it is. So we're shifting away from capital spend to bringing FTEs in-house, and we're doing it measured and methodically, not all at once. But those 6 increases are public work increases. So a total of 25.01. Prior years, we would have 30 or 32 FTEs. The last 2 years, we have been trying to maintain a lower FTE impact. We have kept the FTEs in line with city population growth. So it's 5.8 employees per 1,000 population. We have not increased beyond that in the last 4 or 5 years. So we've been very conscious of growing faster than the city is growing faster. So managed. Questions on that?
Yes,
I just
Councilman.
have a quick one. So on the 25 new, which ones are enterprise funds? Service
The enterprise
and-
funds
and-
are in the 6.15.
Okay, so the others are general gov.
The 2 others, the top ones are essentially general gov. The police I broke out separately because they have their sworn, and then in the 13.93, 7 of that is just reallocating from engineering into general gov.
Okay, thank you.
So not an increase, just a switch.
And you maybe said this, but facilities, the increase in facilities, One thing we've tried to do is offset contracts with employees.
Right.
Is that part of that? And then
Yeah.
I
So
just-
we've got, the one increase, I think, is primarily what's the person, the contract manager we just hired? Yeah, right, the HVAC tech, that's right.
Could we get a mic for that table over there? And maybe we could share a mic from one of these others.
Give them one of ours.
Thank you.
Yes, that's true. So you had the former director going out, we added an HVAC tech, but we took out costs down below on that one. It doesn't show up on the FTE on this one. And then we added a new contract manager because Clay's moving to different roles. So during the, part of Clay's salary is still in facilities. We may choose to move that out, move it directly to the mayor's office. It's a general gov switch. We can do it at any time we need to. It will not increase the budget. It will just change the bucket of where the expenses are recognized.
Doug, I do want to have another question. So 6 new employees in Public Works. I thought that between streets and water, we had more new asks for employees than 6. Am I wrong on that?
Well, and it's probably being distorted by the engineering piece, but this is the net increase of all Public Works FTEs. So we can go down it by department and we can look at the
I
individuals.
just want to make sure when we get to that department, you're
Yeah.
going to see,
Yes,
you're going to see different numbers, and I don't want us to be confused.
right.
Because
It's
this,
the GIS that's distorting it because GIS is technically part of Public Works, but it reports through general government. But
we do
we'll
have
get to
new
it.
streets and water, and we'll get to that.
Yes,
So,
we'll get to it,
thank
right.
you.
Mayor?
Yes.
Question. Public safety in the discussion today is going to be discussed again in Foregone. Here, it's specifically for police and police alone.
Right.
Is that going to be the case when we discuss Foregone as well? Or-
Foregone, we'll get to in a moment, but my belief is we need to look at all necessary options and not just solely police. Police is the primary conduit for this, but we have, out of those 4 topics, we know we have a challenge with West Valley. We know we have a challenge with Canyon County. We know we have a challenge with VRT. So the council needs to look at, I've got several options for council to choose from, but you can also propose your own options as how you want to spend it. But my initial presentation is you'd say take like 2 FTEs for the police, add 2 to them, maybe $300,000, and use the remaining of the foregone for another urgent need. But that will be for the council to decide.
And the only reason I asked that question is previous agenda had stated public safety use of Foregone, so I didn't know if we were going to umbrella everything under there or just police, so that's all I was
No,
trying to
let's,
confirm.
I think that's part of the discussion that will take time to figure out if we use it, where's the best need, what's the most critical need? Police is obviously, in fact, but if you think about it, in one way aspect, the 3 of the 4 topics, police, public safety, Canyon County Prosecutorial Service, and West Valley Humane Society, they all relate and are tied to public safety and the police. So in a way, it does kind of direct under that umbrella, but not solely to the police as an org.
Mayor Kling, I have a question.
Yes.
Since we're on wage review, and this is all new employees, full-time employees, is
yeah.
what you're presenting here. Looking through the packet again, it appears that the city currently has a staffing level of, with the part-time, a total of 745 employees. That's pretty much correct?
788 on the slide right here. And there's probably a little noise from part-time employees in this, but this is the next slide in the deck of mine. Marissa put this information together for me.
In our
yesterday.
packet, it was 745.
Yeah,
Basically 720 plus
Right.
the,
so I think that the differential noise in that 44 hour is the people that are part-time that may not be included in the full-time, because we have a lot of people in the parks and recs that they're coming and going and surviving. So the increase will be due to those part-times.
okay, yeah, an increase.
Yeah, okay, right, FTE versus headcount, that's very critical now, because we have a headcount doesn't necessarily make it an FTE.
Well, parts of a part-time employee add up to a full-time
Right.
employee.
Exactly.
That's what I'm,
Yeah.
again, when I'm looking at trying to discern what you were preparing for us,
Mhm.
we had 719.76 positions that are full-time.
And then we added 25.
And then the new positions at 25.
Right.
So the total budget would be 82 million. for those 745 employees?
I don't have that number at the top of my head. It's possible. That's labor and benefits and every related ancillary cost.
And that indicates this new position request to support police, GIS, streets, traffic, parks, water, and water renewal.
Yeah.
Again, this is just, it was an aha moment for me when I divided 82 million by 745 employees, just to get an average of what the salary structure is for the city of Napa.
And benefits.
And benefits, yeah.
Benefits are significant. They are a substantial cost.
Right. It's about 112,000 per employee as an average.
Right.
Obviously, that's not, some are making more, some are making significantly less.
Right.
That was just the observation that I had, and it's kind of an aha moment for me.
And you can look at this screen here, and you can see that we have people that are making less than $44 an hour. There's 650 employees in that bracket. People that are between 44 and 60 are 119. There's only 19 that are making more than 60. So we're not top heavy in that aspect, but we do tend to drag it up. And then also keep in mind that the police staffing tends to be above average, so that drags up the total for related to police. So I think they're probably in the average of that 40 to 44 range, and that drags up the average total. But on the hourly wage, $31.19 is the average hourly wage for an average wage of $64,875 if they're all FTEs at 20/80 hours.
And obviously, we value all of our city employees. They're professionals in what they do. It's just conveying that reality when the average salary per person living in Napa is significant, about half of that, if not maybe even a third some.
And I think that's probably accurate. However, what the jobs they have versus the jobs in the city, a lot of the jobs in the city are very skilled positions.
Sure.
And we have struggled mightily with keeping our pay to avoid losing staff to Meridian and Boise. And I find it interesting. I can't swear to this, but I find it interesting this year that, let me skip down here for a second and show you something. This is the wage increase for our competitors across, well, not competitors, our constituents and other municipalities. Boise is a 2.6% increase. Meridian, 2.39. These two, 2.6, they normally have been leading the pack with very top-heavy pay increases. And for whatever reason now, they're not. My guess is they have reached their limit and their capacity, and they're struggling with numbers, so they're having to trim back on their increases. We have not done that. The city has not rushed ahead and thrown tons of dollars at employees. We've tried to gradually increase our wage, and a lot of this on that lower section, the 44 and below, the last 3 years, we keep moving more percentage of the increase into that lower section and less on the top, and I'll get to that in a minute. But we're right in the middle of the pack. So Meridian had 2.39%. That's police too. That's what they gave their police, 2.39%. Boise, 2.6. Caldwell, $1.25 plus a $500 merit bonus. Ada County, 1.5% market and a 2.5% COLA. ACHD, 3%, and Garden City, 2% from general employees. And then officers, they take an average of Boise, Meridian, and Ada County, and then CUNA is at 2.41%. So we're right in the middle of the pack, and we're not, we take a conservative approach, but every year we need to get just a little closer to the average so that we minimize the amount of employees we have to hire and retrain, hire and retrain, hire and retrain. But we're not jumping into this in the bottom of the, jumping into this both legs, so let's just raise our rates. That's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to be methodical about it.
Doug.
And, yeah.
Mary Clay.
Okay, we have two questions, I think, Councilman Griffin and then Councilman
Okay.
Rodriguez.
When you show us this map of wages right here, what is ours compared, you said we're in the middle of the pack. This
We're
isn't,
right about 3%.
okay. So this is an addition to what we're giving. Everybody across the board is giving a wage increase. So
Yep.
when we look at the other cities, somebody might say, oh my gosh, they're getting 2.6% on top of what Napa's doing. That's not true.
No, it's on top of what they're doing, but they're already paying significantly higher wages than we are, both Meridian and Nampa. We've gotten closer to Meridian, but we're not on par with them, and it's a 15-minute drive up the street, so we still lose employees, but not as much as we used to.
Thank you.
Yeah, Counselor.
Thank you. So I have two questions. Number one, how many employees have we lost up to date this year?
Oh, I don't know that number. I had it in the prior conversation. I can get that for you. I don't know it right now.
Okay.
But we have reduced that number. 2 years ago, it was astronomical. I think it was 120 people. And this year, it's much smaller. Still happening, but smaller.
All right, and how many police officers did we lose last year? Two?
Two. They lost two staff on police.
So basically, that's telling me that we're within the right realm for employees' costs and benefits? Is that what you're saying?
Well, in part, yes. But wage isn't the only reason somebody stays at a job. If we have a good culture, you can make up for a lot of ills by having a good culture and making it a positive place to work. And I think the police is a good example of that. I think they work hard at creating a culture that fosters, the most positive, enjoyable work experience you can have. Given the police don't have an easy time. They're facing people on the worst day of their lives all the time. But I think they have a positive culture. In finance, we try to do that. But all my positions, if I were to take them out in the retail market to go to Albertsons or to St. Luke's or St. Al's, they get paid a lot more. But we're not comparing to the retail market, we're comparing to the municipal market.
Well, so this year, you're looking at the 3% for employees? Is that
Yeah,
what you're
it's
saying?
just like 3.1 is what it averages to.
Mhm. But the increase for insurance is what, 2.2 or 2.3?
Yeah, so let
Right.
me go to the,
So I'm thinking on the average, we're actually below the market level then, if that's the way I see it.
could be, let's look at this slide right here. This presents our merit market structure this year. So on this first slide over here, these allocations, 1% market will cost us $660,000. A 2% merit is 1.3 for a total of $1.99 million. When we break that up by the wage categories, everybody gets the 1%. They get that market, everybody gets that. We are, again, sloping the preponderance of the merit increase to the lower end of the pay scale. So those under 44 get 2.25, those at 44 to 60 get 2, and those above 60 get 1.75. And that averages out to just over 3%, maybe 3.1%. Does that kind of answer your question, Counselor?
It does.
Okay.
I'm concerned with that, Doug, I will tell you
Well,
that right now. And
Can I ask a question
Yeah.
real quickly? When you say you're concerned, help me understand
I just think
what's
that,
concerning
I
about it.
think that we need to give the employees a little bit more, Mayor, that's all.
Okay.
Yeah, if we can find a way to increase that to 3 to whatever, I
And-
think that would be a good discussion for us.
And that's why we have to do it within our available resources, right?
Yeah.
So, and we have constrained resources this year. You can always shuffle the deck and reprioritize, and that's always a possibility. But if Meridian's coming in at 2.4, we're coming in at 3, that 60 basis points is a good step in the right, it keeps moving in the right direction where we begin to get close to their parity with pay with them. We're not nearly as far as we used to be. We still need to get a little closer, so this might take a few more years of these types of increases to get there. But we have to do it measured within the city's resources. We just can't take a big step. We don't have the funding to take a big 10% step and pay everybody the right wages. But what we do, and what HR's been doing is, and we're building more into this, we're looking at each org. We need to clearly define each org every year, how many orgs we're going to revisit on the market wage each year and do it like one org a year and move them forward.
Thank you.
Additional questions? Okay, so there was a proposal in a recent meeting that the councilors could option. If we were to increase the $60 wage plus by 2.5, in essence, put them on par with the 44 to 60, you could do that. And it would cost only there's only 16 people, it would cost $9,200, and that helps. How do you put this correctly? There is always pressure at the top for the people at the top to be pulled and offered new positions elsewhere. That happens. The city is not one to just pay people wages and overpay them. There are some cities that have done that. But this is kind of a small good faith step, proposed that if we add $9,200 and we bring the $60, and it wasn't me, I did not propose this. So, but you could do that if council approved that as a $9,200 increase and put us at the 3% range.
When does that come before us?
Well, that action item would be today.
Is
It'll
this
come-
one of the big four?
Well, we're almost there right
No.
now with this, where we're doing the wage, I'm doing the preview of all the wage and code. The action item would come up very shortly.
We can talk about it during the wage discussion, or we can talk about it during the council budget discussion, whichever place you guys would like to cover it, but it will be coming.
Well, we have this listed right here as an action item essentially now, if council wanted to vote on it. If you wish to delay it, that's fine too. And that would be up to the will of the mayor and council.
So Mayor, I think this needs to be postponed until we get through these other topics and no direction.
Okay,
That's perfectly fine.
that's great. Yeah, that's fine. I see some shaking heads, so we'll talk the merit and the other wage increases. Push it
Now,
back.
I think it's also important to recognize that we don't necessarily need an action item on these wages. If you were to approve each individual budget at their budgeted value, these numbers, except the 9,200, are included in the budgets. We simply wanted to bring the merit as a separate item because it impacts everybody across the city.
But it's already included in every single budget. So if we took no action on the merit, this is what you would see because it's already in the budget.
Exactly.
So if we go through and approve the budgets, this will be done.
Exactly.
Did you put the council in the budget? My understanding is it was.
It is.
So if we approve the council budget as it's presented, it will include an increase.
Correct.
And we can just do it with the council budget.
And there's a separate increase for them that's beyond this, for
So
you.
really, this particular one, we don't have to take a specific action on because it's in the budget and we can let it set, but we just recognize as we go through the budgets will be approved.
The only specific action is if you chose to add the 0.25%, that would require your approval as it's not in the budget anymore right now, the 9,200.
The 9,200 is not in, I thought it was.
No.
That the budget included that increase.
Nope.
It
We did not add it in. We listed as a council option if they would choose to do that, so it's council's option.
Okay, I guess I didn't catch that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So that is in essence the presentation of the summary. If we want to now, we can go right back to the top four items.
Mayor, question?
Yes,
So I'm trying to think of this in multiple different ways, especially for citizens that are looking at this. Maybe a household budget phrase could be used. Our total budget that we're working with today is $309,700,000, correct?
Yes,
Give or take change.
right.
Our additional money that we're able to work with this year is 2.3 million
And it's buried in that.
within the budget. Part of the discussions that, for me, and I'll be transparent as I've been the whole way through, I want to avoid foregone like the plague. So looking at the number that we're going to be presented on foregone, if there's the ability to work backwards and say, okay, this is what we need to do to hit our public safety needs or any other budget, cutting as we go to be able to hit that 309,700,000 within our 2.3 working number.
All right.
Is there going to be a flow with the chart and that we're going to be seeing a working budget that we could say,
Well,
okay, if we want to be able to hit this mark, we've got to cut here,
We will,
add here.
if council chooses to cut existing budgets to fund other things, we will track that and give you the data impact. If council chooses not to, then it's not a problem. Remember that prior to us losing $1 million on the revenues from new construction, I was forecasting in 2 to 5 years, we'll be short $2 million a year.
Sure.
Now it's going to be $3 million and sooner. So if you take 1% of foregone, it's a minor amount of that, right? So if you want to cut, you're going to have to cut this year, and then cut next 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 year. Every year you'll have to cut, which means you'll have to change service levels. What do you want the police service level to be? What do you want the public works level to be? That is now we can always find, and the last 3 or 4 years, I've been finding holes where I can dig out the stuff that we don't need to budget for. And every year we've gotten the budget closer to the actuals, and we've cut costs every single year. And this year we're only up 0.7%. That's spectacular in terms of a point, when the inflation is still running 3%, 0.7 is spectacular. When you cut beneath that, you're cutting into muscle and bone. You can do that if that's the need. I've seen it done at Albertsons. We did it every year, would cut the budgets, and Albertsons pretty much put themselves out of business, and they had to sell themselves. I'm saying this is my personal experience with them. But you can do that. And some areas there are money you can cut, and we just say, you know, it's not worth, as Councilman Bill says, we can't be everything to everybody. So you may need to determine, is there something we have to stop being in order to fund other things that are more uncritical? That's council's decision.
So Doug, one of the things that I think that we're going to need to see, and you may have it ready, and I'm sorry I didn't ask you in advance to have it ready, and that is, we paid off a loan, 2.6 million.
Right.
And last year, when we did the final payment, it was only 2 million. So there was still, because we had 600,000. So if, based on what we did last year, we didn't increase any taxes. We took 4%, but because we had a $2 million loan, it was 1.6, right? Was how much we took last year, but $1.2 million, almost 3 fell off because that was the foregone the capital that we used that went away. So what would be beneficial, and I think it may be in here, would be based on that $2 million loan and what fell off last year, the foregone that was capital that we took but it fell off, we had a 1%. And that 1%, again, if you guys could clarify these numbers, my understanding is a 1%, which is the 400 and whatever $1,000,
Yeah,
is
460.
about, it's under $10 a person for the year. What I think I'm hearing Doug say, and what we've talked about, is that by carefully adding in and then making sure, based on that loan we paid off and not increasing taxes greatly, our levies going down, it will help soften the blow for the years to come.
Right.
We
So-
have, in 2031, I'll just say, our urban renewal district will sunset in but we won't take that into our budget until 2031. And what I understand is, we think that that's not a big landfall. I know our county clerk, Mr. Hogelbaum here, had shared, it's maybe a total of, when it sunsets, of 10 million, but then 20% goes off, it's 8. But a lot of that is allocated out to other agencies. So we haven't talked about what our take is, but I hear it's maybe at 3 is what Doug and I,
Yep.
we've talked
That'd
about,
be
3 million that
About 3
comes to
million
the
is what we
city.
would get in that in 5 years, $3 million.
And in reality, it's 6 years in a budget cycle.
Right.
So we've got a ways. So we have been really, really conservative in our spending, and Doug's been trying to hold back and have reoccurring revenue that we spend on capital, so we have it back again. It's kind of complicated, but that said, because he's tried to be a really good steward and careful, we've got a budget that we've presented without we don't even have to cut anything to make the budget that we have today without foregone.
Right.
Point being, we know that our police needs far exceed our budget. And we also know that 100% of our property, GenGov property taxes go to fund police. So I think it would be good for us to actually look at the numbers when we get deeper into this, so that, because it's hard to write everything I've just said. We need to actually see the numbers.
Could you find page 19, 18 on the deck out of my executive summary, and then would you switch, start sharing your file, and IT will add it in, and let's go through the impact of last year's foregone reduction into the budget for this year.
And then if we can have at some point the actual numbers of, if we take foregone this year, what's it going to cost our citizen?
Yeah, that's in my foregone slide.
It's in that slide, okay. Thank you.
Yeah. If we want to go to that now, we can go to it now, but let
We
me do the
don't have
recap.
to, it's just,
Well, it
it's up-
seems like that's the topic, so let's go to
yeah.
that now.
Would that be helpful?
Okay.
Yes.
And I think it is helpful, and I understand the budget that we have proposed
Yeah.
is as set, defined within our parameters. However, I know there's some areas where we've received proposals, and it's less than what we've been asked to fund on certain topics, i.e., the Humane Society, and that's
yeah,
one of the
yep,
big four.
yep.
So with a budget, that's still shorting some areas that may or may not be happy with that number that we present forward. So,
Well, those are on the 4 topics to discuss, but you're absolutely correct.
and so
so-
that's why I say just having a running
So
live
perhaps going to
view.
foregone is the foundation for the rest of the discussion. So what I've got up on the screen now, this is, up a little bit. No, sorry, down. I need to see there, it's up, right there.
So
So-
this is page 18 in our book.
Page 18 in your books. So new construction is 872,000, annexation is 20,000. The 3% is 1.3, but we're pulling out the 1.3 million for foregone for the capital last year, adding in the penalty. So the total property tax increase is $997,000. That is less than $5 a year per house per $100,000 of taxable value. So this is the lowest, this is the fallback impact of the capital that we did in '25, but we're not doing in '26. So since I've been here, we have never had this small of an increase in the budget for taxes. And that's because we took the foregone last year when we stopped paying the GO bond because that was matured. So we're at 997,000. Like I say, we'll never be that small again, probably either. Now, 1% is, the 1% is calculated based on the final budget we put in, so I can't tell you to the dollar exactly what it would be, because if we increase or decrease something, that 1% can go up or down. But right now, it's about $468,000 for 1%, or 478, depending on how it's calculated. And that would be, if we added 1% back in to that, you would get to the $1.3 million, slightly more, which would be the same amount as the traditional 3% we have taken the last 2 or 3 years. If you took 1%, it would be the same increase as a 3% across time. So,
And your slide that we went off of, and I'm sorry, I just saw it, is $2.80 per 100,000. The average home in
Right.
Nampa is 400,000.
right,
So it would be
right.
4 times.
So let's
that.
go back.
80 or 5, he said
Two,
5.
well, one, he said 5 was the full
For foregone.
amount.
For 5 was for the $997,000 we're having this year.
Correct.
If you take 1%, it's another $2.81 on top of that. It's in my slide there. So we can, okay, now I'm going to go back to my slide and we'll go to the foregone. We'll bring that up.
So just with the clarification, where we're at right now, with the 997, we're still going to see an increase in property taxes by 2.8 or $5. If we set the budget as is today, it'll be an increase, a property tax increase across the board, or is new growth
Can you have me
helping
back on the
offset
screen?
the cost?
Ryan, can you have me back on the sharing? Thank you. All right, now continue. I'm sorry.
I apologize, and
No, no.
I'll make it real quick. If we approve the budget today, it's gonna be $5 additional on property taxes across the city.
Right.
So we are, and I don't say this to be aggressive or anything like that. Growth is not paying for itself in that sense. The goal was, as we see the additional revenues come in, which they have not this year, that's clear, we're supposed to, at 3%, still be at a break even. Right now, we're not at a break even. We're going to have to see an increase across the board.
Well,
I have a question as well.
He's
I'm not sure I understand your question because, say it
We're-
again.
We're going to, if we approve the budget as is today, it'll be a $5 per 100,000 increase on property taxes. Likely, I know there's a lot of factors and the mill levy and everything else, but this will be a tax increase budget today if we approve it.
Right. Well, it is a tax increase. It's, as far as tax increases go, it's benign. It's very
Sure.
small.
I think it is
And whether you
also very
approve it or
small.
not, I still have so let's say you chose not to approve it. Then you'd also have to go back and say, what cost do we wish to cut?
Sure.
And that's going to be labor. So that's where you would have to go. And if that's the course, we'll find a way to make it work.
Strictly labor, or is there areas within the departments that we could say, well,
Well,
Maybe
let me put
we
it this
shouldn't
way.
fund
50%
video
of
games.
our budget is labor, 50% is operations.
okay, thank you.
Yes. I cannot share my screen. I don't know why it will not allow me to share it.
Just a
And Randy Haverfield has a question.
quick budget question.
Sure.
Last year, we increased our budget by 4%. That was added to the base going into this year. No, it was, that's 3.
Yeah, 3 and
time,
1.
4% increase
Right.
to the base. So the base has been increased by 4%
Right.
from prior years.
Yeah.
My question is,
But, well, at the same time, the GEO bond fell off, so it was netting to a very small increase
so
last year.
I'm
too.
just looking for the vacuum that's,
Yeah.
with that 4%
but-
now coming across this year where it went.
Right, but to the public, they did not see a 4% increase because the GEO bond fell off, right?
Okay. So going into this year, projected, like new construction dollars is about $1 million less. I'm just trying to justify
right.
in my mind
Right.
where that 4% went, because it did increase the base going forward. Just like we're talking about increasing the base another 3%.
Well, if you recall, last year's budget included the funding for the Highway 16, the Purdom Drain and downtown renovations, so that 3% went to, I think, wastewater to build the Purdom Drain going over.
Is that the 3% supplemental?
Mhm.
Right, okay, so I'm not talking about it at
Right,
all. I'm talking
no.
about the 4% to the base.
Mhm.
And so now going forward, that 4% was for something last year. Are you saying the anticipated new construction dollars is the vacuum that that 4% now will take up as anticipated income?
Well, the 4% last year we spent in various budgets that were approved by the city. If we do 3% this year, it's the same. I'm not sure I'm really answering your question. I'm not sure exactly what you're
No.
asking.
Yeah, and again, I don't try to make it complex. I was just
Yeah.
trying to figure out where the vacuum, where those additional dollars that were allocated last year added to the base going into this year, are they being
Well,
added to salaries? Are they being added to
Yeah,
benefits?
well,
Is that what you're doing as far as?
it's primarily split between salaries and wages. Now, the increase, if you look at the increase in categorization, wages was the only place we really increased our costs. So wages and new FTEs, right? That's $6 million we added. And that was only a part of that's coming out of general gov because we got enterprise funds that pay for most of that. The general gov impact on the 3%, do you recall what that was? It was probably, I think without the police, the general gov impact was $300,000, maybe $400,000 for wages and benefits out of the 6 million.
That's fine. I'm not sure that I'm going to get my answer, but
I think what we need to understand, and I just want to make sure it's clearly stated, and Doug, you just said it, the Gen Gov impact is about 300,000.
Give or take, yeah.
So you've got the majority of the employees, except for police, you've got, your police base out of Gen Gov.
Right.
But like our new positions, a lot of that work is the enterprise funds. It's not coming out of property taxes.
Right.
It's coming out of the enterprise fund directly tied to that work. So you've got really two different buckets when we're looking at it that we need to keep in mind, especially when we're looking at employees and that sort of thing.
Right. So it's important to note that the biggest impact on wages in general gov is police. We have like 300,000. They've probably got $650,000. So that
I'm fine. I've
Okay.
got my answer.
I think just to reiterate, Mayor, if I could, he is stating last year we took 4%, 3 statutorily and 1 by foregone ongoing costs,
Right.
4%.
that's in our base.
And we expected that to be $1.2 million at 4%, give or take some change.
It was a little more, but yeah.
A little more than that. This year, we're about $1 million less than anticipated on our property tax revenues.
Yeah.
So what he anticipated that we'd have $1 million last year because we increased 4% went away because our revenue collection did not come in. So basically, last year's efforts, if we didn't do what we did last year, we'd be $1 million less comparatively this year.
Yeah, we'll be worse off this year.
Is that what you were trying, I think that's
Okay.
how I was tracking as well.
So Mayor, if I understand right, we actually made a good decision last year?
I think you made a very, very good decision last year. I'm proud of our council, yes.
Wow. Well, that helped take the tense.
Thank you.
So, but that also addresses the, kind of the preliminary discussion on foregone. And we've talked about Meridian's going in for a levy override of $5 million. We've talked about the impact of that. I'm hoping that we can avoid anything that extreme. And if we take foregone, we have a good chance of avoiding needing a levy right. If we don't take foregone, I think there's a very likelihood in the next 2 to 5 years you will be forced into either sharply reducing services or taking a levy override. But if we take the foregone as the lesser of two evils, you stand a good chance of managing slowly up and controlling. If you just added $5 million into the bucket, I guarantee you it'll get spent, right? So let's not add it in. Let's keep a smaller amount that we put in and spend that wisely each year to help close that gap slowly. That would be the finance perspective.
Hang on one second. I'm hearing we need to take a 5-minute
Good.
break.
I'm perfect.
Why don't we do that? Just
Yeah.
take a break. However, pause for 1 second. Would you like your question answered first?
I'll take the break and then I'll come back.
Okay.
I'll
We're
be
going to
here.
take a 5-minute
Thanks,
break.
Council.
Thank you, guys. Okay, I think my mic is not loud enough. I don't. Let me get this back on. Okay, guys, let's get ready. Yeah. Could I get my mic turned up just a little bit? My mic? Thank you. Okay. Thank you. Shar used the gavel for me. I think we're ready. Okay. Here we go. So, before we start again, Victor had a question. Do you still have your question? I just want to defer to you
know what?
first.
We talked about it during during the break. We're good to go, Mayor.
Okay, great. Okay, Doug.
Mayor, so I want to just briefly address this sheet that Clay handed everybody here. This has was a question about the FTEs, how many turnovers we had. And I just want to point out one thing on this sheet. In 25, it shows us trending to 65. We're only midway through the year. So that number will increase as we get in. So we've been hovering in that 142, 136, 144. We only have 800 employees, 850 employees. And if you have 144 turning over a year, that's substantial. So,
Yeah. And this was in our packet and provided to us back in the workshop day. But and thank you for giving us this today, because I don't expect anybody to remember it from then. So, and there's extra copies in the back.
okay. Now, we were leaving off, Mayor and Council, if it's okay. We left off talking about foregone. I finally got my computer working. I've got the slide up. It's in your deck. A couple things I would like to point out on this. We've talked about most of this except for my rationale at the bottom. The total available foregone that we have is $2.6 million. The 1% limit right now is $468,000 or $2.80 per $100,000 of taxable value. That $468,000, if elected, could be used any way the council deems as the most highest and best use. Options I have down below are just options. They are suggestions, but they are not built into the budget. You could hire 2 public safety officers at about $300,000 total. The remaining 168 could be dedicated to anything that was critical. And it's important to know we're not obligated to take the full 1%. You could say, let's take 1% and do $300,000, but that's optional for you. Legal support, whether we go and build out our legal department to make our own prosecutorial service, or whether we pay Canyon County to continue it. We still have an ongoing challenge with them. I believe what we built into the budget is less than they have asked for. West Valley Humane Society, whether we do our own pet service or whether we continue operations with West Valley Humane Society, there's going to be some degree of cost, whether we do it or somebody else does it. I don't think it's avoidable. The question is how much and how do we go about that? Healthcare cost increases. Included in the budget, the police wages have been increased at the same 3% that everybody else's have. We didn't do the staggering, the 3.25, the 3%, and the 2.75. We just put it in just a little over 3%. That 3% is built into their budget. I have not included any increase for health care for them. And that will be part of the union negotiations. You could choose to elect part of that $168,000 to go to public health, public safety health care costs. I've mentioned that ICRIMP is revisiting our insurance. They may come back and say we owe them more money. It's likely they will come back and say we owe them more money. It could cover that as well. Now, what I want to mention is that the property tax shortfall of $1 million in 2026 might well repeat in 2027. I do not know yet, but it might. I think it's safe to say that a portion of it definitely will repeat. But if that current trending puts us out short $2 million in 2 to 5 years, that'll make it $3 million in 2 to 5 years. If you then factor in the 389 and 623 impact, which this year, by the time we get to 25 budget, had reduced our taxable value by $5.9 million. That's not a tax increase. That's tax on new construction that we're not getting. If you were to take the entirety of the foregone of $2.6 million, that would only cover 44.7% of the current year's shortfall. So I'm not, if we do go down the foregone route, and honestly, when they were passing 389, the discussion we had with the state legislatures was, well, if you're struggling with your current budgets, go take foregone. That was the response given to me directly by state legislatures. Go take foregone, because that's what it's there for. So whatever path you choose, recognize that our budget would have been $6 million a year higher without 389 and 623. That's not a tax increase, that's just tax on new construction. So we have been constrained, and we've managed, but that management will take its toll going forward. So if you have the case against, the homeowners will, however small, have a portional tax increase of about $2.80 for each $100,000 of taxable. Keep in mind, that's taxable value, not the resale value. So you have, that's after the $150,000 exemption. You know, a $450,000 home may only have $300,000 of taxable value. So just for that clarity. So the question becomes, for the council, do we consider the use of foregone in light of the current budgetary situations, or do you cut something? Now, if you cut VRT, and that's within the council's purview, do you then have to replace it with something else? And if so, what does that cost? If you cut the West Valley Humane Society, which is in at $483,000, if you cut that, what is our response? How do we provide that service to the city, and what is the cost to us? If you choose to go away from Canyon County prosecutorial services, what does that cost to us? So what I'm saying is none of these are a free trade. Whenever you cut something, you're going to have to consider what the replacement cost might be on each of these. Now, you could look at something else and cut something else. You could say, and I've done this before, it's not easy. I've gone back to my Albertsons days. They would give us you are going to cut 5% of your operations budget. Don't care how you do it. And they would just say, cut 5%. It's brutal. 5% is a lot.
And we did that last year.
And we cut 5% last year.
5% out of our operational budget.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm not saying we got every ounce of fat off. I'm continuing to look at fat, and I know there's some other rocks I need to dig underneath and look at. But every year we have trimmed the budget growth. We know we have certain things that are always going to go up, so we look for other areas to save it. It's called cost avoidance. And we could do that. You could counsel say, go back, cut an additional 5%. There would be some decrease in service. You survive. It's optional. That's up to the council's decision. But if you're talking about cutting public safety, that's challenging. How does Chief Huff, Coach Huff, how does Chief Huff redesign his service levels? I don't know the answer. That would have to explore that going forward. But these are options you as a council would have. And I'm just presenting the information.
Mayor?
Yes.
So looking at the grand scheme of things, the entire budget, when I go through, once again, it's no surprise that I don't want to take foregone. I'd rather cut from the current budget. Not necessarily the staff, the FTEs, the insurance, because as you stated, that's what's keeping our people with us. But just going through, are we as counselors able to recommend across the board cut, or do we have to cut specifically from each individual department? And the reason I ask this, just one example, from the general fund, multiple departments in the budget, we have $1.978 million that are going to repair and maintenance costs compared to previous years of 854. Just saying across the board on maintenance and repairs,
So
I'd like to see 30,000 less.
I absolutely love that question. I think it's very, very relevant. I think council has the option of doing either. They could say just cut 5% across the board, or 2% or 1%. It is the easiest path for you and the hardest path for me.
Okay.
But if you look at repairs and maintenance, and it is up, why is it up? It's up because we have a new $200 million wastewater treatment plant. Do you want to cut those repairs and incur additional capital costs 2 or 3 years later? That's the trade-off.
And that's why I asked, can we look at it in the grand scheme? Because a repair at the wastewater treatment plant, or the water renewal plant now, is crucial and essential, and I would submit that as well.
Yeah,
A lawnmower that's significantly less in cost for Parks and Rec, and I'm sorry, Cody, I'm just using you as a brief example, maybe can hold off because we have a real need here and an overall budget that maybe we could thin, and that's why I don't want to target one budget or another today.
yeah.
I can think of a few that I've highlighted that I
I
want
can tell you from firsthand experience, you can do anything for a year. You can get by with almost any cut for a year. You'll pay for it the next year.
Sure.
But in 1 year, you could cut $2 million out of the budget and would struggle through. You could cut $5 million, you could cut $10 million out if you needed to. You'll pay a price the next year because let's say they take the lawnmower. We don't fix the lawnmower, what's going to happen to repair costs? They will go up. So you'll pay for it this year by increased repair costs, and next year when you have to pay that, you'll have an inflationary cost of a new lawnmower, which will be a little more next year. So, but you can, and I'm not
Well, and
saying you don't.
emergency repairs,
Yeah,
for example, North Side.
yeah,
Emergency repairs cost a lot more. So when we start deferring, and the city had, when I came in, a lot of deferred maintenance, because of ARPA dollars, because of interest rates, we've had the greatest opportunity to move forward with some of our deferred maintenance that we've had in years, which has been really good. However, with interest rates leveling off, we will have less interest income. So the key here, and this is why I like to think 5 years down the road, 10 and 20, if we kick the can down the road, we're going to be in a world of hurt. A couple of years from now, like if, and this is where most people say, if you're going to do increases, do incremental small versus a levy override. Meridian hasn't decided on whether they're doing it or not, but that's a significant increase in property taxes. You're talking between $100, dollars a year versus trying to do $10, $12 a year increase, which is still substantial to some fixed budgets, but over a year, people spend more than that on coffee, going out for a coffee or a drink or eating out. That $10 a year, where we could create a more stable environment, because in addition to everything we're talking about, our costs have gone up considerably. If Idaho Power gets I think it was a 17% increase that they've asked for, looking at what that does to our budget, it's going to be a material increase in our budget when you look at across the board. But the other thing I'm going to remind us of is when we're talking across the board cuts, there's only certain departments that are part of the property tax budget.
Right.
The other budgets are enterprise funds. And one thing that we talk about, with a show of hands, has anybody in this room heard me talk about stewardship? Yeah, right? We talk about stewardship all the time. All the time. I can't hardly, there's maybe not a meeting that goes by that this team hears the word stewardship and being really careful financially. What's difficult for the city of Nampa is when we have been careful, we are being careful, and then we cut because there's less to cut, because we've already been careful. And so, and in addition to that, our costs are going up. So, there'll be a time, it is what it is.
And I hope today, because we have a lot of stakeholders in the room, and I mean that, both as citizens and people, that when we set these budgets, they affect y'all and your departments as well. And so I hope the intention or the view from those seats are that we're trying to make and be, as Dave Bill says, all things for all people. We're trying our best to do that. So when I look at scaling back, we ultimately have to remember, who does these decisions affect? It's the people paying taxes, whether minuscule or grandiose, with $100 per 100,000 override because we took $5 million in a levy. I have faith and hope that the legislature wakes up this session. I know AIC's talking about it, so to say 10, 15 years down the road, I hope there's going to be an exchange for 389 and 787 or whatever the change in use classification. I hope those go away. Once again, hopeful rather than what could be reality is we're cutting in the hole.
So I would say, counselors, that I can create whatever budget you feel necessary. I can put the numbers together in any way we want to. It's like Tetris to me. I can mix and match, replace and cut, change and swap, and we can come up with a budget. challenge will be, is it a realistic budget and can we achieve it? Yes,
When I first saw this budget, I figured that there's places to cut. And one of them was, sorry, Cody, well, $3 million to parks. Well, because it's a I know, Leslie, it's because the priority of what the community wants is public safety. So I would think, and I really did not want to weigh myself on this, because there's a need for parks, and there's a need for equipment and operations, I know that. And they're already not having enough. Then I talked to Crystal, and I said, Crystal, you guys want 5 and 8, and I says, it ain't gonna work. But what Crystal said, sorry, Crystal, she said was, if you take it away and don't let it, then you're not gonna get the services that we've had to have for the last 10 years.
yeah.
So today is the day so I'm not gonna do that, Crystal, by the way, and Cody, I'm not gonna do that. But what does that leave us right now? And then the question I asked you during our break was, if we just say no to foregone right now, could we bring it back, not bring foregone, could we bring up the amended budget to cover some of this stuff that we need?
Well, the option is that we can only take foregone at this point in time right now. So if you brought it back as an amendment next year, we would have to use internal resources, i.e. fund balance, to cover that, and we'd be spending down our reserves. So could you? Yes, but it's not the wisest use of money because it would put us into tighter constraints. Now, within the budget, I have in General Gov a contingency. It's about $1 million. 3 years ago, it was $2.5 million. When the state realigned their sales taxes, we started getting more money sales taxes for about a year. And we didn't spend that. We put it in the bank. And each year, council approvals, we chip into that. I've gone from 2.5 down to $1 million. That's my emergency bank. We've still got reserves, but that's my emergency bank. You could cut into that this year if you wanted to a little bit, but once it's gone, it's gone. I have nothing to replace it. But it is an option. Council could choose to use that, but we have been using it, and I have nothing to replace it with. So that's another funding source you could consider, and it would have to be based on the need of each individual source, why you do it.
The reason we're not going after a levy override right now and considering it is because Doug has been doing exactly what he's been doing. He's been trying to be very, very careful, conservative, and we've been pulling from that bank each year, and it's gone down. Now, that $1 million, when we've gone from 2.5 down to $1 million, we don't have as much to draw from. There will be a day of reckoning coming up in a couple of years. The point being, that's why it's important to stay the course. We're trying to work on 389 and 673 at the legislature. But our levy, and this is, again, goes back to that levy override that's been discussed, not here as much, but in other places, other cities, because the levy is so low that what we are bringing in, it doesn't have the value anymore.
Much less.
Also, urban renewal. This year, $800,000 that went into urban renewal rather than coming into our budget. When Tractor Supply comes online, that's in the urban renewal district. So, and then there's some other new businesses and build-outs that are in the urban renewal district. So that's where we've got a few years that it's going to be really tricky as our budget gets tighter. So we have spent a tremendous amount of time going through this year's budget, trying to make sure it's a good budget, it's a tight budget, and we can take no foregone and function within the budget that we've presented to the council. It's a good budget. We've covered what we have to cover. Part of taking foregone is what Doug's put here. We've got some costs that may come that we're working through. We could add to another 2 sworn officers because we know we're behind and we're trying to catch up. But if we don't take foregone, we do have a balanced, good budget that we have already presented, and that's what this book is full of. It's a balanced budget without foregone.
But consider this. Let's say that we get to a point where we find we need to spend more on Canyon County, and we need to spend more on wastewater, or by West Valley Humane Society, and we have more public safety healthcare cost increases, and all 3 of those hit me. Where do I pull that? From my contingency, and I would cut my contingency down by 50 to 60% in one fell swoop. I'm just saying those are the realities. And then next year, I've got almost nothing going in for a contingency. It's just the reality.
In layman's terms, your contingency is your rainy day fund, correct?
Yeah.
How much
And we
is in
don't
that
spend it
fund?
unless council approves it.
And how much is in that fund?
About $1 million.
5 million?
1.
1 million,
Right.
okay.
We have reserves. So the general gov has about $29 million of fund balance reserve. By city policy, we reserve 25% of that as a floor. We do not go below, and that's about $18 million. Also in that reserve would be accounting for the aggregate number of PL hours we've accrued, of which the police are the biggest chunk. That's about $3 million. So when you look at the net funds available in the general gov reserve, I've got $3 to $5 million. Council could choose to spend somewhere else if they wanted to before I reach my floor. But that's one-time money. Once it's gone, it does not replenish itself. So we have the reserve and we have the contingency. The difference is the contingency is built into the budget, and should council approve its use, we could use it without doing a budgetary amendment. If we wanted to pull money from the reserves, that would require a budgetary amendment.
And how much do we have in our ARPA interest fund?
Net is about $1.3 million.
Is there any other potential funds that if push came to shove, and I'm not saying this is how I want to plan for, because we have to have a rainy day fund.
Yep.
I don't ever want to touch that because that's what it's
Yeah.
there for.
Well,
But
you
when the
think
flood
about it.
days come-
If something bad happens, $18 million will go in a heartbeat. Because let's say we lose revenue source, it would go in less than 3 months.
So
Right, but yes,
18 million is the total potential that we have in the reserves. that
that's,
we could-
that's my bottom line. I can't invade by city statute. We do have a small amount of reserves in the capital fund, which are dedicated for general gov. So the general gov budget this year is $9 million of capital expenditures. We'll have about $4 to $5 million of reserve after that. So we're spending twice the amount of our reserve in 1 year. And we only have the reserve because we've been very careful in how we spend capital. I believe one of the things we need to present to council is a floor for the capital reserves that we don't go beneath, and that probably should be at least $3 million that we do not go beneath, because you never know when you're going to need that for an emergency. So you got maybe $1.5 million, maybe $2 million, depending on how much capital gets spent. And that's about it for our reserves. Now, there are reserves that enterprise funds use for their own purposes, like the recent July 4th water line break. That will come out of reserves or existing budgetary authority. But they try to keep $3 million as the floor in each of those funds. So they have some money.
And I hope, once again, I think this is just for transparency's sake. I think we've all been in many meetings this year and we've said, I thought we had no dollars available or not much to work with. And then, so
Well-
when I hear 18 million and then.
No, keep in mind that
possibly two,
that's not budgetarily available for use.
it has to be a part of a budget amendment.
Right, we don't touch that, and that was by city statute. So it's not $18 million you can say, hey, let's go give a property tax cut, because then you're taking our reserves and going, you got nothing in a rainy day. And when an emergency happens, people will come to the general government for funds.
Mayor?
Yes.
So I'm going to be on the record. I believe the legislature did a disservice several years ago in this state. Certainly, there's folks working on that, and it's being revisited. Hopefully, we're going to, as a city, be able to weigh in and make contact with some of those folks to try to give input and encouragement for some revisions. But until then, I believe, unfortunately, or fortunately, however some may look at it, I think foregone is a needed item at this point in time. I believe our maintenance and our upkeep continues to depreciate. I don't like to see assets continue to depreciate and not be maintained. And it's bothersome for me to see that from my 40 years of business experience. So that's where I'm standing as far as fellow council. I know it's always been a hot topic, but I didn't set the change 3 years ago with the various House bills. But unfortunately, we have to make decisions to live within what has been done. And so that brings the tough decisions. And foregone is going to be one of those tough decisions. there's 3 other issues on our list that we need to cover, and so that's my opinion on the foregone. Soon I'd like to get to the other 3 problem.
Mayor,
So I would suggest possibly the foregone vote. We've had a great discussion around it, but we actually take the vote this afternoon on foregone unless the council's ready for the vote now. But Natalie, I'll let you go
Mayor,
next.
Doug, just to clarify, is the tax exemption now at 150,000?
I think it's
Yes.
150.
One
I
percent?
believe it
Okay.
is. Mhm.
So this 1% foregone then will cost the median household $9.
Yeah, a little less.
Mayor?
Well, 400 less, so you're talking
150.
250
Yeah,
and at,
$7.
250, what's 250?
so 250, so the average home in Napa is 400,000 with 150,000 homeowners exemption, that brings it down to 250. And so you take the, what
Roughly
did you
seven-
say,
roughly
$7 and something?
It's roughly $7 for 250,000 of taxable
Right, so
value.
14, yeah.
That's total per
Yeah.
year.
Mayor?
I
Seven-
just grokked it, and it said, it just said 700, or 474,000. That's why I got that
Oh,
number
that's where you, okay, that's great, thank
from
you.
Grok.
Same math, just different totals.
Yeah,
Of AI.
thank you. Yes,
Is that Grok 3? No, I'm just kidding.
Not yet.
In my opinion, I would like to take the foregone vote now, because if we don't end up taking foregone, I would like to really cut into work that I've done, and I'm sure all of us have done, to be able to find means of providing funding for some of these sources. I can conjure up $174,800, so if that's something where we don't take foregone, we can then pick apart. If we end up taking foregone, I'm gonna sit back today and just go through the motions, because we're gonna have a budget pretty well set where we can then go through some of the issues. But the decision of a substantial cutback of where we're able to then go through and say, if 2 more police officers are that important to us, we need to find 300,000 within the budget to work with. I don't think it's there. I've done it. I think we can get 1 of those sworn officers if we don't take foregone from cutting from elsewhere. But, so I'd prefer foregone option.
Okay.
It makes, at least in my perspective, a lighter task ahead of us to know what direction we're going, and if I need to be aggressive in cutting, or it's going to get funded, so let's move forward.
thank
And
you. I
that's
would call for, I would just ask for a vote. Is there a motion?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I'll make a motion to vote on the foregone. I have a comment as well.
Well, and a motion, is your motion to approve the foregone, 1% use of foregone?
That's correct.
Okay. There's a motion and a second on the table, and then Councilman Reynolds.
So my comment is, I want the city to be fiscally responsible, and that is to, I trust your budget. It's great, it's conservative, and being fiscally responsible means that we fund all of these things that need to be taken care of and not pushing and kicking the can down the road. And I look at the number of officers, and it's disappointing to me what's in the budget. I've been telling you 7. I want 7 officers this year.
Okay.
There's other departments that have needs too, so don't hear me wrong. You all have needs, and I appreciate that. But our public safety is paramount. And so with foregone, if we approve foregone, we need not only the officers that you have in the budget book, but we need 4 more. So we got to find money for that, in my opinion. So I am for the
That's
foregone.
$600,000, and that's fine. That's council's purview to look for $600,000.
Mayor?
Yes.
Just an additional comment. Is the motion to fund every single one of these items as laid out, or just to allocate the $2.6 million to be used?
I think
No,
that's,
No.
the motion, I believe, was to approve the use of foregone, but we didn't specify. Would that be a correct assumption? Yes, so we didn't specify. We can come back.
468, not
Right.
2.6. So
And you- and
we're
you
not
can-
specifying specifically where it's going, the
Correct.
motions to use foregone, and then these are some of the options that we could use it for. But we're
Correct.
not saying this is what it is.
Correct, and I would recommend that we come back before council on the allocation of the use of that foregone at a later time, but we'll come back and get a council approval for that.
Absolutely.
Okay, is there any other discussion?
Excuse me, Mayor.
Yes.
David, did you say you're for it or against? I didn't catch it.
I'm for it.
Okay,
It's difficult.
yeah. Okay.
I'm not a fan of property tax. I think it's a very penalty tax. Unfortunately, that is our laws in the state of Idaho.
Yeah.
And I also see that what's happened in the last 3 years, I won't name the numbers. I'm a guy who watches property tax because of my disdain, candidly. I have a good handle on what goes on with property tax, both from a consumer point of view, a real estate broker, developer, and sitting on council. But I have a disdain for us not to maintain the assets. So when we don't maintain our assets and we let them depreciate, we fall way behind the curve. And publicly doing that is not correct. I'm desirous for us as a city and a few individuals to work with the legislature in the next few weeks and hopefully in the next few days to make it known and what needs to get corrected. And we have people who are willing to do that, resourceful people, and we have to take that action. Now, if they choose not to make the changes, then we as a city have to live with what the legislature does. So then we have to make hard choices. That's what's brought up a lot of controversy, is trying to make hard choices. And here we are, it's foregone. And it's difficult. Nobody wants to reach back. At the same time, we have to decide then what facilities stay open, what departments stay open, what's our policing force, what are we going to do? And unfortunately, the rubber hits the road this year. So, for a guy who despises property tax, but fully supports keeping our assets maintained and provided for and the proper services and the role of city government, then that's what I feel like we have to do.
Thank you, David.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes,
One final question before we move the final vote. You mentioned assets, so it sparked it once again in my mind. Within this budget, and obviously everyone's aware of the CWI potential conveyance or not. I don't know, and none of us know where the votes land on that. But in the chance that it does not convey to CWI, within this budget, we don't have anything for maintenance
No
or
capital.
no capital. This year, what are we needing, if we end up keeping the center, are we needing to fund this year? Because that's something that I frankly am going to be thinking about the whole day. If we end up keeping it or not keeping it, I want my eyes wide open. Is it 180,000? Is it
More.
$1 million?
Close to $1 million.
So we have a potential $1 million that we're
From-
going to have to spend
from capital.
From capital.
from capital.
From capital. And
Right.
so we would have to go into our reserve in capital for this year's spend that needs to be done. That doesn't count the future, but we'd go into our capital reserve this year, but it doesn't come out of this operational budget.
It would be a budget amendment later on from capital and the
Yes, it
reserves.
would be. And
Okay.
we could address that at the time.
And I
Yeah.
just say the point to have it out there, there's
Uh-huh.
a possibility that we have another $1 million line item, not directly from the general fund, but that we should be aware of potentially looking forward, so.
Yeah, thank you. If there's no further discussion, roll call.
Rodriguez.
No.
Jingula.
Yes.
Haverfield.
No.
Griffin.
No.
Hills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, there's a tie.
There is a tie. And in some ways, I hate to break the tie because, anyway, I hate to break the tie, but I'm going to vote in support of foregone because of looking at where our financial is. So it's a yes for me, so that motion passes.
So when we
use
get
of
to the
foregone.
end of the budget, when we're talking numbers for SHAR, we will add the $468,000 to the existing total of $3,000,009, so that we have the correct valuation. And then we will determine, as council determines how to allocate that later.
And I do want to say, because I didn't say anything with my vote, I fully agree with David Bills and the comments regarding taxes. It's really unfortunate, and it makes me mad that growth doesn't fund growth, and that the new growth that has come into our city, we are having to raise taxes on our existing citizens. That shouldn't be that way. It should absolutely not be that way. That is not the choice, but if we don't incrementally do small increases, we're going to end up hitting a wall, and it's not going to be good for the city. The reason we could fix, I'm thinking about Northside, the reason we could fix Northside was because we had amazing employees that work hard, that are our employees, and we had the capability because of the equipment that we had, because of the skill set that we had, the employees that we have on site. That happens day after day that most people don't even know with all the little things that get done. And it's important that we provide the services and run the city in a way that we can meet the needs of our citizens and their expectations. So, but I fully agree with David Bill's comments. So with that, I did vote yes on foregone. Okay, so the next topic, let's,
Can we talk Humane Society?
that's kind of what I was thinking. Let's go to Humane Society next.
Let's go to the dogs. We'll scrap with the cats.
Just for framework, the FY '25 budget included $83,000. The FY '26 budget includes $483,000 worth of funding. At last recollection, please correct me if I'm wrong, Mayor, they were asking for approximately $720,000 of total funding, so we're like partway there.
However, I did receive an email that possibly indicated that they would go with 600,000. However, what we have budgeted is 483.
Right.
So we are considering options. There is a action item on the Monday night council meeting for an extension to the current agreement with West Valley, because our current agreement expires tomorrow. And so we have an extension that we're looking at that would take us, the offer was through August 31. It needs to be switched, and we can go back and say, no, it has to go through September 30 to get us through this fiscal year. Or we may just end up not having any place to send our dogs and our cats. That said, Eric Skoglund, wherever you are, Eric, right there, has been diligently working on this topic. Once we realize that we are at the end of our time, to see if there's some other options out there. I would say I do recommend that we budget what we have in the budget 483, wherever that money goes, because we're going to have to meet the needs of our animals, and we don't know how we're going to do that. If we don't need it, we wouldn't use it. Really the question for the council, do you agree that you would want to go ahead and do what we put in the budget, even though their ask is going to be 600,000? And if their ask is 600,000, we don't come in at that, it could be the end. We may be able to, we have a short window that we're going to be figuring out where we're going to go. We don't have the answer to it today. So is there any other information I can
Mayor,
provide
Mayor,
before discussion? Yeah.
Yes, and one of the things that I wanted to do by not voting for foregone was remove some of the, some money from these other agencies. And so I realize we're up a creek on this West Valley Humane Society, but I also know that I'm not going to approve the 483, and I'm going to take them off to 383 and give the 100,000 to the Napa Police Department for another officer. I'll be doing that with the others as well, the VRT.
Mayor, Councilor, is there any benefit to having Eric talk to the use of this?
Would you guys like to hear from Eric?
It'd be helpful.
Okay.
Mayor, if I can, well, he's coming forward. From my perspective, we need to establish a new program. And I don't appreciate the strong arm that has been presented to us. It's a take it or leave it, give them 700,000. They were adamant a few days ago, there was no change. Now to hear today, oh gee, we'll drop 600,000. We budgeted the 400. I think we have to chart a new course. And I think if that means that we've got to work through the private sector to handle the Humane Society responsibilities that plague us, then that's a better fit, in my opinion.
For comparison only, I do know that Meridian pays, and this includes their ACOs, they budget about 730,000 a year for this service. That's just comparison. I'm
But
not saying
we
it's right,
have-
it's just what it is.
That does not include that includes animal control for Meridian. This price, and I need to correct something I just said. I just looked to the letter that's going to be included in your packet for Monday night for an extension to take us beyond this Friday. They did not change, and I said it wrong. They didn't change from 720 back to 600, and I thought they did. This was their FY '25 budget, but we had already budgeted, right? We didn't have it in FY '25 at all. They had an FY '25 said 600,000, but then when he was before us, he said 720, and that must be for '26. So,
So they want 300,000 increase, which is almost
it
equal
was,
to what we're doing for an entire foregone.
no, it was over $600,000 increase.
Above what we budgeted.
Oh, yeah.
700 above?
No. 650,000 greater than what our previous budget was.
We have to,
Yeah.
it's tough because it's at the 11th hour, but the reality is we've got to figure out a different program. We've got to go to the private sector, what can you do, whether we can split it up amongst 3 or 4 businesses to handle the services of dogs, cats getting dropped off, et cetera. Whatever the program is, the pathway we're on is not sustainable and it isn't workable. So I just think we got to get out of the same old and deal with a few issues differently.
And Councilman Reynolds.
So I think that we should leave the budgetary capacity, what we have budgeted for Humane Society, and then have a discussion about what we're gonna do with it. I'm not in agreement with giving this money to West Valley Humane Society either. I think they are strong arming us. And we've had some discussions with some other neighboring cities. I think we need to stand something up different. Also, we need to have a discussion with the county. I know we looked at, I think it was 11,000 Nampa addresses, and we're not sure how many of those are, did you find out?
We
how
have
many of those are in
11,000
the city?
Nampa addresses that are not in the city of Nampa limits, city limits. That's between Nampa addresses that are in the county and Nampa addresses that are actually Caldwell city limits. So we have 50-some thousand addresses that are in city limits, but 11,000 that, so when someone drops an animal at the West Valley Humane Society and they say they're Nampa, they could be Canyon County, they could be Caldwell, it just is the city of Nampa. I have clearly communicated that if we were going to continue, that they have to do an address check so that it's not attributed. But right now, from an intake and use perspective, we're about a third. Nampa, Caldwell, Canyon County. Our ask is significantly more than anyone else's ask. Anyway, yes, Councilman Haverfield.
Eric, I was just going to ask you, in my practice as an architect alone, I've been involved with 4 different veterinary practices that have come into the area, established new vet clinics for themselves. So and that's just my office alone. I'm sure there's others as well. Has there been any talk as far as or interest expressed from the private sector to develop or to network together to provide for this need for our community? Or is it still a reliance only on the Humane Society?
So, Councilman Haverfield, up to this point, it's been a reliance on West Valley. We have had a contract with a private vet for injured animal cases to be able to take them to that vet, and they would help with the injured animals. Their concern currently is capacity to be able to keep those. So once they treat those animals for whatever injury, as a part of our contract, West Valley has to take the animal within 24 hours, or I think it's like the next day, 11 o'clock, something like that in that contract, because they don't have the space to keep the animal and to board it and kennel it. And
Surgeries are outsourced, is that, and what, the Humane Society basically is, like you say, just kennel opportunity?
yeah, minor injuries for animals we'll take to West Valley. If it's something that our animal control officer, like if there's a torn pad on a dog, but the dog will be fine overnight, they will drop it off at West Valley, and West Valley will treat those types of injuries. Significant injuries, a dog hit by a vehicle, something like that, we would, in those cases, take to a private vet, and they would treat and then deliver to West Valley.
So is there more than one private vet that you work with? or
There's just one currently that we've been working with, and they have expressed interest in filling this gap. It is the 11th hour, as Councilman Bills had pointed out, so the conundrum at this point is putting that together and getting some facility and process in place so that we can then assume that ability. My biggest concern from the animal control perspective, police perspective, is what do you do if service stops at the end of this week? How do we now respond to, I got a dog in the roadway, can't find an owner for it. Do I check the chip? Now it's not chipped. I can't find an owner. Do I just release the dog on the side of the road and go about my business? And other callers will then call that in because I don't have any place to take it. Other types of situations are, we arrest somebody out of a vehicle, they have a dog in the vehicle, they don't have anybody that can take the dog. We have to do something with it. We can't just release it and send it off. So there's a period of time in which we then have to hold it. There are neglect cases, cruelty to animal cases, where we have to respond out to. Those are court cases that can end up in prolonged holdings of dogs until a judge determines what we can do with it. What do we do in those cases? So it's the kennel space more than, like the vet service, I think we could find many people to step in and help with injured, sick, those types of situations. It's then, they're not gonna wanna keep it in their kennel for more than a day or two. And most of the vets in this area that I know of don't have very much kennel space.
So off the street, you provide transport to the private vet. You also provide transport from the private vet to Idaho Humane Society?
To the West Valley Humane
West
Society.
Valley.
And actually, I believe West Valley picks them up most of the time. There are times I think we have.
So your
delivered them.
transport is only to isolate the dog, take it to either one of two locations?
Correct.
So I will say, Eric and I have just recently talked, and what we're trying to do is explore a couple of different options. And that's possibly building relationship with maybe 3 or 4 vets across the Nampa, to where we have more than one veterinarian and shelter that could take dogs in. This is setting up a whole new program, and so it's going to take a little bit. My hope was with West Valley that they had come in with a little bit better offer for an extension through the end of September. Right now, what you'll be voting on Monday night is a discounted rate of $56,000 through August 31, based on our last year's full year budget of 83. That's a significant increase to us. And so just Monday night, you have before you an action item to talk about this extension at this rate. I can, if council says we will approve X versus X, I can go back and have that discussion, but that will be on our council agenda for Monday evening.
Mayor Kling?
Yes, and then,
I'm sorry.
yes, go ahead.
Sebastian?
Go ahead.
Okay. One thing I'm having difficulty with this on is that I know we requested information as far as how many animal control that we pay for out of the city limits, even though they have our addresses. But the other thing was the cost of services. We've never got a detailed list for their cost of services for operations, for kenneling, for food, and all that stuff. So then we came up with this enormous amount of money of an increase. So that's why I'm being somewhat hesitant, Mayor, as to say 383 and with a $100,000 contingency, maybe. But I think I agree with Councilman Bills, and that maybe an idea would be go to a different route. Right now, we got to do something, and I don't know what the best avenue is. I don't want to give people money that haven't, when we're using taxpayers' money, that haven't given us the information that we've requested. You see where I'm at?
So a question.
And then
Go.
Councilman Griffin, and then Bills.
This may seem bleak, and I apologize. What is the bare minimum that we are statutorily required to do in regard to housing animals that the that we pick up and that we need to take care of. And let me give you context, because I've been speaking with a couple different representatives from each city that frankly say, let's go in together, let's find an acre between us, let's put up some kennels and a couple water bowls and a couple food bowls, and the vets can go out and see them. Open air kennels. Egregious, maybe. Humane, probably not. But that's what's statutorily required in the opinions of those people. Is that your opinion as well? Is this something where we can just put up a 4 walls and put a dog in with water bowl and a food bowl and send our vets out to them for $800,000 less?
Councilman Griffin, I am not legal counsel. Where's Preston?
So,
Yeah, turn the other way.
Press, I think, and maybe Rick Hogaboam, you may have the answer to this too, because you've been in this discussion. Okay, so,
So,
Okay.
to your question, Councilman Griffin, I would say that when it comes to law enforcement involvement, where we are serving a search warrant at a residence, where we respond out to a cruelty to animal type of call, a criminal-related event, where we take somebody into custody and the animal is left alone, I think there is a responsibility and a liability on our part not to do something appropriate with those animals to look after their care. So in those cases, I would say we have some liability and responsibility for that. Beyond that, when it comes to stray animals, I know again, not being legal, in looking at the code, it references the county sheriff's responsibility, but I didn't see a reference to police responsibility for stray animals. There is many calls in between there. I think there's about 30 different types of animal calls that we respond to. But some of those, like the dog in the road example, that's a traffic hazard. You know, it could cause a crash. It could certainly result in an injured dog that's not otherwise injured. And that is I think there's a public expectation that we respond to that because they're calling and asking us to respond to that. So those types of cases are, I think, the ones that are more difficult because it does put animal control in an odd position of, okay, I go out, I find the dog, I've stopped the hazard, but now what do I do with it? So that's the dynamic. It's hard to just release it to become a traffic hazard again. So that's the challenge with some of those cases. Those are the questions that I get asked by animal control when I present to them these decisions that the city is trying to make in this situation is, so what's the directive to us now on these? And I'm like, I will have to get back to you on a plan for that. So this is evolving kind of quickly, and we are in the process of sorting through some of that response plan.
thank you. So I think I would like to quickly ask from just a quick legal answer. Does the city of Nampa, according to state statute, have a responsibility to provide animal control, or does that technically fall under the county? You have to walk forward to the mic.
Mayor, Council, thank you for the question here. There is a duty under Code 2804 where the sheriff has 5-day period to hold the animal unless the city has its own ordinance specifying a different standard. And this is an item where it is for Monday. I'd recommend that maybe we hold a brief workshop or discussion or maybe exec session to get more details on that point. But generally there is a baseline from state, but cities can then enhance it or change it differently.
Okay, thank you. So,
Did I capture that from you? That's where both our understandings were. So.
thank you. Okay, so what I would like, my recommendation is, and the question that I have for council, I would like to recommend that we identify what budget authority the council feels comfortable with to say, yes, we're going to approve this budget authority. Then we've got to come back. We do have a Monday night council vote for the extension of a contract that would give us, hopefully through the end of the fiscal year, or maybe they leave it at August 31st. So that discussion for the extension will be before us on Monday night. Today's discussion is really about budget authority. my recommendation is we come back and have further discussion about how we apply that budget authority. It could be that West Valley Humane Society is willing to work with us and say, yes, we'll negotiate and work with the price we have, or that we may actually explore a different avenue. And we are having meetings with, we've met with Caldwell and talked to them and seen, but I think one of the things I've heard a little bit about is that Nampa, we could possibly provide our own. But we need to work, it's going to take a bit to work with a number of different shelters and veterinarians to identify if there is, we could build a partnership with a few different local service providers to help us. So,
Mayor, I'll make that motion to postpone. However, you need the total maximum of 483, right? And then go from there for
the
Monday.
budget authority.
Yes.
So your motion is to approve the budget authority of $483,000 as submitted in the budget.
correct.
Then to come back and
Yes.
decide how we're going to allocate it.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion?
Mayor?
I'd like to have a couple of items. One is, we still own the ground on Iowa? Does the city still own the old gravel pit on, not Iowa, excuse me, Lake Lowell?
We have a gravel pit that is currently being filled by streets. And it is, I'm not sure how far off we are from capacity on that. That is a future park location. We do have a couple of maybe options we could look at, but I think we need to explore several options.
Okay. I just think we got to explore the options of where to set up a temporary kennel and give time for the private sector to be able to react and go forward.
Okay.
And so I just want that in there. I just, candidly, I don't want to contract with West Valley Humane Society. I don't appreciate the extortion and their approach, and I think we're over the top. And so that's where I'm coming from.
I was wondering where the gravel pit was coming from, David. Wasn't sure.
Mayor?
Yeah.
When
Yes.
they were here, I was very direct with them and said that it wasn't going to come from this bench, and I stand by that. I do think that we need to approve what is in the budget now, just so that we have the funds available as we continue to have those discussions and figure out what we're going to do moving forward. But I would agree with Councilman Bills to part ways sooner than later.
Mayor?
Thank you.
My question is where do we get 483? Is that what Boise or Meridian or Idaho Falls? For me, I have a hard time approving just this number that got conjured up. Obviously, from a contractual standpoint with West Valley, we get to that point. Is 483 what we've seen other cities do? What are other cities doing? Because I don't want to give authority for more than we have to spend, but I also don't want to go back to $73,000 a year, because evidently that wasn't working.
Well, 483, the other cities are paying more. Like Meridian, the 700, and I'm forgetting the
730.
730,000, but that includes 2 animal control. And Doug,
This
you
is,
can,
the 483 is essentially a compromise between what we had and what we were being asked to fund. We knew we didn't want to go all the way to the top of the 720 because that's not tenable. I don't support that myself, but we wanted a compromise in the middle. It is not necessarily fact-based, it is what was available to be used. So you would need to come back and really analyze that number as to determine its best use. If we can find a way to use it cheaper, we won't spend the money. If we can go internal, my guess is that's not going to be much cheaper than paying West Valley, but we'd have control over it. We wouldn't have to accept pets outside our jurisdiction.
And these would come from general fund dollars, correct? So this is something that could potentially compete with police or
Yes, it does.
prosecutorial services?
It does. In Meridian, this is part of the police budget. Now, but keep in mind that right now, the general gov property taxes are around $38 million, and the police budget's a little over $40 million. So they already use 105% of the total, and the rest of it comes from the shared sales tax revenues, interest income, and allocations.
Madam Mayor?
yes,
Doug, just for future discussion, if we can get some kind of a ballpark number on what our fees recovered could possibly be, if we stood this up ourselves, and what our recovery would be on what we charged
Yeah, I think Eric and I need to work with third-party vendors and see what we could do internally, figure out a cost. Do we have a building we could use that would save money? And then we'd incur the construction cost. And this is where you could say, if you had a one-time construction cost, I can see using part of that ARPA interest to pay for one-time construction costs. It's a one-time and done, then you have maintenance therefore. That's a possible way of going forward without using public monies to support the development of an internal process. But we need a fairly in-depth look at what we could do and then allocate the cost to that. But until we get there, we need a bridge, and probably this 483 is a bridge to at least give us a level of service with West Valley.
So I would like to say that, and I'm sorry, Councilman Haverfield, I'll come to you next. When they presented before us, they gave us, there was a PowerPoint presentation. And I believe that PowerPoint was sent out to all council members afterwards. We need to, Clay, could you help me do this? We need to resend that. If for some reason it didn't get sent, I believe it did. In that PowerPoint, at the back, it did have the budget. But this has been a few weeks ago. I just opened up this PowerPoint presentation. Pocatello's budget, according to this, is sheltering only. It's $1.3 million for Pocatello. Idaho Falls is $1.180 million. Canyon County's budget is $300,000, but I believe they're $340,000, $240 that goes to West Valley, and $100 for capital, that's for the building. Caldwell, they were $68,000 is what they were paying. They've been asked for more. Spokane is $4 million, but they've got a $549,000, population. Twin Falls, $640,000 is what they were paying. Cheyenne, $552. I don't know why we did Cheyenne, Wyoming, and then we know Meridian is the 700, whatever. So really, Pocatello, Idaho Falls, several other cities actually pay considerably more. When we chose 483, basically all we did was we said we're going to give another $400,000 to this because we know that we're going to have to based on these other numbers. We've got to figure out how we can do it less expensive and manage what we're doing. And it looks like it may be a total rework. It's going to take a bit for us to do that, but we're usually very creative in our community. And we're going to have to figure this out. But that's where the $400,000 came from. You could put a lot more money at it. But we'll send this PowerPoint to everyone so that you've got it for the meeting Monday night.
Did you say that it was $68,000 that Caldwell's paying?
Yes. And they're under contract through the end of 26.
Where are they putting their dogs? In Lake Lowell?
No, they go in. I mean, they're 30% almost of the use is Caldwell. Our budget was $83,000. Theirs is $68,000, but our contract ended tomorrow. Their contract's through the end of next year. Caldwell is willing to increase their budget, but not, I don't think, to the extent we are. But I can't speak on behalf of Caldwell. Councilman Haverfield.
So 83,000 is what we had in fiscal year '25.
Correct.
But we know that we outsourced to private vets, or at least one, the surgical services or whatever. Who was paying for that? Is that coming out of the police?
Comes out of my budget where the 83 is. We haven't incurred a significant amount of costs there. I think it's been maybe $7,000 over the last 12 months, so it's not a significant ongoing draw.
So that was within the 83 that you were able to cover those?
Well, it would have meant that if we will pay the West Valley 83 and the 7th, so we'd probably exceed the budget by whatever we pay to Viking.
I'm just trying to arrive at what the true cost was associated with our involvement.
Yep.
If there was additional costs through our police department, if those were added into the 83 or a part of the
True cost would be about $90,000 right now, maybe give or take. It depends on what service needs are. I'm just saying in the last 12 months, I think we spent, what, $7,000, $8,000 with Viking? Give or take? Yeah. We only had 2 or 3 opportunities to take
That
bets
came
there.
through our books, not through West Valley's.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Those
So
were
our
emergency
actual-
situations, yeah.
Our actual costs appear to be around $90,000 for this year.
Right.
For this year.
Yeah.
Okay. So we do have a motion and a second. Roll call.
Ingula,
Yes.
Mills,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Griffin. No. Reynolds,
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
5 in favor, 1 opposed, motion carries.
Okay, thank you. So the next topic, do
VRT?
you want to do VRT next?
Sure.
Okay.
So VRT is budgeted in 2 locations. The general gov has a budget of about $490,000. And there's an additional $391,000 budgeted in the streets department. That's about $880,000 total for VRT.
Could
for
you
the
read
year.
those, say those numbers one more time if you don't mind?
Let me find it exactly. It's in general
Yeah.
gov. Let me
It
find
would
the
be good to
exact.
find them
Let me
exactly.
give the exact general. I know what the streets number is. I don't know the exact. Give me just one moment.
I think it's page 109 or 110.
Almost there. Okay, so
110.
in general gov, we have $483,000 even. That's fairly flat with the prior year.
I apologize, what page number again?
This is page 110,
Thank you.
and it's under object code dues and memberships 5493. 3/4 of the way down the page, West Valley Humane Society. Oops,
Yes.
pardon me. The, right above it, VRT is two values. It is 72,175.
It has 3
Oh,
values.
3 values, yeah, add those up
40
for me.
Yeah, 3 values.
72, 356.
Ladies, does somebody want to do a real quick add up of those 3 values? 75, so
471,800.
Yeah.
471, thank you.
And
Okay.
in the streets department, under the same object code, it is $391,092. Add that into the total, it should be 8. 391,092.
For a total of,
Uh-huh. 862,948.
Real quick, Doug, before we
Yeah.
jump all the way in, are those numbers parsed based off of the service? So the 471 services the fixed routes and the 390 services the on-demand, or are they mixed into each other?
I tried to break it up by the categorical projection they gave us, but I only budgeted in general gov up to the amount we spent last year, and the totality of everything over went to streets. So it's not a flat, exact breakout per their budget. The total matches their budget, but maybe not by individual line item on their budget.
So then it might be for Director Clegg, what the cost is for fixed routes, what the cost is for on-demand. Thank you.
Certainly. And if, would you like them to, VRT to come up now?
Councilman Griffin, would you repeat your comment? We were looking for a page number over here, just to make sure we heard it. Thank you.
My comment
sorry.
was the 471,856, is that specifically for
Correct.
fixed routes or for on-demand or a mix of both?
Thank you.
And then my question was for Director Clegg, when she comes up, can we get the numbers for what it costs to service fixed routes, to service on-demand, and to service any other potential outstanding due?
Thank you.
She
Would
had
you-
an alternative that she sent out.
So Councilman, go ahead and feel free to ask that question.
Well, after your comments, the alternative that got emailed out, I think that's going to be an important item to what we're going to do.
So.
And I failed
Yeah,
to-
we provided you 2 alternatives, scenario A and scenario B. Scenario A was minus the on-demand, and let's see. And in scenario A, the total cost of the on-demand is 338, reduced from that total of 862,948. Total cost for the fixed route that we provide in Caldwell, or in Nampa, is 410. And so again, you would reduce that from the total. So if you were to not do fixed route, the total would be 429, 689. If you were to do fixed route, but not on demand, it would be 505, 846. But as you heard earlier this year, we've worked hard to answer all your questions, and the fixed route is up almost 100% in ridership in Nampa because of the changes we made purposefully based on the comments we got from you last year to try and do what we could to make that service more valuable for your customers. I guess I would caution, if we do this back and forth every year, it's going to be really difficult to build ridership in the future because people will just lose trust in whether or not they can count on it. We've worked really hard to work with your Public Works Department to come up with a plan that we think in the future, doesn't kick in this year, obviously, in the future will help us, help you earn money to pay for these services and do it in a way which is supportive for both of us, do it in a way which is supportive for the environment. I think much like the conversation you just had around the Humane Society, and I was remembering some of those when I was on Boise City Council, which is when the new Humane Society in Boise was finally built after much discussion about what the correct direction was. If you put all of it in the budget as it is budgeted today, you give us the continued time to work on this and make sure that we're headed the right direction. We provided Councilmember Bills based on his questions about, well, if we do stick with the course and there is some chance to expand in the future and actually build ridership in the way that we think the city of Nampa could have ridership, should have ridership, what would it cost? And the most it would cost the city of Nampa to get half-hour service on the boulevard between Nampa and Caldwell all day would be 150-some thousand. We think we have a pilot idea that would let us pilot it for 4 or 5 years for much less than that, maybe as little as 56,000. We would not be able to talk about trying to do that if we don't have the fixed routes to work from to begin with.
So my recollection is part of that was the fixed routes we're going to get would change up.
Yeah.
And it would actually be a shift. So part of the questioning for council's knowledge was to figure out, instead of trying to run bus service between Nampa Caldwell to Boise, it seems like we keep servicing that trip. And that's been a priority. We are really our own economic center in Canyon County. And I think we need to shift from funding to Boise transportation, and we really need to look at what's the transportation need just within Nampa Caldwell and get a boulevard route on and potentially eliminate or change up these other routes and quit trying to be a subservient to the Boise side. If somebody has to get there, I think there's other alternative transportation that's more efficient than bus. But if somebody needs to get to services within Nampa Caldwell, then it seems like we could go through a transition and regroup and think differently than what we've been thinking. That was the crux of the question or the pose, and trying to get answers in that direction to try to help take this thing, I think, a direction that needs to go for future and start recognizing Canyon County is its own MSA. We need to quit catering to the MSA of Boise, and Meridian sits in the middle. I'm not worried about Meridian. Meridian's got enough funds to do what they need to do. They don't have that much bus ridership, and we need to just take care of people getting to services and employment within our area.
Yes.
Councilmember Bills, I can tell you my conversation with the city of Caldwell would tell me that they're very interested in that as well. They recognize, Destination Caldwell recognizes, the fairgrounds and the college recognize they need to get people between both the downtowns in this region some way. We're a regional agency, so I would hesitate to give up on the regional movement, but I would love to start the conversation with you, with the city of Caldwell, with Canyon County, about how we can do better in Canyon County and still provide connections that we need to for those people who do travel. But I think you're absolutely right. Right now, if I'm a worker, my best day, frankly, is to go to Boise and get a job. And how can we change that so that we keep people in Canyon County? How can we change it so that if I'm in downtown Nampa, I can get to downtown Caldwell? If I'm at the college, I can get to either downtown. Right now, none of that is possible, and I would absolutely love to work with you on figuring that out. I guess I'd reiterate, if you keep the budget where it is, it gives us room to do that. If you don't, we would have to start from square one, probably.
And you believe $150,000 allows you to do that? Is that what I heard initially?
What the scenario we provided to Councilmember Bills, and I shared it with the mayor as well. We can make sure that you all get a copy of it. He was the one who asked the question. In addition to what is happening today, in addition to the service, 1 hour service we have on the boulevard from Happy Day to downtown Nampa, for 150 more, you could have 30-minute service all day between the two downtowns.
So how much would the cost be to eliminate Meridian and Boise?
I did not do that. And
Okay.
like I say, I'd love to work with you on that,
Oh, sure.
but to do it on the fly, I think is not possible.
Yes.
And by the way, I would mention that both Meridian and Boise help pay for the service on the 42 and the 40 because they benefit from it.
Right. Thank you. Okay, Councilman Haverfield, then Councilman Bills.
Thank you. Lane, I just need clarification. I was trying to do the math quickly, trying to find where it's in our book, and it was mixed in different locations, but I think what I heard was on-demand was 338,000.
Yes,
Fixed routes were 410,000.
that's correct.
But the overall was in the 850 plus range. What was the additional 100,000 plus for?
Thank you. Great
Is that to get the
question.
30-minute thing?
72,175 is the regional overhead. That pays for the planning, it pays for the operations oversight, it pays for all of the work that we do that brings the whole system together, and it's a population-based number. The capital assessment, we frankly kept low on purpose to try and make sure that we kept within the promise we made you 3 years ago, that if you continued to work with us, we'd keep the increases at a reasonable level within a certain amount. I think to Councilmember Bill's point, that doesn't actually take care of the assets in terms of the facilities we have as well as we'd like, but one of the reasons I'm so excited about the renewed natural gas project is that it offers us resources to do that outside of tax money, potentially. And rather than coming to you, so that there is 43,000 in capital, however, that's for buses, bus replacement, and the daily wear and tear on things that we need to do to keep the system running.
Mayor?
I
Another
think we
question?
had Councilman Bills next. Did you have?
Well,
and
I've got
then-
to follow, or at some point I did want to hear from Mark on how the interplay of this again with what we're trying to do in transportation.
So Elaine's covered things pretty well, but there are a couple things that I want to say. Mark Stoyer, Senior Director of Development Services and also liaison to VRT for the city. Mayor and council members, one thing that gets overlooked is that the fixed routes and the on-demand service also supports paratransit and medical services to the community as well. So those kind of work synergistically together, and we can't forget about those services. Also, Lane didn't mention that BRT has committed about $560,000 towards a pedestrian project that is slated for construction next year, of which the city is matching about $150,000 to that project. And then, of course, I'll reiterate the renewable gas project that we're working on also, that will be able to provide them their buses with fuel that'll actually provide some revenue to the city as well. So Elaine has covered everything else.
Mayor?
Yes.
So my question then can go to you because it was regarding that $560-some-odd-thousand grant. We had emailed back and forth and it said if we remove the fixed routes, then we lose a percentage of what was allotted for the funds. And then I heard in a previous hearing you had said we promised to commit that 560. That was a deal we made last year. We're going to honor that. Is that still the case? If we end up doing changes today, are we going to still see that 560,000 going to the project in North Nampa?
So the fixed routes have to work, the federal government is going to require that those fixed routes are in place in order to provide the grant that passes through VRT to us. So if we were to eliminate the fixed route, it would affect and impact that funding.
Has any of those monies been dispersed? So if we end up losing fixed routes today, are we going to be in the hole for the $60-some-odd-thousand in planning and engineering and whatever else gets done to be able to move forward?
Mayor, Councilman Griffin, for the record, Crystal Craig, Director of Transportation. By the end of this fiscal year, we'll have just under 50,000 invoiced for reimbursement already, so the remainder would be lost.
The remainder would be what now?
Lost.
Okay, so 50,000 is all we've spent to date?
By the end of the fiscal year, we'll have spent around 50,000.
Thank you.
And to be clear, Valley Regional Transit would still be very supportive of that grant as we take it to the Federal Transit Administration, but we won't be the final decider.
Sure.
And that decision will, from their perspective, be based on whether or not this project provides infrastructure that will be used by transit users.
You know, yes, one real quick comment. This is one grant that we're talking about. We haven't even touched on future grants and grant funds that could be available for additional stops, the stop improvements, and the other improvements that need to be made to go along. Is that a correct statement?
That's correct, and reminder on this North Nampa project, 2 small pieces of that are bus stops. The rest of it, 6 blocks, are sidewalk gaps and curb ramps that you'd be responsible to do anyway.
That need to be done. Thank you.
Either
Yes.
Elaine or Mark, what was that city match to that 560,000 on that grant?
I believe it was approximately $140,000.
Thank you.
Mayor Clee?
Yes.
I have a question probably for you or Doug. If I choose to reduce the amount, that amount that I reduce the VRT's budget, could it go to, since it's general gov, could it go to the West Valley thing in case they increase? Or should we be safe for that?
Well,
Because it's property tax money anyway, so.
Technically, yes, but I'm not sure the way I've broken it up between the general government and streets, getting a little echo here. We could reduce the general government and leave the value in streets because I didn't specifically tie it to a specific service provided. It was just to get to the total. So technically, yes, if we wanted to reduce the general gov spend and leave the other 391,000 in streets, if you leave that alone, then yeah.
Well, and I was thinking that maybe we could get more from the streets because they have.
But if I reduce the streets, it still stays in streets for them to spend on some other project
Oh, I see.
or to go to their reserves.
That's right. Okay, thank you.
There's
Thank you, Mayor.
471 available in general gov, so if we used and it line itemed out VRT, we could use 471 elsewhere within general gov because that's where it's within the budget, from my understanding, correct, Doug?
That is correct.
entirely to 471 to 0, yes.
2-0, we'd have to do 0. We couldn't leave any lingering and say, well,
Well,
they still have administrative costs that we should be funding.
As long as it matches up with the service you're still requesting from VRT, whether it's on demand or the other vice versa, you'd have to align the cost with what they're asking for that particular service.
Thank you for that clarification.
I will remind us, just because I'm going to, that I did go to the open house that was held at the library. And I will never forget walking up and the two older ladies, that one with a walker, she was 88 years old, and she got on a bus and came to that library and specifically to say, please don't cut my funding. She said, I don't have anybody. The only way I get to the grocery store is with this transportation. And so, and then she was rushing to catch her bus to get home so she didn't miss it, her and her friend that were both elderly. And I thought, I can't imagine if that were my mom. But my mom has me. I mean, except I'm states away, but still. It really does make you realize. And then the text that I received from our citizens that say, you know what, I use that every day to get to work. If that's gone, the significant impact it's going to have on my budget. So, and I would say, I personally, and I know it's the council's vote, but I love my dog and I love animals. However, I would be looking at, I'm saying to this elderly woman, we're going to take your transportation away, but we're going to take care of a dog. I wouldn't do that. I could not do that. And I'll say, you'll probably hear me say this again in this budget hearing, but we have provided a budget to council that fully funds VRT. It's in the budget today with no adjustments whatsoever. We have provided a budget that fully funds VRT, partially as noted from GenGov and the rest from streets. So it is in the budget, budgeted. Yes, Councilman?
Madam
Yes.
So I can understand Councilman Bill's comments, and it makes sense, and I think it's worth exploring that
Absolutely.
option. I also think it's something that's important for our constituents and taxpayers and citizens of Nampa to have this. One day I was driving home from work, and there was a gentleman sitting on the bus bench on 12th Avenue. He had 3 little girls. And I thought, that's interesting. And I'd seen him there numerous times. So I stopped and I talked to him. And he said that that was his only means of transportation. Single dad, 3 little girls. He uses the bus to take them to their daycare so he can go to his job. He doesn't own a vehicle. And I thought, well, that's cool. And it was also sad to me that, but for him, he wasn't sad that he didn't have a car. He was happy he had the bus. So I think it's a responsibility of ours to provide this to our citizens, and especially for those going to medical appointments. I would like to make a motion that we keep the 862,000, whatever the number was exactly, in the budget, and then continue the discussion that Councilman Bills brought up with VRT, and so budget capacity to talk about that. So that is my motion.
Is there a second?
Second,
It's been moved and seconded.
Mayor, I also want to
Yes.
say, I really like what Councilman Bill said. When we go back to the core structure of the city and the goal that we have, for a long time, we've been a bedroom community, but we want to be a place where people live, work, play. And in order for us to become that, we have to be able to provide means for people to do that here. And so I really do like the idea of shifting the focus a little bit and creating better transportation amenities within the core of who we are and where we are, so that people can have that functionality. I get the idea that people use it to go to Boise, and I see that, but for us to increase ridership, it makes more sense to me to consolidate, make it work really good here, and then we branch out where we can, but we just create that synergy here. So I really want to explore that. So by voting in favor of this, I want to continue those discussions and see what we can figure out ridership-wise.
Mayor Kling,
Go ahead.
It-
I've always wondered if we could say, if you're going to, if you need a ride in Nampa, I'm just going to throw this number out, it's $1. If you're going to ride to Meridian, it's $2. If you're going to ride to Boise, $3. And I don't know whether you do that or not. And I think that may be, that may be an idea for us that'll take our anxiousness away from just for that.
Madam Mayor, if it's
Yes.
appropriate for me to comment, I would love to. You know, I've been here at VRT now just about 2.5 years. I inherited a fair tariff system that is what it is today. And frankly, I have been talking to the staff a lot about going to a distance-based system rather than the ride system that we have today, recognizing that as a region, there are places where that would, I think, be really valuable. I guess I'd also note the information that we gave to Councilmember Bills was based on our current system, and adding to it, it occurs to me that you could keep some regional service at the peak hour with the 40 and convert the 42 into that more concentrated service between the two communities, notwithstanding that we still have this potential funding for a pilot that could let us really test some other things for much less in terms of local match than typically would be required. So if all the money is in here, there's lots of things on the table that we could explore with both you and the city of Caldwell. And I would be remiss in the position I'm in today if I didn't mention that we continue to work hard on establishing service on the rail system that exists in this valley. And if that were to happen, the regional part is taken care of, and then you really are focused on serving each community. And while it's not going to happen tomorrow, I've been encouraged recently that it could be sooner than maybe some people expect. So I know it's a hard ask right now. Budgets are so tough. But staying the course and figuring out how to grow rather than pulling back and then trying to figure out how to reestablish, I continue to think is the right way to go.
Okay, thank you for that. I
You bet.
appreciate that.
Mayor?
Yes.
I'm trying to pull up emails because I have been probably one of the more vocal on this issue. Today, we've heard that police needs 7 officers. That's what they've requested. We're giving them 4 and potentially 2 additional with 4 gone, so then we're 6. Where in our budget are we going to find more money to be able to fund police, which is the top priority of our constituents in Nampa based off the survey? Unfortunately, in my opinion, this is where. On Demand has been a useful service. Beyond Access is federally provided. I don't know if they've clawed back that money or not, but when I get outside of the emotional, because this is a very emotional topic. I've sat on the bus, likely as the only council member consistently sat on that bus, next to people that are blind and cannot see where they're going, that are using a phone to be able to get directions on how to walk at St. Al's on Garrity. I've seen it firsthand. Tragic, heart-wrenching situation. And I've also sat on that same bus with that one individual, and there's only one other individual on the bus, all the way back. So for 3 of us, my heart goes out. I hope there's methods and means. I believe this is likely going to pass. Once again, that's fine. I have a different opinion. I think police can provide a service to those same individuals that are crucial and essential as well. Transit is important, and being able to have means of transportation is important. I think public safety is also important. So I go back to the numbers that I've gone through with Mark during the quarterly report. On the 40, for example, 30% of those riderships come from Nampa. Out of 15,796, 30% of that leaves us with 4,739. Only running weekdays, that means we get 18 people a day using the bus on the 40 route. For me, I have to step back out of the emotional and look at it in a different sense. Those are hard numbers to try and stomach and process with the service currently, and it is increasing, and I think I've been very, very complimentary of Director Clegg. Unfortunately, it's a service for me that I'm not there yet, that it's fully worth the value. For me, I'd rather see 2 more cops on the street patrolling and doing what they need to do, because that's what our constituents want. That's what the community needs. And that's going to be the hot topic today. So if we're going to conjure up $125,000 per officer, I only can find $174,000 if we cut marketing and publications, operating supplies, if we thin out contract seasonal employees, lessen our maintenance and repair budget, we're only going to find $174,000. Right here, if we remove the fixed routes, we can have $410,000 to help put cops on the street and make sure we meet our statutory obligation of, whether I like it or not, having a shelter for animals. So I'll be a no. I think there's better usage of these dollars right now. I'm excited to talk about just in Inner Canyon County because I look at this servicing other cities more so than Nampa.
Mayor, I'm going to play devil's advocate just because I appreciate what you're saying, but alongside with those surveys and what we know people want, yes, public safety is on that top, but also on that top of the list that tallies a lot of times for first is streets and congestion on roads. And we hear that too. And so if we can take these dollars and we can change our routes to make it so that it alleviates some of that pressure on our roads, that's also a service that citizens are saying potentially that they would be wanting and is a priority. So both are a priority, also PD, but that's just my thoughts. And Elaine, I don't envy you, but I appreciate all that you do. And I've said it before, I don't know why the state does not provide public transportation. I think they should. I know we're one of very few that don't. So if you ever need us to help lobby and do anything as a legislator, please let us know because we've been a part of these conversations for years now and we know what troubles that you're in trying to get this figured out. So we're for you, yeah.
Mayor, clarification.
Yes.
By the passing of the foregone, that the police department will be receiving 5 new officers, that's correct?
We haven't made the decision on how to allocate those funds.
Okay.
So, but the funds will be there.
Okay.
And then that decision will come later on how to allocate that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
One final comment, just a final little argument to state. For me in my home where I live right now, the closest bus stop is 2.8 miles away. I'm going to have to get on those streets and I'm going to have to congest the roads to just get to the bus stop. The people that we're focusing on servicing ideally don't have vehicles, period, are having to walk their 3 girls down the street and to daycare miles and miles and miles to make ends meet. So if the concern is, or the argument is, this is a service for our citizens because we're alleviating traffic, I think that's a misnomer because you still have to drive, bike, or walk miles to get to those locations until the funding's there that we're able to have more stops within neighborhoods and communities, but that's potentially millions of dollars.
So I'm going to make a quick comment, and that comment is that if we don't stay the course and continue to grow, you can't stop and go, stop and go. You take 1 step forward, you're going to take 3 steps back. If we don't fund, it makes it extremely difficult to ever get there. We recognize with the growth and where we're going that we have to have a system in place. And this is part of staying the course for the system to be in place. It's like if you don't fund something, where are you ever going to get the funds back to fund it in the future? And that's one of the greatest challenges is when we don't have the routes and people's needs aren't met, then they don't use it. So we need to continue to grow it. We need to continue to work on it. As Councilman Bills had mentioned and others, I think there's some avenues that we can look at. We need to continue to do that. We have this discussion every year. And yes, the legislature doesn't fund public transportation. That is very, very unfortunate. And Elaine and I have talked about this, we the people of this community a number of years ago voted in this transit authority with no funding. That was not a wise idea back in the day, but it is what we have, and we're trying to do a good job. Elaine's doing an amazing job, and the key is that you've got to continue to partner, you've got to look to the future and figure out how you go there, even in a tight budget. But if we pull the budget out, it won't come back, and it's going to impact lives. And for some people, yes, some people have to walk a long ways, other people don't, and we do try to encourage our density to be along our routes where we have public transportation. So anyway, With that, is there any other comment before roll call?
Mayor, I appreciate Councilman Griffin's points, and as it stands, that is true. However, with what we're saying, being able to shift and look more inward, we probably can make those more readily available, those stops within the community. So that's just, we don't know yet, but that's a possibility, so it could become a better service that way.
Okay, roll call.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Mills.
Yes.
Everfield,
No.
Griffin,
No.
Chingula.
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
4 in favor, 2 opposed, motion carries.
Elaine, thank you for coming over. We really appreciate that. Mark, thank you for your work in helping us as we continue to move forward. Thank you. Okay, so we had one other item to discuss, which was the prosecution attorney invoice. That's in the legal budget.
It's in the legal budget.
And so,
We have 8.
yep, question for a true 5, a 5-minute break. And this will be a true 5. Okay, and then we'll come back to it. True 5. Thank you.
So after we're done with the topics, are we going to go?
Those hats, like, why have we not been doing this?
What's up, big guy? Absolutely. So,
We just got this bid back. This is where it looks and this is our. Okay.
5 minutes. We've had our 5 minutes. Help me out with that.
Thank you. Okay, we're ready to get started. So our next item, as we get started, I think they're coming. You could do it right up there. Thank you, Shar. Okay, we are ready to get started, and the next item that we're going to be discussing is the legal budget as it relates to the Canyon County Prosecution Services. And Doug or Preston, do you want to give a quick overview about where we are with that?
Why don't
Thank
I
you.
start off with the numbers, then Preston can talk about where we're at
Okay.
operationally.
Okay?
This year, council, we created a more fully fledged legal department budget. And some of the changes there is we moved, obviously, we moved Preston into the legal budget and the paralegal and a new position. We also moved into the legal budget the fines and collections from Canyon County. They were in general government budget, and this is all part of the general government budget umbrella, but we moved all the costs related to the legal system into Preston's budget in the existing org. So you'll see that when we get to their budget went up, some other budgets went down. But within that budget is encapsulated the current proposed value for Canyon County Prosecutorial Services. That stands at $805,000. That's an increase of 3% over the prior year plus $50,000. So 3% was about, I think we went from $711,000 to $755,000, so it was like $45,000 or 35 plus 50. So we're up about $85,000 over the prior year's budget right now. And that resides within the legal budget in 1003030, which starts on page 115. It starts there, and it's shown probably on page 117 is their budget. So with that being said, I can turn it over to Preston, and he can talk about what we get for that $805,000 and where our options might be.
Doug, do you mind if I displace you with yours? Mayor and Council, thank you for giving me a few minutes to share a little back history here, and then I'd be happy to answer questions that you might have. So I think it'd be helpful to start in the beginning, right? So when the in-house came in January officially, we immediately realized that we're learning more about what we know and don't know in the city now that we're in it day in, day out, rather than popping in on a contractual basis and then popping out. And with that, the discussion came up of a huge portion of city's legal budget as a percentage was actually allocated towards criminal prosecution, a vast majority of the budget compared to the civil work. And so obviously that was a starting point of, could that bigger pie slice be reevaluated? How can we be more efficient? Maybe stewardship was the word of the year. I think efficiency was word 1B, right? And so that's what was the genesis for this. Let's look at this biggest pie slice within this budget and dissect it a little bit more. That led to many conversations, beginning with reaching out to Canyon County Prosecutor. They have a new prosecutor on board, so like me, he's getting up to speed and establishing a department. And as Chris Boyd's the prosecuting attorney, as he got his arms a little more around his department, as was I, we convened for a meeting and had that initial conversation. And where we were some numbers far apart. And I can appreciate some of the points the county has raised to us, which are, for some time, they have been understaffed, underfunded. It sounds like a broken record, right, from every department. But that was their reality. And so we expressed what our reality was, which is we're trying to build out the civil arm And is there some cost savings in this really tight world that we live in with House Bill 389? And where we landed was some offers back and forth. Initially, they came in with a proposed budget, the county did, in which they would have almost 1.5 million. That was eye-popping because the contract has been renewed year after year after year with no eyes on it. That contract essentially sat on a shelf, if you will, and collected dust from 2017 to 2025 with 3% gains year over year. And there were, the county prosecutor at the time, Brian Taylor, had a system in place and then decided not to run again, which caused us to revisit this. In 8 years, a lot can happen. Think of the population growth that the counties experience and our city as well. So because of that, this contract got a little stale and needed to be revisited. And like I mentioned, we had met with Chris Boyd and his team to have those initial conversations, and we were about this far apart. We're explaining that we're tight. We have other needs within this fixed legal pie that we need to reshift the sizes of each of them. They say we're experiencing the same. Over time, we've whittled it down to a little closer of a number. As Doug had mentioned, what is in your budget proposal is 805. That is 50,000 more than a 3% increase would provide at 755. And so that extra 50,000 in a sense is kind of an offering, a good faith offering of trying to bump up to a number that could work for them. And they've come back and whittled their number down to 900,000, and that offer is on the table. And some back history, that stale agreement that was on the books, that only paid for the attorney's salary. It didn't pay for the intake specialist. It didn't pay for the witness coordinator. It didn't pay for staff. And now what County is proposing is we want you to pay not just for the attorneys who prosecute, but the support staff. And overarching all this, it cannot be lost that this is just for misdemeanors. By statute, the county bears the responsibility to prosecute felonies. So that will never be ever shifted off the county. That much needs to be clear and understood. But misdemeanors, it depends on the city. Usually you find cities with a more robust police force, higher population, considering going in-house. I've done a lot of outreach on this, on top of just the normal duties here. I've reached out to Boise City. I've talked with them. They have in-house for theirs. Talked to Meridian, who actually contracts with Boise. And Meridian has indicated to me that they are having the same conversation that we are. Are we big enough now where we need to go in-house? Think of, an analogy to this would be for the police force. Smaller municipalities often will contract with the county because they just don't have the horsepower to do so. But at some point, a city gets big enough where it makes sense to meet their own needs, have that control to go in-house for police. Same concept for a city when it comes to prosecution. And these are just misdemeanors. That much I can't emphasize enough. The data that I've gathered, and so there's 3 different sources. You have the county providing us data. The police has been very helpful in providing us some memos of what they have for their numbers. And also the state recently developed a fascinating tool that you can slice and dice any sort of prosecution across the state by charges, level, and county. And what I'm finding, putting all that data together, Nampa constitutes 45% of all the misdemeanors within Canyon County. So think of us, that's how much that we're bringing in the workload for Canyon County. So in theory, 45% of their prosecutorial budget should, probably land with us, right, if we're doing an equal proportionate share. As I've reached out to others that were in the prior prosecuting attorneys administration, the chief criminal deputy prosecutor, he had figured that about 4 attorneys were allocated for prosecuting our misdemeanors. Usually, just for your enlightenment, for those who go into the criminal law world, which I did not, in full disclosure, I enjoy where I'm at in my civil lane, but those that go in the criminal lane for prosecution, they start with misdemeanors. That's where they cut their teeth. It's like they're like a beat cop. They're just cutting their teeth there, and then they can rise up the ranks and start prosecuting some low-level felonies and then to the big, heavy stuff. And so they often will have 4 attorneys who are junior, and then they're either cycling up, or according to the county, they lose them to Boise City or Ada County. And it's this triangular wage battle. They just hop from one to the next for wherever they want to go. And some of the numbers that the county had presented to us in terms of how many attorneys we would be paying for and support staff seemed rather large at first. And I don't blame him. I think we all would love to have a massive redundancy in all our departments. But we live in a time where we have tight budgets, and we have to figure out how do we get our public safety and needs addressed with prosecution in a way that it can be sustainable financially. And the type of crimes that you might see at misdemeanor level, these would be some domestic battery, city infractions, speeding citations, driving without privileges, those things. So obviously important to prosecute. And when you see a tight prosecution team, they often will maybe try to settle out when something could be tried or pursued more vigorously. That to be said, we're at this point of what do we do? Nampa is at this crossroad, an identity crisis of some sort of we're getting so big, how do we fit into our new identity? And from the legal standpoint, we need to look at this closely. Does it make sense to go in-house? The thoughts that I have on this, it would be a massive undertaking. Building a civil department is also another massive undertaking. And so can you do this sequentially rather than simultaneously? That may be more feasible to do. And if you were to go forward with this contract, we have a proposed number of 805. We'd have to continue talking with the county if that number would be acceptable. As mentioned, they have on the table 900,000. And so the proposed contract also allows for advance notice, meaning if they wanted to change their course, the county or us, we could have essentially 4 months notice. And that would be kind of our land strip length. If they wanted to pull out at some point, we would have 4 months to figure out what we need to do to continue providing that public service of prosecuting misdemeanors in your community. And that's a concern I think you ought to appreciate as you consider this. All right, how would we be able to go forward if we had to go in-house on a relatively short notice? Or can we buy ourselves maybe another year to continue to evaluate the situation? Evaluate, okay, what would it take in terms of staff power? Would that be more at the paralegal, legal intake level, or more at the attorney level? Where would these people be? And another thing that comes into play is trying to keep continuity. Oftentimes when there's a criminal act, there'll be other charges associated with it. There'll be a misdemeanor and then maybe a more serious felony. And there's some efficiencies there of keeping those together. I know in past, I know Chief Huff and others have maybe shared with you, when we've gone outsourced to maybe a law firm, there's a little bit of a disconnect there. And so that is also an interest to keep that continuity, and with the county that is in place, no doubt. I foresee that there's definitely a scenario in which the city has continuity with the county as well, if we ever need to go and elect to go in-house. So that's a quick backdrop there. I will stand for any other questions you might have on this point, but thank you.
I'd like to ask a quick question, and
Yeah.
that just cutting to the chase.
Yes.
We have budgeted 805,000. I think you mentioned that they came back at 900, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So what I'm trying to just understand, if we approve 805, they may not provide the service, is that correct?
That's possible, right.
Okay, so and then I would say that since we're on the legal budget, I would like us to approve the full legal budget while we're here on this item. So there'll be two things. We'll decide that, and then a final motion would be to just approve the legal budget as it's presented. So in addition to this topic, Council, would you have any other questions? If you do, please pose them regarding the full legal budget, but then also to this topic.
Mayor? Go ahead.
Councilman Bills, and then Griffin.
So, I guess what I'm looking at is that we need to approve the budget as has been provided. However, I would be in favor, and I'll hold on the motion, but that we would increase it to the 900, and we would use some ARPA interest monies to supplement that.
I would say that before we decide how to use it, that might come back as a discussion of a use of the foregone we have approved, because the ARPA monies are one time, and you could be committing us to multiple years of expenditures with no source of revenue for that.
Okay, I'll finish what I'm trying to communicate. I see this as a 1 year. So from my side, you've heard my comments on other matters. I hate being strong-armed. And so if we can't get along between the counties and the city, and there continues to be this strong-arm basis, or we're not able to, or we have to budget up if we think it's a great job they're doing, then we adjust. But otherwise, I think the second part of the budget today is that we need to set aside a task force of some council members and some people from the legal community, not tying up Preston's time or anything that direction, sole and separate, to figure out whether we reopen the misdemeanor side of prosecution under the city. And I think we could do that, do diligently with a task force and figure out, is that the right way to go, and the cost and what that's going to be. And then if it's greater than, if we explore that and it comes back and says, well, it's going to cost the city $1.2 million, and prosecutor's office can continue to do it for 900, then we've got financial answers. And then we decide, well, can we do it better, or et cetera. So I think we have to bridge the gap, and that's how I'm proposing that we bridge the gap, the separation.
No, completely support. In fact, that was one of the things that Preston and I talked about. Use this year as a bridge year to develop a plan of where we want to go. But do the analytics, figure it out, and then make a decision more formally after we have all the facts and the cost more fully developed.
Yeah, I just have it, personally, I think it's a tough deal when the county and the cities are at odds, and different organizations, different management styles. But that's where we're at, and we're at the 11th hour. So we got to keep moving forward, just like on the Humane Society thing, to figure something.
The comment about use of ARPA monies totally available for the ARPA interest, I would still probably prefer not to do it, because if we go down the road of developing it in-house, there will be certain one-time costs that I think would be perfectly acceptable to come out of ARPA because they are one-time. What you're proposing is an ongoing cost, that whether we do it to Canyon County or the city, we're likely to keep incurring that no matter where we do it. And that's where I struggle putting any likely ongoing costs out of a one-time source. But that's council's decision.
Appreciate your input. I'll stay with what I've suggested.
Thank you. Councilman Griffin, were you next?
Yes, I
Thank you.
apologize. And I wanted to shoot a text because I look at this as a significant decision, that if we underfund something that I think has been described as, and I would view as public safety, I've gotten permission from our good prosecutor that if we funded only $805,000, would you continue the service? He said, we cannot afford to. We are already paying more than I'm afraid. If Nampa City does not approve the $900,000, we will not continue service. Just so we all have something to consider when we vote.
So I want to say something from a legal counsel procedural standpoint right now. I think that's really awkward. In fact, I'm not sure. So Preston, can you speak to what we just, this particular issue of the text that came through right now and how we deal with that?
Mayor, if I can address that, and I'd love you to maybe flesh out more of some of the concerns you have there. We have a comment made about a pending contract offer, that it's maybe a final and best offer. That's what I'm hearing, is read from this text right here. And I'd be happy to address other concerns you might have about that.
Well, I think we need to have that somehow of record. I mean, because it's, right, you have access to information that no one else has access to. So from a procedural standpoint, it gets really awkward. And I think that we can't do that or I just need the advice of legal because that's,
Yeah, this would be, you know, the testimony you're hearing now isn't something you have in advance. If this is a written document, which it is, a text, as you've said, Councilman Griffin, that needs to be produced to all the body here, including the mayor.
I will email
So that
now.
would be part of,
thank you.
yeah.
That way we can put it in the record, since it's referenced, and thank you for doing that. Okay, so, well, we got a confirmation, right, that it would be the 900,000 for this year. So I don't believe there was a motion.
You
Was
probably,
there a motion?
I didn't make a motion yet. I was expressing, because I didn't want to get ahead of other council members, but.
but you
we're ready for
probably need a
motion,
new
I'll do it.
total with the additional 95,000 in it.
Well, let's, yes, you could give us a new total. Well, actually, it's $1,690,322. So that's what the new total would be. But do we have any other questions regarding the legal budget? That's the full legal budget. So
Would you repeat that
Okay.
again, Mayor, please?
the 1 million, the total expenditures on the legal budget is $1,590,322. If we add 100,000 to that, you would be approving a total expenditure budget. And Doug and Leslie, I want you to confirm that, a total legal budget of $1,690,322.
Mayor?
Yes.
Question just procedurally, can we split this into two, or does it have to be voted as one single budget?
Well, it is one budget. Help me understand what you're thinking.
I would like to have a vote on what the amount will be for the actual prosecution contract, voting on that, and then voting on the budget separately if we're able to.
We could do that. And then we could do that if it helps to clarify so that there's clarity in that.
And I'll make that motion
Okay.
I move that we approve 900,000 to the prosecuting services of Canyon County's prosecutor office.
Thank you. Is there a second? It's been seconded. Is there any other discussion regarding the Canyon County prosecution's annual?
Mayor, I
Budget.
did send those to the record. They should be received. Char is unavailable from July 17th through the 18th, but other than that, we're good.
Sebastian, or Councilman Griffin, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Okay, there is a motion on the table to approve the Canyon County prosecution agreement at 900,000. If there's no further discussion, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Jingula?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bills?
Yes.
Griffin?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, so that has been approved. And then, is there any discussion on the proposed legal budget or any questions on our legal budget since we're here right now? Doug and Leslie, could
Need
you
a
confirm?
A slightly different total. I think Leslie's got it.
1,684,990. We added 94,668,000 to it because it was,
I'm sorry, you're going to have to explain that because
Okay.
that's significantly different than what we have in front of us.
it's a few $100s. So the total for Canyon County was $805,332. So if you take that up to 900,000, that's a $94,668 difference.
Okay, so the new total expenditure line then is,
$1,684,990.
990, $1,684,990.
Correct.
Thank you so much, because I just was rounding up 100, and that doesn't work, does it?
No.
Yeah, thank you for getting it correct. Yes,
Madam Mayor,
please.
I make a motion that we approve the budget in its entirety.
At $1,684,990.
That's correct.
Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the total legal budget as stated. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Jingula?
Yes.
Haverfield?
No.
Griffin?
No.
Bills?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
4 in favor, 2 opposed, motion carries.
So, Madam Mayor, wanted to ask, can we make a motion to approve the rest of the budget as been presented in our books and through the workshops?
Mayor, I'd also support that.
Okay, so there is a motion on the table and a second. So we're going to honor the motion on the table and the second, and let's have discussion. So,
I'll kick off discussion, Mayor. I think the hot topics have gone through, foregone has been allocated, or at least given authority of a certain amount. I believe, whether anybody else will believe it in this room or not, that Nampa is a good steward of the dollars, and I think they've worked hard on this budget. I don't think at this point there was a time and a point where we could go through and scratch out if we were going to try and make weight for one item or another. I don't think that's the will or the intention of the council at this point, to go through and line item thousands of dollars at a time. Foregone's been voted on, the budget's set, there's good stewards in positions, the directors do a great job. I think at this point, we trust you. Frankly, I don't support the foregone aspect, I've already stated that, but I think the city does a good job at moving forward.
thank you. Councilman Bills, do you have any comments
Well,
to your motion?
I just look at it from the standpoint that we've spent hours in workshops. I've spent hours in studying the book. And so I don't know, do we need to spend hours going through each section that's listed in the agenda and making votes and scrutinizing line items at this point? I don't think so. So I'm thinking we've covered, I think, the hot buttons, and the rest of it is going to shake out through the year. And we tend to have multiple budget amendments during the year, and I think we can deal with those as we go.
Councilman, I support that because we have gone out of the way to provide this information in advance, to be transparent and provide the council with the necessary facts. There are two small residual issues you may want to consider before we finalize it. The one was the small 0.25% increase we had brought up but did not add in. And then there is the, Mayor, however you wish, well, possibly three small issues. The issue of council wages.
It's my understanding, different than Doug, you and I spoke, that the council wages are in the budget.
They are in the
If we
budget.
approve the budget as is,
They
we're
are there.
approved. One thing that is not in the budget, and I can mention it because it doesn't impact me since I'm not running, the mayor's wage. I believe we do have some comparative wages. Do I have those documents?
I only saw it for the city council, Mayor. I didn't see.
I think that was what Peter gave to you.
They're right here, so.
Mayor, so just a clarification, procedurally, and this is a Shar legal question. My words still reign true. I don't know that I necessarily should be the second on the motion because I'm not in favor of the foregone aspect. So I'll be voting no, but I do believe we should move to a motion. So I don't know if there should be somebody else to second it with that perspective.
That is a good procedural question, because if you seconded a motion, but you're going to vote no, then I don't know about that. That's
don't know.
highly
Mayor?
unusual.
Mayor, I think
Yes.
it goes back to the nature of the motion. I believe it was Councilman Bills that was the mover for that. Can you elaborate the motion a little more in depth? And that way you can withdraw your second if that's the case.
So my question, I know where he's coming from on the motion side. He wants to
Well,
approve the.
let's let him confirm that real quick.
Okay.
So my motion is to approve the budget, everything else that that's in the book as presented by finance, knowing that we've already approved some of these other items. I don't think it's necessary to go through the detail like we did last year. Last year we had new people, and me being included. And I think this year we've been working this thing. And so to me, to get in and start wrestling with, after seeing this past year multiple budget amendments, I'm comfortable with moving with what we have at this present time.
Okay. Mayor?
So that's why the motion for let's adopt the budget and
Okay. What I might offer clarification then, the vote for foregone, that's a done, completed matter, and your respective opinions has been vocalized on that, duly noted and recorded. This is now for the remaining piece of the budget that has not been voted on. And that is the scope of this motion, just that piece. So any opinions on the other prior acts, that's already been taken care of. So nothing here would address that. Does that clarify your question?
That actually does help me
Yeah.
clarify. Once again, I think there's work done that I had tried through the budget workshops to say, okay, where could we make room for maybe more police or not? With them being funded through, potentially, hopefully through Foregone, I still have those areas within here, but I don't think it's worth going through line item by line item, scratching those out at this point because it's already a moot point for me. So I will be voting no on the budget, but I understand procedurally where Councilman Bills comes from, and I think a number of us feel that we've done the work, we've reviewed it. Maybe it's something, let's see where it lands. Maybe this vote ends on a 5-1, hopefully not. If that's the case, I'll probably vote yes, just so you're not the only one. Because I think there's no rhyme or reason that we go through and scratch out for $14,000 at this point, or say this department can't have this money without a plan to allocate elsewhere. Every budget's been allocated for. People are now receiving more than enough, in my opinion, so if that's the will, we move forward. That's at least where I'm coming from.
Okay, Mayor, does your second still stand, or do you want to withdraw it?
If I am a second, do I have to vote yes?
It's usually implied that you're supporting it, but if you want to go to a procedural point, I think technically you could vote against it. That's very uncommon, though. Is the only comment I'd make on that. Maybe unusual procedurally.
It is unusual. I am support of the idea of moving to vote for the budget now. That's what I'm in support of. I'm not in support of the budget, but the vote option is what I'm in support of.
So the motion is actually to approve the budget as it's presented to council, everything that we didn't. So it sounds like you might want to withdraw your second.
I withdraw my second.
And then is there another second?
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I have a comment. I generally support the motion, but I do want to talk about police and staffing separately. So there's some things that I do want to talk about, so I can't support the motion as it's stated. So
Mayor?
with the substitute motion.
So
I'll withdraw
we'll-
the motion.
Okay,
I just-
motion is withdrawn. So, thank you.
Just in this vein, I think we have to remember that, yes, we've done our due diligence and we've been a part of this now for 7 months, but for public perception and for public involvement, for us to just omnibus a budget because we're comfortable it's not our role. Our role also is to be able to provide transparency to the public. So as much as it's tedious for us to go through essentially line by line, it is important to the public that we do.
Okay.
Mayor, a recommendation then, if I could.
Yes.
Can we outline from council specific budgets that are of concern? Write those down so we can tackle those specific budgets rather than, and then approve the remainder?
You know what I think I would recommend? In order for us to keep it straight, I would like to say, for example, general fund, which is number 1. We could just go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Let's leave it at 5. Would there be a motion to approve the facilities, city clerk, code enforcement, IH2C, and economic development? We could go through that list and go ahead and, if there's a motion, I want to ask a question. Do we need to have a discussion around the Idaho Hispanic Community Center? There any questions on that? Okay, I'm hearing that we do. So how about, you know what? I think we're going to go one by one, but it's going to be fast, right? If there is no discussion on a given budget, we're going to ask for approval for that budget. So as we go down the list, we're going to start with general fund.
Mayor, we could run by this sheet that's in my supplemental that has each department's total budget in it. Then they're all sequential there on on the handout you have, if you wanted to do that. It's the summarized number of it's just an option.
I think I'd like to follow our agenda because that's what the public has. I have it in front of me. our page numbers are on the agenda. And so I think the facilities budget is on page 49, but I want to go back, and I really appreciate Shar reminding me. I don't know that we made a decision on the merit increase.
No, we didn't.
We did.
So if we approve the budgets as stated, it includes the merit increase within that budget. So that would not require a separate action. The merit will be approved as we go through every single budget because it has been applied at 3.253 and 2.75. Now, the question that I was reminded during a break that we've reduced the amount of merit to our top employees. Instead of getting a 3%, they're getting a 2.75%. And so I just want to make sure we all understand that, or we could adjust it across the board to a 3% for everyone. And so I
Well,
guess the question I
It would
would
still
ask,
leave the bottom group, pardon me, the wages up to 44, but 3.25, and I think that's appropriate for the lower side to give them a little more lift. But the top two tiers from 44 to 60 and 60 and above would be at 3% if you approve that.
and that will increase the total budget by
$9,200.
$9,200. Okay, and you have the capacity to do that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mayor, I move to approve the merit increase of 3% across the board.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded to approve the merit increase 3% across the board. So that is, and it's been moved and seconded. That means that the lower people do not get 3.25. Is that what you meant?
No, whatever was budgeted, and we highlighted the 60K plus individuals would have.
3%.
Whatever was there, just adding that
0.25% to the
0.25%
top.
for the top tier.
Okay, thank you. And
That
that's
would be my
been-
motion. Okay.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. For clarity,
Can I have
the,
it on the screen, and I'll just read off the numbers? for you?
actually, it's I'll just be really clear. The lower tier is 3.25%. The
Right.
mid-tier is 3%, and the top tier is 3%.
And
That's the
I
motion.
think in rationale, we can probably just absorb that within the current budgets and not increase the total, just absorb it.
$9,200, yeah.
Madam Mayor,
Yes,
for clarity, is it 1.5 COLA, 1.5 merit?
The merit, the market is 1, and the merit would be 2.25% for the low bracket and 2% for the upper two brackets.
so
So
I
there are
was,
some people
I
that,
was incorrect.
So to reiterate, for the sake of the record, up to $44 an hour, 3.25% new total increase. 44.01 to $60 an hour, 3%, and 60.01,
and up,
is it 3.25 or 3?
3%.
3% is what
Correct.
my motion will be.
Okay, and with that, there was a second to that already. Who gave the second?
Victor?
I did.
Are
Yeah,
you good with the second
yes,
on
I
that?
am.
Okay, so that was just a clarification. And then for the cost of living increase versus the merit, it was recommended that the cost of living be 1% and the merit be the 2%,
Right,
or 2.25.
exactly.
Councilman Reynolds, are you okay with that? And can we, are you okay with that?
Can you explain the bar to me on the merit?
You mean the why we chose 1 and 2%?
No, just like what bar do they have to meet?
Oh, yes. So they must be employees in good standing with a 3.0 or better on their annual reviews. I mean, out of a score of 1 to 5, they have to be meeting expectations. I think that's the criteria. If they're not meeting expectations, or if they're on an action plan, a work plan, then they will not get the merit portion.
Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, are there any other discussions regarding,
Mayor, does this include mayor increase, or is this just employee?
the mayor is tied to the employee increase at this time.
Right.
However, and I would recommend that stay that way, with the exception of a discussion when we get to the mayor's budget about doing a one-time increase to the mayor's budget to get it a little closer to what the other communities are.
But that does not apply to council. So that's the one exception. Right.
Okay. However, I'm sorry, I'm going to bring it up. So right now, the council increases in the budget, and it should be. I think it would be nice if, once we align, that in the future, the council is tied to the same merit increase that the mayor is tied to, that the employees are tied to, so that it is not a vote on a regular basis for council. It just automatically, they get the same increase that the employees get. And I think that would be a nice way to approach it, because you can only address council wages and mayor's wages during the election cycle. And so it really becomes challenging, and council members never want to provide themselves with an increase. And as we have seen from an equity standpoint, our city council is very much not in line with the other communities at all. We're lower, and I will say a workman is worthy of their wage. And so I would like to recommend that council, once we do the adjustment, we get tied to the same cost of living increase that the employees have.
What's the process of doing that, Mayor? Is that something that's
We
done
could just
today,
make a
or-
motion to do that.
I think when we tied yours, we actually wrote it into the city policy, and we could amend that policy to include the council as well as the mayor.
Okay?
Is that something that's considered binding future councils to dollars? Would that,
No, because it's tied
Percentages.
to the budgetary process and whatever cost of living
Thank you.
increase is given.
Yep.
Okay. So that is a separate action from the motion and the second that we have on the table right now. Is there any further discussion regarding our current? Any questions? Roll call.
Ingula,
Yes.
Bills,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Haverfield.
I need a clarification. I'm sorry.
it's on the merit increase?
The only thing we're voting on is just, we're voting on across the board. And then including that, the council option to increase our salary as well.
That's not part of this discussion.
Okay,
right
so
now.
that's not a part of this, it's just across the
We
board?
can come to that later.
Okay, then I'm okay with the motion.
Got a yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Rodriguez,
Yes.
Griffin,
Yes.
all in favor, motion carries.
Okay, that is done. So let's now move on to our respective general fund. This is in section 1, 1.1, the facilities budget. That is on page 49. Are there any questions on the facilities budget? And if not, I would welcome a motion. Could we go to roll it up? Is this the?
Put the facilities budget on here. Go that's on page 54.
Okay, it says 49 on our agenda.
Well, I'm going to the end of the.
You're going to the end.
The expenditure
Okay.
line.
So the dollar amount, the total expenditures on the facilities budget on page 54 is $3,245,283. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So moved, Mayor.
Okay.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the facilities budget in the amount of $3,245,283. Is there any discussion?
Mayor, was ice melt in this one? I'm looking at my notes. Is ice melt in facilities? Oh, it wouldn't be in this one. Never mind.
Is ice melt in the facilities?
Never mind.
We don't need ice.
No, I had a question on the ice melt, but that's.
I need ice on me, but I don't need ice melting.
This is a roll call, right?
That's not this one.
I would just do it.
I gotta
Okay.
organize my notes.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second. Roll call.
Ingula,
Yes.
Bills,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Griffin,
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, the next
Page
budget is the city clerk
64.
budget. Thank you, page 64. And the total amount in this budget is $708,971. Are there any questions on this budget? If
Madam
not,
Mayor,
yes?
I move that we approve this budget as stated.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Ingula,
Yes.
Bills,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Griffin,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Code enforcement is on page
70.
70 is where the budget is, thank you. And the total budget is $893,558 is, that's a different number up here. Code compliance, page 70, which is all three budgets in one, there we go, $893,558. Are there any questions on code enforcement?
Madam Mayor, I have a question on this one. Was there any FTEs in this budget? I didn't.
There's no new FTEs,
No new
no.
FTEs, okay. And I guess my follow-up would be for Kent. I didn't want you to fall asleep, Kent, so get you up here. Let's get some exercise. So how are things going since you got your FTEs last year? Are you keeping up? You're able to maintain?
Mayor, Councilman, yes, we're doing better this year. Numbers are up. Of course, population is up also. So we seem to be standing pretty solid with our FTEs right now.
Okay, and then one more follow-up, Mayor.
Yes.
Last year, I think during the equipment rodeo, I was talking to a couple of your employees, and there was some disparity in wages for the code enforcement officers, and hopefully we addressed that last budget session. Have you been able to maintain the same employees with the budget and the salaries that you have, or do you feel like there's an issue there?
There's always an issue when we start talking about other jurisdictions, but we're doing okay. We've recently, with the help of Mark, gave everybody $1 raise, and so that has helped everybody really well.
Thank you for that.
Okay.
Madam
you
Mayor, I
remind-
would move that we pass the code compliance budget as stated.
I'll second that.
It's been moved and seconded that we approve the code enforcement budget, all three budgets, at a total of $893,558. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Ingula.
Yes.
Mills.
Yes.
Hammerfield.
Yes.
Griffin. Rodriguez.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
The next budget is the Idaho Hispanic Community Center, and it's actually, the full budget's on page 82. Just as a quick FYI, and Rick Kennedy's really been overseeing this project, we did not budget any personnel, we don't have a city-hired employee like we used to have. We have contract employees in this budget, but when you see nothing in the total personnel budget, it's because of that. The coverage for IH2C is actually the Hispanic Foundation. We had reduced their rent. They had a grant that was not approved, and so, which impacts their funding. So they are actually covering, it's a trade, they're covering the front desk for us. And so that's how it is being managed Monday through Friday during the day, and then after hours and on the weekends, if there's an event, it's a contract employee that is contracted to be there during that event, and the event fee should offset the cost of that contract employee. So, and at this time, I see we did not budget any capital expenses either. No. So, which we did capital the other day, but the total expenses are $279,532. And is that what we would be approving?
Yes.
Thank you. Are there any questions regarding IH2C? Okay, I'd stand for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the IH2C budget of $279,532. Roll call.
Mills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Hammerfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Ingula.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
The next budget is our economic development budget. The actual budget for the various divisions is on page 89, and that is all the different community projects, operations, and historic preservation.
Madam Mayor, I move we pass this budget as presented.
Is there a second? I'll state it. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded to approve the economic development budget of $689,100. Okay, so that's a different number than I have in my book. So,
689, 173?
yes, the number on the screen is 669. So I don't think we have, this is page 89 in our thing, and this is codes 2200, 2900, and 3400. Are we on the right page?
Yes.
Well, we are, but correct, we've got to go to the full budget, that's all of them in. 689, are we there? Yes, that's it. Okay, so, right there, okay. So the motion is to approve the complete economic development budget at $689,173.
Mayor?
Yes.
Just a real quick question. Procedurally, your role as operations, our as budget setting. I occasionally marked the amount of travel, lodging, and conferences that departments went to. For me, I don't think there's any resolve in saying I'd like it to only be $5,000 or $3,000 for a specific department. Is that our authority, or do we budget set and you are able to say, maybe we shouldn't go to this conference, or maybe we should? Because I have a lot of line items that I frankly don't like, but I don't know in the reality of everything, do I say, I want this budget to be $3,000 less because you shouldn't do that much traveling? I don't think that's
great.
within my purview.
So can I say something regarding economic development specifically? There is an amount of travel there, and some of the travel, which is more than certain ones, is going to the whatever meeting, and that's where they met the developer that's coming in and developing like the 208.
Sure.
That's where they met them. There's a number of various trips, and so economic development does have more trips, but it really is about economic development.
And it wasn't
So-
even something that I highlighted.
Okay.
I'm just thinking about, now that we're burning through some motions, how what's my authority here?
I would add on this specific issue with travel and training, there is a secondary approval process for all travel and training requests greater than $500 that come through myself and HR before they actually get approved to spend travel dollars. So they'll find a conference, they'll give us the information, we have a SharePoint process. So just because they budget it doesn't mean they spend it. They have to come through us for approval on those.
Thank you.
Mayor?
Yes.
I will say that the first year in my budget book, and I still have it, it's all marked up, and that first year I looked at it and I'm like, what is all this travel? And I have all highlighted, and I'm like, who's this Robin lady, and why is she traveling so much? And then the more that I learned, if Robin's in here, the more I learned about it, I was like, oh my gosh, this is so important to city development, and the more I learned about what she did and the value that was.
So I will tell you personal experience. So I've been here almost over 6 years. I have gone to 2 conferences. One, pre-COVID, I went to Las Vegas for a conference on union negotiations, very informative. And then 2 weeks ago, I got back from the GFOA, the Governmental Finance Organization of America conference, highly beneficial. That's only the second conference I've gone to in 6 years. It was in Washington, D.C. Idaho was very well represented. Every city sent 1 or 2 people to that. I think there are times when you need to bust open the piggy bank and go to some of these conferences, but that's why we have that secondary approval process on travel and training, that all large conferences get approved before you can book the flight, before you can book the hotel. So they are valuable when properly vetted.
Well, and Robin's been really great too, coming forward to tell us about things that are coming to the community and telling us where she met them and what conferences, and that's been really valuable too.
Mayor,
Thank you.
just another clarification. And this was a poor one to stop on because it's one of few I didn't mark up. So I just looked at, maybe I'll stop here. To reiterate, we're setting budget authority, not necessarily line items, correct? So if
Right.
I say I want to do less, this is not happening right now, but I want to take $20,000 out of economic development's budget because I have a reason. It doesn't matter. They could end up paying for that exact same reason because they find that of value and they have the authority to spend less than $20,000.
That's an interesting topic. I will tell you how I approach it. When I'm approaching budgetary authority, I do not approach it by line item. I approach it by what's the total budget approved for this department. And significant items such as travel, such as capital, anything over $50,000, they all have to come back through secondary approval through council. So the only things that really don't have to come back through council are like wages that we're approving now, FTs we're approving now. If we add a new FT, it comes to council. If we add a significant raise, it comes to council. But most of the wages and benefits go through the system because it applies to everybody equally.
And so
And then-
I think that just answers my question. I looked at this by line item, not necessarily budget authority. So it's a mute point once again for me. I think there was times when I looked at P cards or anything else, and I'm not gonna go into all of that. But if I wanted to withhold funds for a specific item, it wouldn't matter because they have authority to spend however they want. These are just the line items that
Well,
they.
I would
Actually, could I-
rephrase that slightly.
Could I speak to that? We are granting general budget authority, but right now, training has to get approved through finance and HR for specific training. If you say, you know what, I'm still concerned about generally these areas, even though it has budget authority, that isn't always spending authority.
No,
And
it's
so
not.
I think that we can come back and say, and listening to saying, you know what, generally council has some concerns here, then we go back and we take a look at it. Because just because there's budgetary authority, it isn't fully spending authority. And I think
Right.
that's what you're asking.
And that's for a different time. That does
Yeah.
not need to be fleshed out here. We can have
But
a one-on-one and discussion.
You've got
Yes.
Rick Kennedy developing a purchasing process that, I mean, I don't know if there's a threshold, but we have a very low threshold. They need to come through finance and the various approvals for us to see what they're spending before they spend it. So we're trying to develop that more fully in the purchasing side, because you're right, we need appropriate controls in order to make sure we're spending our monies wisely.
Exactly. And I think we're going to, you know what, we've been doing a good job, but we can always get better. And so I appreciate your comments, and they're good questions. Thank you. Councilman Reynolds. I'm sorry.
Been called
I'm
worse
looking
things.
at you. I'm
Been
sorry.
called worse things, so it's fine.
Made you taller and more bald.
I just had a comment. Over the last couple of years, I've approved the payables every week, and I see a lot of things the city buys. I mean, most of it's legitimate, except for what Chief Huff's buying, his little heart-shaped Post-it notes. I don't understand that. But really, what I've learned through the process and working with Jerry Ann when she was there and the rest of her team, there's good checks and balances in place, and there's several layers to that. The real questions that I've had over the last couple of years are on the pay apps for construction. That process has gotten tightened up and improved. But we have a good checks and balances in place, and I appreciate that.
The team brings me frequently, the AP team and the PCAR team frequently bring me transactions they want me to scrutinize a little deeper before they're approved. And that's a weekly basis. We look at things, and if something looks a little bit off, we dig into it, we find out what. There was one recently where one department was buying Carhartt shirts for like $110 each for their staff. So we dug into it, and I found out, did they do a competitive review on other processes? Why did they choose the Carhartt? Do we need to choose a Carhartt? And they supplied me the whole bandwidth of what they'd done to verify that Carhartt was not the most expensive. It met the needs, and it was a reasonable price. And so we look at those things as they come across. We just don't rubber stamp it and pass it through.
Yeah, and in so many instances, if you can take the leash off of your people that are fiscally responsible and let them get three numbers on things, a state contract is not a good deal. I
Yeah.
deal with that every day. It's not a good deal. So if you take the leash off and let them.
And provide them the expectations of what we're looking for them to do, many times they will do that.
Yeah, exactly. And much like Councilwoman Jangula, first year on council, I looked at these budgets and I wore out several Sharpies marking through coffee and snacks and travel and things that I thought were silly. But then when you get into it and you find out the nuts and bolts of the day-to-day, the good employees that Nampa has, and what they actually do and why they need that stuff, I'm like, oh, it makes sense now. It's like having a picture in our budget book, even though there's no pictures in here. So,
Capital has plenty of pictures.
thank you.
Excuse me. Remind me, did we have a motion on this one? So the motion was to approve the $689,173. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Mills?
Yes.
Hammerfield?
Yes.
Griffin?
Yes.
Jingula?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
So I think we are going to try to break in about 9 minutes. So with that, we will go ahead and move through Finance 1.6. Finance, the complete full budget is on 102, I believe,
And
Mayor.
103.
and 102, 103.
Would you prefer we stated the number, or can we just approve the budget itself?
If you approve the budget, I'll restate the number.
Okay, Mayor, I move to approve the finance budget.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the finance budget at $12,824,180. It's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Pingula?
Yes.
Bills?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Griffin?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
1.7, the legal budget has already been approved, so we'll go to 1.8, which is HR, and that is on approximately 119, but the actual number
124.
is, sorry,
124?
page 124.
Mayor, I move to approve the human resource budget.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the human resources budget at $1,017,712. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Pingula?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Bills?
Yes.
Griffin?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
The information technology budget is on page 132.
Mayor, I move to approve the informational technology budget, IT budget. Good job, Butch.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the IT budget. Total expenses of $2,585,000, $585,478. I'll get it. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Pingula?
Yes.
Bills?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Griffin?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, we'll try to get through these next two real quickly, and then we'll pause, and we'll come back for police after our break, just because it'll take a little longer. The mayor's budget is on page
145.
145. And this budget, I do have a question on the budget. I want to make sure that that the chief of staff is fully budgeted in this particular budget.
Chris can give a little more clarity on this. The chief of staff position right now is budgeted 70% in the mayor's office and 30% still resides in facilities. So, because there's still a facilities function there. If we want to transfer that portion directly to the mayor's office, that's fine, we can do that without changing the budget. It just moves from one bucket to the other. If, however, you want to simply augment the mayor's budget in order to leave capacity back in facilities, then it would be an additional $40,000 we would add to the mayor's budget for the chief of staff wages. And then we'd leave $40,000 of budgetary capacity in facilities if they need it for a position or a portion thereof.
Okay.
So the same question, to confirm Amy's position, it's 0.82 for the mayor's budget. Is she elsewhere 1.8%?
Other departments absorb part of her pay.
Thank you.
And that's an allocation, but in this case, there is no allocation. And the concern I have is that we have right now, when you have a chief of staff that's actually performing wearing multiple hats,
Not sustainable.
it is not sustainable. And so we've done that for a short while. I just want to make sure we have budget capacity to free up to hire someone else to fill that role in another department, and that we have the capacity to pay the chief of staff
And
out
on
of
this,
the
if
mayor's
you wanted to
office.
simply add the capacity to your budget, I could support that by taking down my contingency by a similar amount and just moving it from one bucket to the other without increasing the total general gov budget.
Okay, which is fine. I just want to do a call out on that. The other call out that I would like to make is, and you know what, I can do this because I'm not running. Otherwise, I wouldn't be saying anything about the mayor's budget. But did we pass out the mayor's, yes, the document that has the various wages. Council may decide to or not decide to do a one-time increase for the mayor's budget to get it aligned a little better and then continue to do the 3%. And I guess I would leave that at the will of the council.
Mayor, I move for the mayor's budget, including the one-time budget increase to align more. In what amount would you like that?
Would I like that for the mayor's wage? I'm sorry.
Well, you made the comment.
It's at the 110 currently. So what would, I guess the question would be, we would do a one-time increase to the mayor's wage
Do you
of,
have a recommended amount as the outgoing mayor of what the incoming mayor should be set to?
that's a tough one.
What is Meridian at?
Well,
139.
Meridian.
139,
Is it-
380.
The mayor of Nampa certainly does as much or more than the mayor of Meridian, sorry, my personal belief.
The other thing you could do is take it up, like currently it's at 110, you could take it up 15,000 to 125 and then tie it to the merit increases.
So where would that 15,000 additional come out of? Is that already within the budget?
I would pull it out of my contingency fund, the $1 million that I've got, to say, let's move it from there to there.
And you would have to do that ongoing, or next year we would just
It would,
wrap
it would
that
flow
up?
through, it automatically flow through next year. We don't need to increase the budget, I just changed the budgetary authority.
I move to approve the mayor's salary to $125,510.40, as well as the current mayoral budget, and make sure it's tied to employee salary increases. Is that the phrase you would use?
Salary increase is already built in.
The salary increases are built in. The only thing is we need to make sure that we're going to align and ensure the full budget capacity is there for the chief of staff. But that's, I think you said you can do that also from the contingency. So both of those numbers would be adjusted. And I tell you what, we will also do is that when we move forward with this budget in the public hearing, it will be correct. We won't be, this will be updated and provided to everyone, so it would be
Absolutely.
correct. But,
So,
yes,
Comment, I would recommend that you'd revise your motion and it'd be at the 135.
I approve the amendment, 135.
and Councilman Bills we have a motion on the table. I know Councilman Bill Reynolds had a comment. Do you want to second the motion, or do you want, because we do have a motion on the table.
I have a question. So the mayor's salary is tied to COLA, or is tied to the increase to 3%. So that's currently $3,315 at the current rate. So you want to go 135 plus the 3% that we already approved?
No.
I was suggesting
No.
the 135, which would include the mentioned COLA.
Okay, I would second that motion.
Mayor, if I could make a comment for my motion. I might be rambling off and moving to approve a lot of budgets today. This one specifically, I have talked with members of the community and individual stakeholders. Does the mayor deserve a salary increase, whether it be Mayor Debbie Kling or the mayor's position in general? And both answers were yes. So I don't do this lightly. I'm not in favor of just throwing money into the wind. And when I say what should it be at, that wasn't just in spite of, okay, let's just throw out money to throw out money. You do a lot of work. The mayor's office does a lot of work. They need supported in the position. We need good people in good positions. So that's why I made that motion.
Thank you, and I support it because I don't get to benefit from it after all these years, but that's what it is. It's kind of the way it goes. So I thank you for supporting the mayor's position long-term. There's been a motion on the table and a second. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Mayor, can I just get for clarification for transparency? So we are approving the 716
Excuse me.
277, and that is to include 135,000 salary for the.
Let's get the
Right, but-
exact
but-
number.
Well, I'm proposing we not give an exact number, because we can do the wages, then we have to calculate the benefits, and I will be off by a few dollars when I do that. So rather we do the general discussion, we will add the wages up to $135,000, and then add on the related benefits, and I will give that number back to you when we do the public hearing. I can give it back to you next week, probably. If I do it now, I'll probably miss by $5, $10, $15. I'd like to be right.
So we're approving the $716,277 total expenditures, adding to it the increase as approved by council, which is what, 25? Right.
plus benefits.
So a wage of 135.
Right, exactly.
Period. Okay.
Exactly.
So with that clarity, the original motion and the second still stand?
I'm good.
Okay, roll call.
Rodriguez,
No.
Chingula.
Yes.
Bills,
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Reynolds,
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
5 in favor, 1 opposed, motion carries.
I'd like to finish with 111 before we break. That is the city council budget.
Oh, Mayor,
Um,
I'm sorry. We neglected to account, as long as you intended that, to also include the increase for the chief of staff wages, which will not change the total budget, it'll just shift it from general gov to you.
Correct.
Right.
Correct. Okay, so the city council budget is on page 151, and actually, I don't know that there's any discussion because my understanding is it includes what we've already agreed to. Is that correct? Okay,
Madam Mayor,
yes.
I would approve the city council budget of 246,481, and that does include the increases, correct?
Yes.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the city council budget at $246,481.
Mayor,
Yes.
can we pause until Councilman Bills returns?
We've got a quorum. I think he's okay, because he was going to do it earlier.
Okay.
So we do have a motion on the table and a second, is that correct, or not?
Yes.
We do. Okay, any further discussion? I mean, we have a motion on the table. If the council would like us to not vote on this issue till he returns, we can do that.
I would prefer that Councilman Bills was here since it's a council discussion.
Thank you.
I think that would be appropriate.
Okay, so we will pause and we'll come back and resume in approximately an hour. Not everyone will be back in an hour, and so that's a little bit challenging. How would we like to handle that? Councilman Bills said that he thought he will have to leave early. He wanted to get there early. And then he said he will probably leave early to be back. Councilman Haverfield, I know that.
Can we come back to this specific budget on his return and just move forward with other budgets?
We can move forward with other budgets.
Why don't we just vote on it?
Well, this one specifically because it affects.
I know.
Okay.
I know, that's no big deal.
I think we may have to skip 111 when we come back because we'll be missing possibly 2 council members. But we could come back and start with 112, 13, 14 and resume at, I would say let's resume at 145. Council, would you be okay with that? At 145?
Why do we need an hour to eat? Just do it half hour.
Well, because we were missing 2 council members. I know what you understand, yeah. Yeah, it's difficult. There's a memorial service. In case people don't know what we're talking about, there is a memorial service going on today, and it makes it really challenging. So we're trying to figure out how to work within that and give enough time for a couple to attend, even though like I would normally attend, I won't be there. So, council, I think we do need to pause for an hour. Do you want to do 145 or 135?
145 is fine.
145. Okay, so we are going to pause until 145. We can all grab lunch. That's funny. Okay, so I think should we get started? Should we get started? Do 1, 2, 3, 4. Victor.
Oh, okay, I just saw it.
So we're just missing 2. Okay, guys, I think we're going to get started. I think we're going to start with library. Library. So guys, I think we're going to come back. We're going to come back. Guys, okay, so we're going to get started. And we're going to kind of move this around as far as where we're going to start right now. Jared, I'm glad to see you here because I think we're going to start with 2-6. We're going to go do the library. Then we're going to do Family Justice Center. We could go back, let's see. Well, let's start with the library, then we'll do Family Justice Center. We may do 9/11, and then we may skip back up and get Parks and Rec. So anyway, just trying to get people back.
Okay.
So
Yeah, so
we're
we'll
gonna
start on 307.
We're going to start on, is that 27, the library will be?
307, the library.
Yes.
Mayor, I move to approve the library budget.
Okay, and I've got that in, let me look just to make sure, sorry, there we go. Okay, there's a motion, is there a
Second.
second? Okay, there's a motion and a second to approve the library budget in the amount of $3,384,168. Is that correct?
3,384,168, yes.
Yes. Okay, and maybe we can scroll up to get to that number.
It's in special.
And while we're getting there, is there any discussion on the library budget?
Mayor, for me, there are some things that I have noticed, line item wise, that I'd like to have discussed, so I'll find time to meet with finance and the library to discuss that, because we're only
It's not the same.
giving authority for spend, not necessarily the specific items, so.
Thank you. And I will, just as a reminder, the library is under the direction of a board of directors. A little different than us, we do allocate the funds. So that would be a discussion probably with our library director, Jared Tolman. So, if you would.
She's not on the roll-up.
We found it. So again, $3,384,168. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Pingula?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Griffin?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
The next item is 2.7, that's the Family Justice Center.
Mayor,
And-
Mayor Kling?
Yes,
Could I interrupt just for a moment?
yes.
Okay, so when I voted no on the raise for the mayor, I made a mistake. I was reading 125 in my notes that I wrote. It was actually 135.
Yes,
I wanted to vote 135, but I said 125 no, so I made a mistake.
okay.
Not that it matters anymore, we already voted,
Uh-huh.
but I just wanted to let you know that I really did want an increase for you. Okay,
Thank you, but so noted.
thank you.
Thank you so much. I
You're
appreciate
welcome.
that. Thank
I
you.
just got mixed up on the numbers.
Thank you.
Mayor, I move to approve the Family Justice Center budget.
Second.
Okay, so let's see, and that budget number, there's a motion and a second to approve the Family Justice Center budget at $832,461. Is there any discussion? Roll call. Whoops, excuse me.
Just one moment.
Just one moment, okay? 324.
324.
324. And you know what, we'll slow down and make sure we let you guys get to the exact page in case you have
No,
notes you want to
we're
follow.
good, I just didn't know where we were.
Okay.
Okay.
So, roll call.
Rodriguez?
Mayor, I'll make the motion to approve.
It already is one roll call.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. We moved
I think that's a yes.
Who's on first?
What did he have during lunch is
Who's on
what I want to
second?
know.
You're on both.
I'm one of the smartest up here, and I'm doing that.
If you approve, you can just say yes.
Yes.
Pingula?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Griffin?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
I will say during lunch, we figured out who could throw paper airplanes the furthest. Who won?
Oh, please.
Dale.
Actually,
Okay.
candy wrappers was Natalie, the paper airplane was Dale. And I say that to say that I told our council members that were in the room how nice it is that we can have fun and get along when we're off the bench. Talked no business, but it was a really good airplane making contest and a lot of chocolates eaten.
Just for the record, we've done this for a long time, and that's the first time Dale's ever won.
And just for the record, I actually beat both of them, so.
Oh.
that's okay.
But this is the only time Natalie's came away with her face bleeding.
It's true.
She lost all the way around.
I just said, please no workman's comp claims as we do this, yeah. Okay, so we are ready for 2.8 on the agenda. This is 911 services, and I believe that is on page 336, which is the full budget. Is that the correct? And that budget is $2,162,123. Okay, so we're good. Are there any questions?
Madam Mayor, I have questions on this.
This is 2.8 on the agenda. It's 911 services. Do you have a question?
I do.
336, Natalie.
I wanted to talk about this during budgets this year. I think this is the place to do it. About the budget for a 911 fund and what the fire department gets and what we get, or, can you talk about that?
Councilman Reynolds, I'll try to address this. So there's been a lot of conversation about the 911 budget, what money fire department allowed to have, what money the PDs ought to have. I'll tell you about ongoing conversations with other agencies in regards to how they handle the 911 budget.
Sorry, Lieutenant, would you mind, there you go, thank you.
Is that better? Okay, so I have a lot of ongoing conversations with other agencies and how they're handling their 911 budget. That's echoing. In short, the answer seems to be if fire was to walk away, which is part of the conversation, that they aren't entitled to any of our 911 funds. We've checked with legal on this. They're backing that stance. I've checked with Idaho Public Safety Communications Commission. They're backing the stance as well. I reached out to Latah County. They have a very similar circumstance where Moscow PD is not dispatched through their county. They've chosen to go somewhere else, so they're contracting out. And they receive no funds from the 911 portion either. So amongst our 911 budgets that have been submitted, there is funds for certain items for the fire department. We don't have an answer unless Chief Huff has something I don't know about. We don't have an answer if they're staying or going. My suggestion at this point would be to leave the funds allocated as it is. They are public service, emergency service to the community. Until we get an answer from them and we can take a look at what the numbers truly need to look like, I don't think we make a move or ask you to approve it as is.
Okay, thank you. With that, Madam Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve the 911 budget.
Second?
Question on that. So if we do, but can we later allocate those once we have more clarification as far as where those funds should go?
That one's going to be out of my depth. I would think that's be a budget amendment thing. How does that work out?
If we do what?
If we do approve this, the 911 budget, but then we later find out that maybe PD should be getting some of those funds that are not allocated in this, can we make that adjustment later on?
Yes, if it's a simple matter of not spending the money, that's easy, we just don't spend the money. But if we need to reallocate the funds, we would do that through an amendment.
Okay, thank you.
So I believe there is a motion and a second to approve the 911 services budget at $1,317,674. Is there any further discussion? Roll call.
Pingula.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
What is the will of the council on where we go next? Do you want to do Parks and Rec?
Yes.
Parks and Rec.
Okay, so Parks and Rec is approximately page 240, let's see. Do we want to do the whole roll-up budget, which is on page 245? I believe that has everything rolled into one, the roll-up budget? Okay. So this is the full budget with a total expenses at $5,984,789.
Madam Mayor, I move we approve this budget at $5,984,789.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Pingula.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
2.4 on the agenda is the Harvard Recreation Center. That is approximately on page 288. Thank you.
I move to approve the Howard Recreation Center budget.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded to approve the Harvard Recreation budget in the amount of $4,088,607. I do want to make a quick comment that if anyone's looking at a book, we're only approving total expenditures. If there's a capital expenditure, that number is not being called out because we've already approved the capital budget. So if anybody wonders if they're looking at something, why there's a difference, that is the why. So once we get there, yeah, it's the total expenses, $4,088,607. So it's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Pingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
We'll move to 2.5 on the agenda. That is the cemetery, and that's approximately page 299.
299.
299, thank you. So that total budget is $436,682.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the cemetery budget at $436,682. Is there any further discussion? Roll call?
Reynolds.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Pingula.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Wonderful. Clay, could you do me a favor? Could you reach out to Councilman Bills? Just get a feel for how far out they are so that we know how to progress from here. Okay, so now let's decide where we want to go from here.
Airport?
You want to do airport?
Sure.
Okay. Lindsay's here. That's good. Okay, so the airport is approximately page 230-something.
Mayor, I move to approve the airport budget.
Hold on.
Okay. Okay.
231.
And 235, I believe, is the page that has the full airport budget in it. And I believe, we'll wait till you get it pulled up, but I believe the total amount is going to be $744,892. Is that correct? Okay.
744.
$744,892.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the airport budget.
Madam Mayor, I have a question on this. We talked about this in the capital vote that we took as far as the remodel or the replacement of our building out there. I don't remember what we approved. What was in that capital plan?
I think the capital plan had $750,000 for the initial component of the airport remodel.
And
Sorry, how much was it?
$750,000 for 26. There's more coming later, but.
For a design, to start
yeah,
a design?
right, just to start it.
And they have dollars in their fund balance to pay for that.
They have about $2.8 million of fund balance on top of the money we gave. This general gov was going to pay another, I think, $750. We were going to pay $1.5 million of the total, and the rest of it was going to come from the airport fund. So there's in 28 or 20, whenever we get to it, there'll be another $750,000 from general gov, and then the remainder should come from the airport fund balance,
Reminds me
which
of
is
that
about
guy.
2.9 million.
Reminds me of that guy off of that Tim Allen show years ago, looking over the fence. That's all I can see is the top of his head.
I think based on this, your question and your answer, I'm thinking that the final budget that you just referenced out past 27, I think the intent is that we get this done.
Yeah,
We're going to begin design and get that construction, and we should have that thing done by the end of 27. So we
Yeah.
need to ensure we have the funds available.
that's
that-
where I was going with this, Madam Mayor, was we've been kicking this can for a long time, and that building, it's a real asset to have the terminal building for the city of Nampa in nice working order. That building's a piece of junk. It needs to be tore down.
The funds are there, and if we spend more than the $750 with council approval, we will amend the budget to pull from fund balance, which is where we're pulling the money anyway. So the funds are there, just we budget as we need to. We're good. If you need to increase it, we can increase it. If we need to amend it through an amendment process, we can amend it next year.
I think the point is we need to get it done.
Yeah, we need to get it done.
Did you guys hear that? Will you invite me to the grand opening, please? Thank you.
We need to get
Okay.
it done before Captain Daniels retires, because he wants to see it before he kicks off.
Okay, so did we have a motion and a second for the 744,892? And now, any further discussion? Roll call.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Pingula.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
So, any updates on time schedules? Okay, so we can do police, we can move to street division,
Those streets.
street,
Enterprise fund budget, we still have those 5.
golf, development services, water fund, water renewal, and sanitation. I'm fine, you guys want to do that? Or do- We haven't done, well, why don't we do Public Works Admin and GIS? Okay, so we'll start there. So 113 on the agenda, which is approximately page 182. It's not exact because it's not our voting page, but 187, thank you.
Mayor, I'm going to make the motion to approve.
Second.
Thank you. So there's been a motion to approve the Public Works Administration budget in the amount of $1,858,828. It's been moved and seconded. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Chingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
The next item is 114. It's the GIS budget that's going to be approximately 194. Thank you.
And that one I'll also make a motion to approve.
Has it been seconded?
Second.
Thank you. It's been moved and seconded to approve the GIS budget in the amount of $1,352,380. Is there any discussion?
I have one question, Madam Mayor.
Okay.
Was there some discussion earlier in the year about GIS having to relocate or needing more space?
I believe there has been discussion about that, but not resolved. But there's been other discussions as well, code enforcement, fire admin and so forth, but we don't have a resolution yet.
Okay, so follow up. So is that something we are going to need to plan for budgetarily?
Oh, I think, not budgetarily, no, what we need is a master plan.
At this time, no. Not that we may not need an expansion, but we have a couple moving targets right now. When the fleet building is done, we have some movement, and it's one thing hinges on another thing. So for example, when Fleet moves into their new building, the traffic sign division would like to move into the former Fleet building. At that time, we would move the facilities team over into the former streets sign division that's over in that building, and that will free up room in the India C building, which will allow the expansion and to accommodate the needs there. So at this time, I think we have a plan, but it takes a couple years to get there because of the progression. But we're trying to really maximize the utilization of the buildings that we have and not go into an additional expense because we know we're going to get there. But it's going to be a couple years. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so are we ready for roll call? Remind me.
Yes.
Okay.
Do we want to
Restate the motion. I went to the, okay. So currently, the motion is to approve the GIS division budget in the amount of $1,352,380. Okay, roll call.
Chingula.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Abstain?
Reynolds.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay. Let's, at this time, do we want to do the police?
Sure.
Okay, we're going to move to the police budget. This is approximately on page 154. I'm sorry, this is agenda item 112.
Mayor?
Yes,
I do know that Councilman Bills did have questions and comments on this one.
Okay.
Is there anything left that we could go through?
we can move to
He's here.
street division.
Yeah, administration.
He's in the bathroom.
Street division is the last item to be approved, I believe, in our special revenue fund. So, yes.
Page 204,
Streets,
and that's streets and traffic.
Do we want to look at these, because it's, instead of doing them all, do we want to look at streets, traffic, and stormwater?
Yeah.
And, yes, separately? Okay. So,
Streets is page 210.
210.
thank you. Okay. So beginning with the streets budget, are there any questions or discussion points on this streets budget? The streets budget, final budget, without the capital expenditures, total expenses is $569,395. Are there any comments or questions regarding the streets budget? If there are none, I'd stand for a motion.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the street budget in the amount of $9,569,395. Further discussion? Roll call.
Pingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you. And we are on the Special Revenue Fund 2-1, and now we're moving to traffic. And traffic would be on page 220-something.
22.
222. Thank you. So the traffic budget that we would be approving is $3,915,637. Are there any questions on the traffic budget? If there are none, I would stand for a motion to approve.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the traffic budget, again in the amount of $3,915,637. Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Pingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
The next item is our stormwater budget. I believe it's on page 229. And that budget is $55,000. I would stand for a motion to approve.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Pingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
At this time, we're going to go back to page approximately 148, 111 in the budget, and we're going to address the city council budget. I think that is 140. It's actually
151.
51, thank you. Okay, so the city council budget, we have a motion on the table to approve from earlier. We had a motion on the table to approve the city council budget in the amount of $246,481. Okay, is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
I have a question. Does this include the raise?
Yes.
It does, huh? No.
Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
No.
Griffin.
No.
Pingula.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, there's a tie.
Yes.
That motion carries.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I would like to bring forth a motion to tie the city council pay to the same as what the rest of the city's getting every year, just so it keeps up ongoing.
Second.
So there's been a motion and a second to tie future city council increases to the cost of living increase that is afforded and merit that is given to the employees on an annual basis. Any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
No.
Pingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
No.
Griffin.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
4 in favor, 2 opposed, motion carries.
Perfect. Okay, now we're ready for 112 on the agenda. This is approximately page 150 something. 157? Would that be correct? No, 150.
Do you want to do the roll-up for police or individually?
We want to do the roll-up, so that would be on page
163.
161.
163.
161.
You're right.
Okay, so I guess I have a quick question. It's page 161 for the total budget. That is operations, investigation, special services, and the integrated command center. So would you like, should we do a motion incorporating all of those orgs? Or do you feel the need to separate them out?
I'm fine with that. I have some questions on this whole budget, though, before we get there.
Okay, well, let's go to questions. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, as I brought up earlier to Doug, I'm concerned about our police allocation model of being 11 officers down, and I don't feel like 3 is justification. to start toward backfilling those. I don't know where I got the number 7, but it's been stuck in my head that we need 7 officers. We need to start catching up with this. I mean,
Right.
I've talked about this before, there's numerous times at night when there's 4, 5 officers out there by themselves with no backup, and it's not a good thing to feel if you're in that position. We need to figure out a way to fund some more officers. And so with the officers, I understand what it is to hire an officer, to train an officer, put the uniform on them, but with a car and everything else, what's the fully loaded?
Well, without the car, because new officers will come with a car from impact fees, but without the car, it's just under 150,000 for fully equipped. So out of the foregone use, at least 2 officers, which would put them to 5 this year, because we could take 2 out of this.
To reconfirm, just not getting off that point, Mayor, if I could, we can use impact fee for the first purchase of a vehicle, but once that vehicle retires, we are on the hook. to pay
Exactly.
For the second.
So we've got an excellent fleet manager. I think we get about 10 years out of our cars. So, but yes, when you're done, I think next year's budget has a big chunk of new police vehicles. Next
How
year.
big?
Bigger than this year.
Predictor, so I can get
I
excited.
don't, well, this year, the capital budget for police was like $1.9 million. Most of that's vehicles. It might be bigger next year.
So
So-
follow up if I can.
Yes.
So we're at 5, so you're saying we're approximately,
Assuming council approves 2 from foregone, yes, you'd be at 5.
okay, because we have.
If you approve 3 from foregone and we just kind of swallowed hard on the other issues where we're playing, line in the sand with West Valley, you could do 3. But like I said, police are very important to us and I want to support them. They're not the only department that has needs.
Understand that.
They're a priority, a definite priority.
Understand that. So, you're saying 300,000 to get us to 7 if we use foregone for 2?
Well, 300,000 to get us to 5. If you wanted 2 more, would be at another $300,000, so you'd be at $600,000, what we'd need.
Right, but foregone, if we use that for the officers, plus another 300,000.
You can
would
get
us to
3 out of
7.
that.
So I have a quick question. How much of that 150,000 is the equipment versus the operational side? Because the wage, it isn't fully loaded, so how much of
What is it,
100, when we're
10 to
using that number?
$15,000 for equipment? About 25,000 for the first year.
Okay, but the wage for the first year, fully loaded, is it 125,000? Because
With
it
benefits.
used to be 125 for an officer, now we're saying 150. So where did the extra 25 come from? And is it really that? Because we're limiting by using, could I have you turn me down just a hair? Because I'm echoing. I'm concerned that we are overinflating the cost of a new officer, which means we're not moving forward. Is it truly 150,000?
Chris is just telling me wages and benefits for the, what level is that, entry level?
I don't have mine, but, police officer 2 advanced.
Police officer 2 advance, $113,000.
Plus 25 for equipment, did you say? Is that what you said? Okay.
Right. And then the vehicle will be impact fees.
Okay. What I'm thinking is if we could take sometimes our equipment out of, I know it's not capital, but rather than putting it in the operational side, it's in operations in their budget and it's reoccurring, but you don't do all new equipment every
Well,
year, and we're budgeting.
No, we don't, but we don't. So on a rollover basis, it would be less the next year for that employee, that same person. But in the year of employment, it will be that $140,000 to $150,000 number in the year of employment. Because you have $25,000 you'll spend when you bring them on board that you won't have to spend next year. Eventually, over time, you have to replace the equipment, but not, I don't know, how long is it, 10 years equipment life? Mostly, I mean, vests aren't that long. Yeah, yeah.
Thank you. Did you, Councilman Reynolds, have more?
So you just amortize that out over the 10 years?
Yeah.
Okay, so, in your professional opinion then, do you think we can find 300,000, assuming we use the foregone for 2, and then That would give us 5.
I can,
And
I
then
can
2
find.
more, we need another 300,000, right?
I do not have an easy place to pull that from without dramatically reducing my contingency, which I'm reluctant to do, or reducing some of the budget. I have no new revenue source to offset that other than fund balance. So if we want to stay within the balanced budget concept, I can do 5, maybe 6, if we use 100% of the
closer.
contingency, but that means we're ignoring some other problems that are going on around the city. I love my police and I want to support them, but we're ignoring some other problems around the city that we will be faced to deal with eventually.
So what you're saying is I should have started at 12,
And then work
then
down.
I could have
yeah.
got to 7.
Right.
So, but if I can get to 6. Madam Mayor, would it be okay if we had Captain Skoglund or Daniels or Schenkel, I mean, one of these gentlemen over here speak to that? For me, it's really important. I'd like to hear their opinion.
Could you also speak to your dispatch employees? Because we were, the total new personnel that are coming in and any anticipated changes in that?
Yes, I will, Mayor. Councilman Reynolds and the rest of council. So I'll go back to the presentation from a few months ago when we started the budget process here. And going back to our PAM model, the PAM model basically said we need 12 officers today, and was it 25 over the next few years? So that's a significant lift, and I think that was what we focused on during that presentation. We then talked about what we could do with 8 officers as far as 1 per patrol team, and really focusing our staffing on it and improving patrol, because that's where we're bringing in a fair amount of officers to cover shifts because of minimum staffing levels on each shift, and needing to have a certain level of staffing just to make sure that officers are safe and able to respond appropriately to the call load and that sort of thing. So that was what was presented to council earlier on. As a little bit of a refresher, when we talked about dispatch, that's another area of focus because we have some mandatory overtime that we do through dispatch. To get to a level where we didn't have mandatory overtime would be a pretty big lift. I think 8 positions would allow us to put in the staffing to be able to reduce mandatory overtime and just have standard staffing across the workload. So we focus more on a bigger issue, which is I don't have supervisors on each shift. I have 2 supervisors and they're trying to cover 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And that has created some issues for us in the past with a good level of supervision. We don't have that low of a level of supervision anywhere else in the department. So the priority for us in dispatch is to have 2 more supervisors in there. So those were the positions that were built into the budget. So that essentially is how we've been looking at our staffing and trying to prioritize within priorities.
I have one more question for him, sorry. So Captain, if the fire department leaves and goes to Canyon County Dispatch, does that free up load for us and take that overtime burden away? Is that something you feel like we can plan for, or is it, we don't know at this point?
I think that would be a bigger conversation as far as how much we would be able to retaining the fire department and having them pitch in for dispatch would help us with funding for dispatch. If they leave, they're not paying for anything for dispatch, so we won't gain anything or lose anything necessarily by them leaving. The staffing will still be the staffing, and police calls for service, 911 calls are still going to be the same level. It's just a difference of who responds to them. So it doesn't change the dynamic as far as the work in dispatch goes.
Makes sense, thank you.
Mayor Kling. Okay. So the reality is in October, with the foregone, the $407,000, at the present time, you're not able to hire those officers yet. Plus, getting them into the academy is going to more of a waiting period. So maybe, what, 3 or 4 months, something like that? The question is this, would it be feasible for the police department to remove some money from the foregone to use as a new, what do you call that, those things in the air that fly around? Drones that would better efficiently serve us now until you get a new officer. Is that, and that's a Doug question, can we switch that? Could we? At this,
To an extent, there is an option to do that. I was going to bring that up. But let's revisit briefly the capital budget for '26 for the police. We put in an amount for drones in '26, but that was presupposing we were going to spend a degree of money in '25 that we have not allocated. So if, Chief, the drones, the big package, like the 4 or 5 year package, there is money still in the capital budget for the drones for '26. If we wanted to permanently reduce some of the capital funding, because about 80% of capital funding comes from recurring sources. We have some interest income that will slowly drop. We have the franchise fees, and we have money from general government I transfer over. If you're willing to permanently reduce the amount of capital we're going to have going forward, we can dedicate some of that to police, but that means I will have less capital on a permanent basis going forward for city needs. It's doable, but it's a little bit playing with fire.
so let me ask Chief Huff then, what do you think, Chief? Removing some capital monies over, or use the drones, to purchase the drones, or use foregone, or right now as a temporary.
So you're talking if we got positions and if we deferred those till halfway through the year, till
Yes.
like April of next year?
Right.
I mean, I guess that would be a finance question. So right now, if we had new positions, our academy for October of '25, which would start, I think it's the second week in October, is actually at capacity. So we would have to defer those people till April. So if we could take that money, I believe the drones package out of capital, I think it was 555,000 total.
I don't know
Oh,
what's a year one?
it's like,
So 322,000 from '25 would need to be in place.
and then 26 is like 119, and 27 is 119, and then it's paid off. So we would be able to take, I guess, some of that money and then not hire those people until April of '26. Is that, I guess,
Yes,
what you're
that's-
asking?
Yeah, so Doug, do we as council make that decision, or we put that in yours and Joe's, or Chief Huff's?
You can certainly guide that decision. I think the only thing I do not want to do, we did it several years ago, when Rick was on the council, where we approved a mid-year hiring and only approved half of the money for the hire. So in the subsequent year, I had to come up with additional money for the hire we did the prior year.
Yeah.
That was not the best move. So that's what, I want to avoid that one, but we could do this.
Yes.
If they're going to hire late, then they do have a degree of capacity that could be used to purchase drones. I don't know if there is a priority between the benefit of having drones or having staff on the ground. I don't know if there's a differential there.
Well, it's really two different conversations. I mean, so if it was patrol people, I mean, we just don't have the capacity to hire them. We don't have enough training officers and stuff because of the 9 or 10, I believe is the number going through the October Academy already, through attrition and stuff
Right.
like that. So, you know, and when it comes down to drones, is it a want or a need? It's honestly, it's a little bit of both. I mean, for the technology side, I mean, I think it's something we would definitely need to look at in the '27 fiscal year. I don't think it's like anything else. It's obviously going to go up. It's not a cheap item, obviously, but
Okay.
So I have a quick question. Did we approve the drone in the capital budget?
Yes, we approved it in the capital budget. We have not approved it for '25. Chris and I were just talking, he reminded me, we have about 345,000 of unused budgetary capacity that was previously assigned to the Fort Idaho Center. We've used some of it, but we have a 345,000 remaining as long as we proceed with the current plan that could be used to fund the drones for this year without without impacting our flows or our capital budget.
So that's just something we could bring forward at the next council, not this coming Monday night, but on the August 4th council agenda. You could bring that forward as a reallocation of those funds to get that going now. You know what my thought is on these positions? Because of the discussion about hiring half-year and making sure that we're budgeting the full year. Typically what we do, like overtime when it runs over, you will end up having a need in your budget. So when we hire, you hire, even if you can't hire until April, we approve the full budget capacity. You recognize that you're not going to be able to hire. You're going to have some salary savings, but my guess is that'll get reallocated to something else. So you just plan on full budget capacity for the year, and then you hire as they come available and you can get them in. That way you're not limited. You may have a budget surplus. Wouldn't that be amazing?
That would be amazing. And that would be for patrol positions. Now dispatch, we would, that would be as soon as we could.
Correct.
And what we have done with patrol officers in the past is, if it's an April hire, we'll bring them on a couple months early, and it actually helps them out. They learn our system, they learn our CAD system, they work with detectives or wherever, and so they kind of fill in a little bit of a hole until, but it takes around, I'm going to guess around 32 to 35 weeks once you hire them by the time they're actually out on their own, just through the FTO process, the academy, and all the red tape they have to get through. So even if we got them, in December, good luck. It'd be about this time next year before they're actually out on their own. So.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you, Joe.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I have a comment for Chief. So, the drones, I think, are great. The technology is great. And I'd like to see both officers and drones. But they drones certainly don't help you when a 350-pound guy is on top of you beating the crap out of you.
It's going to record it. That's about it.
Unless you send all the drones and they have ordnance, then maybe. But anyway, so if you had to choose.
Bodies. We need bodies.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Bills.
Well, that was twofold. One, I don't want to get drone heavy, and they're sitting there, and we've put out a tremendous amount of funds when people are still, and officers are still the key to what we're doing. So I'm just a little cautionary on how much we keep trying to go towards the hardware side versus making sure that we've got other things covered. So I'm just expressing that.
Sure. It's kind of like our camera system, the real-time crime center, right? I mean, it's recording it, but we still have to send an officer there for the crash or the drunk driver, whatever we have on video now. And again, I know this isn't all about drones. One of the things the drones will do, though, is there's certain calls, and we haven't quite identified exactly what that would look like yet, where we could actually just send the drone. If it was a suspicious vehicle at Fred Meyer, rather than send a patrol officer, that drone would launch from the Hugh Nichols building, could fly over there, see if that vehicle is still there or if it's already left prior to our arrival, which, I mean, technically could save us, sending somebody, an actual person out there. We went down to San Mateo and watched how they're using it, and I would anticipate that's how we would do our drone program. And again, these are different. I mean, they're the same setup as the drones that we currently have that we carry in the little cases and stuff to look for missing people or whatever. But these actually are an actual, it's like a poor man's air unit. We don't need a helicopter, we don't need an airplane, but it's the same capabilities. And we've got a lot of the red tape over the last year cut on that as far as the FAA approval, the way our airport is. We don't have unrestricted airspace. We don't have to have eyes on all the time and stuff like that. So there's a lot of the features that are done. I mean, it really is a plug and play thing. However, going back to Councilman Reynolds' question, if you had to choose A or B, I definitely need the patrol officers before I would need that.
Okay, thank you. The follow-up is a little concerned about shifting monies that are needed to keep other properties maintained and putting that into operations. So realizing that, yes, there could be some change upcoming on the Fort Idaho Center. On the other hand, there may not be. And if we've allocated some capital money in that direction, I'm hesitant to automatically switch that out until we know what the full story is going to be on the FIC. So I'm just raising a little caution before we start quickly picking, moving 300 here and 400 there. Just raise a little bit of, I feel like what was tried to be planned was the right deal, and I'm concerned that sitting here in an afternoon, we start grabbing something and moving it, is whether we're really tracking what decisions we're making.
I think the train of thought was give him the opportunity to determine that as time goes on.
Say again?
I said the train of thought is give Chief Huff and Doug the opportunity to figure things out as they go on. This is just an example of discussion. That's all that is.
It wasn't a recommendation for today. It was just a comment,
Yes,
right? Yeah,
yes.
so no vote
Okay.
today on that. It was just a comment, but it doesn't impact the vote.
I thought it was getting switched here.
No, by all means, no. I just wanted to bring out this issue that it does help to have Joe or Chief Huff and Doug get together and discuss the direction where they should or could go. That's all it is, yeah. And I wanted you all to know about what there is available, that's all.
Thank you.
I have a question. Doug, the ARPA funds that we talked about earlier, they're uncommitted at this time, are they not?
The ARPA interest of $1.3 million is mostly uncommitted. Councilman Bills suggested that we use the $90,000 to bump up the Canyon County to come from ARPA interest. So that takes it down to 1.2 million.
Okay,
But
so it's-
let's say we have to stand up a pet facility or a legal facility, and we need one-time cost to build it out. Those are perfect uses for that money because they're one-time and done.
And that was what I was going to share with Councilman Rodriguez, is that's a one-time expense. The drones would be a one-time expense.
Yes.
The foregone is ongoing.
Correct. Absolutely.
Are there any other comments or questions before we approve the budget?
Well, I wanted to circle back with Councilman Reynolds' request on staffing and figure out where the council wants me to go. We have 3 built in. 2 is an easy do out of the foregone money. 3 would use 98% of all that money up in the foregone if we put an additional 3 for a total of 6.
Well, my thoughts, Council Mayor, excuse me, I would go with the 2 additional to get 5, and I'd leave some funds reserved, especially since potentially we're not going to hire immediately, and see how we progress here over the next 3 to 4 months.
So,
Madam Mayor?
Additionally, we increased the prosecutor budget to 900,000, so we're going to need about 95. I know you said procurement potentially or reserves fund, but that was part of the discussion. If we
Yeah.
take foregone, it could be used towards that prosecutor budget, correct?
Well, we could use it. Councilman Bills has suggested we pull that 90,000 from the ARPA funds. I think that was part of the actual approval. That's the way I took it at any rate. But there are uses we could put that foregone to that are police-related and almost as critical as staff, because the West Valley, that's related to police. The Canyon County, that's related to police. So one way or another, it's under the police umbrella. It's just where do we want to put that money? Where does council desire to put that money?
so Councilman Reynolds.
Madam Mayor, I would respectfully ask that we squish that foregone money into 3 and get 3 officers out of it. But to keep kicking the can, that gives us 6. 7 was what I'd hoped for.
Yeah.
But 6 is better than 5, and it might make the difference in saving a life if we have an officer get killed in the line of duty because they were shorthanded. That's not something we want on our shoulders.
That's the will of the council then.
When we have a motion, then I would recommend that the motion be that we approve the budget as presented at the $41,526,043 with the addition of an allocation toward X.
So moved.
And what is the
With
X?
the allocation of 3 officers on top of this budget that was presented.
I'll second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded.
So that's,
Discussion.
Mayor, that's capped then at what the foregone is available.
You'll end up with 18,000 or so left. If we, yeah.
You can get 3 officers, is that what you're saying? You'd still
I
have
can
a
get
little
3,
left
and just have
over?
just a little bit left over for a surprise birthday party for Coach Huff.
And so it's not a full, it's not a full 150, or 150,000 per officer, is it less than that?
It'll probably be a little bit less. 150 was an easy number, but 145. But that assumes there are always, here's why I hedge a little bit on that. The police have a structured promotion process in their contract. They do not have a timetable for all those promotions to take place. Some of them do, some of them don't. They have a structured pay for each extra item, whether it's going from the tactical to bomb squad to whatever, but we don't necessarily have a time frame for when those things happen. However, when police get promotions into events that are not budgeted, I have to have that money from somewhere. And typically I try to hang on a little bit because I know there's going to be additional increases in wages for them that are not necessarily budgeted, but are built into the contract. And that's why I hedge a little higher, because I know I've got additional costs that will eventually eat that up. And the police budget, I never, ever want to miss and put them in a bad position. So I was trying to get just a little bit of a cushion. That's why I say 150.
Mayor, just as follow-up then, in this budget, we had 25 new full-time employees, then this would kick it to 28.
27.
28.
Well, yes, 28, you were correct, 28.
Thank you.
And we are committing the foregone dollars at this moment if we do so.
Yeah,
So it's not going to be a later discussion. If we vote yes, that we're committing our foregone money.
pretty much.
Mayor, I would feel better if we approved it as is and then come back to foregone after we've gone through the budget. I think so.
Well, the only, sorry, from a finance perspective, it gives me a little assurity if you approve it now that I can build it into the budget when I submit it to the county and to prepare it for the hearing on August 18th. I like going into that meeting with as little in the contingency as possible. If you don't give me a direction now, I've got to put my contingency at roughly the $1.5 million, and then we have to explain why we have $1.5 million in contingency. So I would like to assign it where it belongs, if that's the council's will.
I just mean at the end of still today.
Oh,
just
yeah,
at
yeah,
the
yeah.
end of this, just so that it can be a discussion
That
on what
works.
we want to do with them separately.
Mayor,
I just had a comment.
go ahead.
Councilwoman, I know you build better airplanes than I do, but in the interest of simplicity, to have it in this motion, it seems to me like it's clean and simple and done.
Councilman Bills?
So I need clarification that we're adding that third. I feel good about the two. My concern is we don't have dispatch resolved, and potentially we don't have.
We have 2 positions in the budget already for dispatch, so that would be up to Eric to see if that's sufficient to meet their needs.
So do we have resolution between us and the fire district on dispatch and whether we're getting reimbursed or not? Is that still hanging out there?
That depends on them, whether they want to stay with the city or go to a third party, and we don't have that answer yet.
Okay, so we don't know if we have that revenue.
Or not the revenue, we have the lack of cost, I guess. There would be costs associated with them that we'd no longer have to bear.
Well, there's discussion about there would be some revenue.
I don't think there's new
Councilman-
revenue about that. That's just
Councilman Bills,
how
I
we
can-
spend the money.
I can shed some light on that based off what he said earlier, is that if the fire district leaves, our budgetary needs stay the same, but if they stay, then that revenue would definitely help us, but we're not sure if they're gonna stay at this time. So right now, the budget is where it is. We need that money to operate whether they're here or whether they're gone or not.
Okay, but if they stayed, then we
Could potentially
would
get some
have additional
dollars.
revenue to cover their additional work.
Yes. It would help us. It would pad our budget.
That is correct. So just so we're not all talking over one another, the question was, if they stay, we will have additional revenue to offset the expense. And the answer was, my understanding is yes, because they would be paying approximately how much if they stayed?
Well, there's no commitment from them to
Correct.
pay anything if they stay, Mayor. There was a proposal at one point or discussion, I think between the chief and fire or somebody in fire, with regard to them paying something for dispatch. But that did not materialize into any type of a commitment on their part. So that's where the potential revenue discussion came in, but there's not a commitment to that.
I'd like to ask my Chief of Staff, Clay Long, to come and speak to this, because he's been in discussions with them on this matter.
While he's coming up, from the finance perspective, what I proposed is, at least from a non-operational side, if the 911 funds are dedicated to supporting both the police and the fire department. But if the 911 funds are not sufficient to cover the costs of the capital that we have to kick in to cover new dispatch stations, new equipment, that we then work out a deal with the fire for whatever we have to pull out of general government, they pay a portion of because it's their responsibility. That's just the capital, not the operational side. Clay can probably speak to it if there's anything on the operations piece.
Okay.
Mayor and Council, the fire department's still exploring their other options. They were given a proposal of roughly $225,000. If they were to stay with the city, we would expect that around that amount of money coming in as revenue for the services provided.
So, can I just get clarification on why are they wanting to go to a third party if we're willing to meet them at what they're getting quoted elsewhere just for the sake of having a one system for all emergency services? What's the pushback?
Mayor, Councilman, that's a great question. I believe the proposals they're getting would be substantially less from a cost perspective. And that's really the, lowest bid they can find, just as we would go out for bid on things. I think that's the same process.
So, if they end up going away, are we going to be removing dispatchers? Are we firing dispatchers because we have less calls coming in? So in my mind, I just think, let's get what we can from the fire department. If they're going to go out and they're saying, well, if we stay with Nampa, we're not paying anything. But if we go to somebody else, we'll pay $225. Let's offer them $220 and let's get some revenues offset because we still have employees, whether they're with us or not. Maybe they're going to strong arm us and leverage us like they've been doing. As I'm unhappy, I'm sure other council members are, that they're doing that. I think it just, for the sake of what our costs are, we have resources allocated for them. Let's get what we can from them financially. But that's not what's being voted on right now.
I'm going to say something, and I'm going to stick up for fire here. I don't think they're strong-arming us. I think that they're facing the same budget constraints that we're facing under House Bill 389 to where their budget's tight. They also would be generating about $600,000 a year off of our urban renewal district. They don't get that, just like we don't get those funds. So they are just as financially strapped as we are until 2031, until they get the revenue. Because with all this growth, they have to provide the services, but they don't get the revenue. That's equating to a minimum of $600,000 a year. So there are definitely budget constraints in this particular issue. If I can't remember, what is the offer, what does it equate to paying Canyon County? And this isn't even our business really, but it's a little less than what we have suggested they pay us. It is less that they would pay Canyon County. I think they would, in my opinion, and I haven't had the discussions you have, so if I'm wrong, please correct me. I don't know that they want to leave Nampa. It becomes a financial issue for them because they're facing that same type. It's kind of like some of the decisions we're up against where we're going, good grief, how do we do this because of our budget? I think they're in that same place. And so we have a good working relationship with them. I know Don Peck has been great working with Chris King and trying to work through this, and I appreciate the collaborative approach that we've gone through. So it's just a little tricky.
Sure. And I don't mean to be disparaging towards the fire department. My whole thought process is either way, and I'll use Rick Hogeboom's potluck analogy, either way we're having a potluck and people are invited. Right now they're showing up with nothing and eating a share of the food. Canyon County saying come to our potluck and just bring 4 cookies, that's fine with us. Why don't we offer them 4 cookies and just get them to our potluck? And that's my whole point in saying, if they're not going to meet us at $225 and the county's meeting us at $180, let's give them a $5,000 discount and have them come, because either way we have dispatchers, or is that not the case? I saw a head shake, so I would like to be filled in.
There's a lot more to the story, honestly, than this. Just real quick, and like the mayor said, so they're getting direction from their fire commissioners, right? Find the best deal possible. Yeah, there has to be I don't know how to say it, a butt in the seat, right? Whether it's doing police or whether it's doing fire. And there are roughly about 30% of a dispatcher's time for fire is handling fire and medical calls. The other 70% roughly of the time we're using them for police calls. So that number is gonna be close to about 450,000 for those 4 dispatchers. And so we can't really negotiate against ourselves too much. I think that's a fair offer to them, at, you know, 225. And they were told through their governing body to go out and see if there's other deals out there, which is what they're currently doing. My understanding is it's gonna be about 35 to 40,000 less than we are doing right now. We would change we would still have those people. We wouldn't be letting people go or anything like that. We would still be getting the medical calls would be coming into the city of Nampa. If you lived in the city of Nampa, we'd transfer them over to Canyon County, just like, you know, happens currently. You know, Nampa Fire versus Canyon County Paramedics. It's a seamless transfer. It really comes down to what the fire commissioners direct them to do. I think that's a fair price that the city of Nampa's offered them. Either way, with this whole discussion, we still need dispatchers, that we still need the dispatch supervisors, whether Nampa Fire is there or not. Will there be revenue coming in of possibly 225,000? I believe they have about 35 or 40 days yet before they need to report back to us what their decision is.
And I thank you for the perspective. If we have the staff, let's try and bring them in. If we're going to alleviate the staff 30% of their calls, then let's hopefully get officers out to fill up the dispatcher's time. In my mind, I'm just looking at, you're saying they're taking 30% of our calls, we get 70%. They're not paying anything. So in future years, if they end up going with the lowest bidder, they have 30% more time to be able to, I just don't want to see 2 more dispatchers next year if we don't end up going with fire.
Correct.
In my mind, that's where.
I mean, as we're growing, yeah, no, I get what you're saying, and like I said, I don't believe that the fire chiefs, you know, that's not their goal, is to, you know, leave Nampa the dust. Again, they're getting different direction, find the best deal. That's what they're doing right now, and once they come up with some real numbers, we'll sit down and we'll have a frank talk, and we'll figure out what's best for the citizens of Canyon County.
So Doug, I have a question. I'm sorry, this is kind of picky, but if I remember correctly, and I closed my numbers here, we would have an extra, if the total foregone is 468,000 approximately, 435,000 is what these 3 officers would cost, correct? So that leaves us with $33,500. Okay, but if we were to fund the equipment out of one-time dollars, rather than using the foregone for the equipment, that would give us, did we say, was it 15 or 25,000? 25,000. Okay, that's $75,000 for the one-time equipping. So if we would take our one-time dollars out of capital reserve, whatever.
Take it out of the reserves, we've already overspent $9 million.
But still, 75,000, then that takes that 33 up to almost $100,000 that we have available to use in foregone, because that's reoccurring revenue. So that's just a thought. I mean, it's just moving dollars a little bit, but.
No, and Mayor, I actually thought about that, and if the council wills, we can. Like I said, it just means we're spending more of our reserves to get there on the
Right, but
capital.
yeah,
And
it's
we're
a
already
one-time
taking, we're
cost,
already
though.
spending about 4 million from the reserves this year, so.
Yeah. Okay, that was just a thought, because I'm thinking about foregone and getting that 100,000 in foregone that's available for reoccurring that we could allocate
I will
later.
say this, if you say that, and you want to do that, we can do that. If the police are willing to make a cut of other operational costs of $50,000, we could make it work. If they want to go in their budget and say, I'm going to cut 50,000 of operational costs elsewhere, yeah. That way you could get to 4. But they would have to cut and hold to it.
To 4? No, I wasn't saying increasing to 4. I was suggesting that it frees up $100,000 in foregone for the other needs that we may come across that are reoccurring expenses.
I can guarantee you there are going to be more needs.
I was taking advantage of your.
I know you were taking advantage of it, and I'm going to say, yeah, no. Sorry, guys. We could arm wrestle.
But
okay.
I think I know who would win.
From the finance perspective, you want to do that, certainly, I would put that 100,000 back in the operational contingency, so it's not budgeted for spending until we absolutely need it. Then it's by council approval.
Yeah.
That's great.
Okay. So council, did we have a motion?
We have a
And our
motion.
motion, could you repeat our motion?
Madam Mayor, our motion is to approve the police budget as identified with the additional of an allocation of 3 officers on top of what was in the budget.
Okay. So we've had a lengthy discussion. Thank you for reminding us what the motion was. Do we need more discussion? Are we ready for roll call?
Mayor, I'm just wondering if, because we had 2 council members that voted against the foregone, so if they wanted the opportunity to vote no against the foregone, if those votes should be separate. Otherwise, they'll have to potentially say no over the whole police budget.
No, from the perspective of council member, no, I think it's good, because I'm sitting here thinking the same thing. I'm not for foregone. However, it's been voted on and approved, so now I get to vote on what we allocate it for, because whether I like it or not, foregone's here, now we get to decide how the money's used. So it doesn't necessarily strong arm me to vote no for the police
I just
budget.
want to make sure you guys had that opportunity.
And I speak for myself, not Councilman Haverfield.
Same explanation.
And actually, when I said I would arm wrestle, I don't even get to vote. So that was kind of silly, because this is your decision and it's your budget. So there we go. I think we're ready for roll call.
Jingula,
Yes.
Bills,
No.
Hammerfield,
Yes on the motion.
Griffin,
Yes.
Rodriguez,
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
5 in favor, 1 opposed, motion carries.
All right. So you know what, going back to the very beginning, we have gone through, we've completed all of section 1, which was, whatever that was, our general fund. Section 2, which is our special fund revenue, we've completed all of those. And now we're into the private venues fund, this third section on our agenda.
We did.
And we will start with, well, we have 2 budgets in here. We have the Civic Center budget, so we'll start with that. And it's on approximately page 342. It'll be further back from that.
Mayor, I move
345,
to
Mayor.
approve the Civic Center budget.
Second.
So it's been moved and seconded to approve the Civic Center budget of $1,220,141. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Jingula,
Yes.
Bills,
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay, then the next item is item 3.2 on the agenda, and this is the Ford Idaho Center budget on page 351, I believe. Is that correct? Yes.
Correct.
Yes.
Okay, and that's a total expenditure of $11,091,431.
So moved.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve that Ford Idaho Center budget.
Can we have some discussion?
Yes, discussion.
So in this budget is 300,000 for repair and maintenance. So not knowing what the next 60 days or 120 days follow, what's the,
Well,
my concern is we're moving money and saying we're taking stuff and we
Well,
don't have things worked out.
For clarity, that money they are budgeting is coming out of their operational activities. We are not funding additional maintenance repairs from the city. So it's ongoing from their concert and horse park and sports park activities. Now, you could,
Go ahead.
you could say, please don't do those, and we could ask them to hold off. That would put more money back in their fund balance, but.
No, I want to make sure that we got money in there to continue to keep a building either working or not
Oh,
working.
yes, the
I mean,
opposite, okay, yeah.
So the sentiment, you know, is mixed in the community, and all those issues are out there. The flip side is now is the time to deal with the budget, not knowing where we're at over the next
Should,
few weeks, so I'm
Should
I'm
the
just trying to
decision-
have clarity as to the maintenance and then what's happening.
so let's separate maintenance from capital. Primarily, maintenance costs are ones they deal with on a day-to-day basis out of their operational budget. Capital and operational support would typically come from the city. We've gotten them to a point where they need no more operational support. However, and that would be anywhere from $400,000 to $1 million a year in the past. From the capital perspective, we have no money budgeted for capital in '26. We had money budgeted in '25 that we have not spent, but we've reallocated other departments under the anticipation that we were not going to spend it. Should the decision fall that we retain the Fort Idaho Center, we are probably going to need to come up with 700 or so $1,000 in capital costs. They have a couple of things that are getting near end of life that would need to be dealt with within the year 26, I do believe, and that would need to be an amendment or some other approval through council's meetings.
And that would come from capital reserves.
Capital reserves. You could ask them to spend that from their fund balance and not ours, because they have $5 million. That's an option as well.
This budget actually reflects a use of fund balance of 208,000. At
Yes,
least at the
but
resulting, it lowers the 5 million just a hair. It's
it
just a
does,
tiny-
but that's not going to be the case. But if they continue their current trend, we always budget them a little lighter than other places. And they tend to greatly exceed, in the last 2 years, they've greatly exceeded their budgetary in terms of revenue and expenses. So they're likely to not use fund balance in operations, and the 200,000 you're probably seeing is more related to the use of their fund balance to meet the grounds maintenance that they have agreed to fund by us just pulling it out of the account, and not paying it, but us pulling it out of the account. So, but they will likely exceed those numbers.
Mayor?
Yes.
I'd just like to reiterate, one of the hesitations that I have with the budget as a whole, and with foregone and appropriating on the police even just a few minutes ago, where I have pause, I don't know what the likelihood is that we continue owning the Fort Idaho Center or transferring it to CWI. I don't know where we land right now on that issue. But if we end up retaining it, we have $1 million that we're gonna have to
And
come
that's,
from in our reserve.
that's just for 1 year.
Just for 1 year, and that's where I have pause. The budget, best of your ability, I'm more venting than I'm blaming or blaming or blaming. It's not that way. The budget could very possibly be not balanced because of a retaining of the Idaho Center. So just speaking that out loud, I think there's lots to consider, and that's going to.
This is a tough decision for the council. I completely agree. I can give you my experience, as some of you can, in the non-governmental side of things. Capital, free market operations need money to grow. And we have not been providing them money, nor do we have the capacity. I know at Albertsons, every 5 years, you had a minor remodel. Every 10 years, you tore the store down and rebuilt it. And beyond that, you just tore the whole thing down and started with a new building. And that would be $10 to $15 million a building. And if you didn't do that, you watched your year-over-year sales, an average ticket price decrease every year. That's just what's going to happen over time. We either find the money or you will see a decreased output from that building. That's not, has nothing to do with the transition to CWI if we choose to do that. That's just the reality. You put money into something, or people find other places to go spend the money.
Do you know, Mayor, if I could, and Andrew's here, so I might have to pick on him if you don't know, how are our projections this year looking like in the sense of shows and sales? And are we going to be another in the black, or are we looking to break even or in the red?
Mayor, Councilman, at this point, we're looking like we will finish in the black in a very healthy position. Might not be the best year on record, but I'd say certainly top 5, 6. So
When was the
strong
best year on
position.
record?
Last year, we were in the black 1.7 million and change. That's before capital.
And where do you think we're going to land this year, ballpark?
Million to $1.3 million.
Thank you.
Can I say something real quickly on that? And that is that, as Andrew said, $1.7 million or $1.3 million, out of that comes, there's a $200,000 that gets paid to parks. So that comes out of that profit. But then there's an incentive fee. If you're making $1.2 million, $1.6 million last year was incentive fee of about $800,000. So that isn't what comes to the city. That means that maybe when it's all said and done, there may be $300,000. Would that be a safe projection? And Andrew's shaking his head, yes. $300,000 that gets put in that bottom line. But when people say, but then out of that comes the capital. So for example, if we netted $300,000, but we're spending $700,000 on the boiler and the water heater, that $300,000 that went to bottom line got reduced, and it goes into the red. And I think that's been the hardest thing for people to understand, because they'll say, hey, we're making $1.6 million, we're making $1.3 million. Actually, the city isn't. But that's not to speak ill of the work that Andrew's doing, because they are knocking it out of the park. You guys are doing a phenomenal job. I'm very, very thankful for the turnaround that's taken place, but it still doesn't take us to that profitability to where the city's making money. So just for sake of conversation. It's a hard thing to understand, kind of, for the average citizen.
Did we?
We didn't have a, nope, we did not make, we did make a motion. This is discussion, thank you. Okay, so any further discussion? Roll call.
Madam Mayor.
Oh,
I just had one
Nope.
comment to piggyback on what Councilman Griffin said, is that, from my point of view, if we end up retaining the Fort Idaho Center, we're not gonna have a choice but to raise taxes somehow to pay for the deferred maintenance and the ongoing stuff at the Idaho Center. It's just something I wanna go on the record saying.
thank you.
But now is our time to be wary of that. It's not like, well, we have another year because the needs are great.
Oh, go ahead and talk here.
The needs are great, and so that's why I'm concerned. I mean, OVG Andrew is doing a great job, but I feel like we keep trying to extract out. That was my concern on a couple of the discussions 5-10 minutes ago. And so depending on how things move over the next several weeks, I'm concerned about whether we're going to be in position and whether we're going to be able to come back and handle this capital expenditure challenge and this maintenance deficit that we're in. And so that's why I was concerned about reallocating anything out of here until this decision is finalized and things are worked out. So I'm just commenting and raising the issue to be aware there's some type of budget amendment or there's going to be some other matters forthcoming, so.
And I just want to say, before we take roll call, the clarity that when we said we approved the expenditures of $11,091,000, I want to make it very clear, the city isn't approving any budget for Andrew. This is his operational budget, but with no dedicated funds from the city to the budget, just so that the public understands that we didn't just allocate $11 million. Yeah. Okay, roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Okay. Andrew, thank you for making your way over for that short thing. Thank you. Appreciate it. Good to see you guys. Thank you. Okay, so we are ready to move on to section 4 of the agenda. This is proprietary funds, and the first item is 4.1, golf. It's,
Mayor, move to
yes.
approve the golf budget.
Okay, so let's get to that real quick.
I'd
Get my
approve
pages turned.
I would like to approve the entire enterprise fund, but we want to go through.
Thank you. Okay, so there is a motion to approve the golf fund, 375. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to approve the golf fund with a total expenditure, total expenses of $4,275,122. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Chingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yep.
Griffin.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Thank you.
Mayor, I move to approve the development services budget.
She's got to announce it.
Oh.
Thank you, 408. That's true, I will. I'll try to get it in. I'm sorry. And I want to get to the pages and I want to write stuff down so I make sure. I know several of us are writing down, but. Okay, so the next item is 4.2 on the agenda, the development services budget. And we are looking at page 408. And there is a motion to approve the development services budget by Councilman Griffin. Was there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the development services budget in the amount of $8,023,294. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Rodriguez.
He's absent.
Oh, he is. I just.
Yes. Thank you. Chingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield,
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
Griffin. All in favor, motion carries.
Item 4.3 is the water fund, and that water fund is on 449, I believe. Well, let's see if that's the full one. Is that it, guys, the full one? But the actual end of this is page 449. Is that right? The 5 million? Nope. Did I go too far? I'm sorry, okay.
I can't get there quick enough.
I went way too far.
Mayor, I move to approve.
Madam Mayor,
Yes.
I have a question on this.
Okay, hold it.Id we have a second on that
Yes.
motion?
There's a second.
So there's a motion and a second to approve the water fund, and that is at $15,882,383. Okay, discussion.
Mayor, Jeff is still here, fantastic. I just wanted to talk about what happened the other day on North Side and what our bleak forecast might look like, especially downtown Nampa, and what we have to look forward to. What kind of fund balances do we carry for emergencies like this? And should we be setting aside a bigger chunk for this replacement as we go through our budgets, knowing what we have ahead of us?
Mayor and Councilman Reynolds, we have been seeing trends with pipe breaks increase, especially over the last 3 years. They're at the end of their useful life, especially in our cast iron pipe, which is throughout the downtown. There's other pipe, but that primarily is the one that's reaching the end of useful life. So we do carry contingency, and that's really on the capital side of the projects. A lot of that will pick up those breaks. We will be presenting, we're doing a cost of service study right now, and we are taking into account this aging infrastructure that we have, which is our biggest need in water and irrigation. And so we have worked that into the cost of service study and the proposed rates moving forward. We put together a 5-year proposal on that to cover some of these expenses. They're going to come either way, like we're going to pay them out as either emergency break repairs, or we're getting systematically replaced, and we're shooting for 5 miles a year to replace. And with the ARPA funds, that was a huge benefit for a few years, but now we're back to regular budget, and we're just not getting that far on the asset management.
Follow up? So in your opinion, we're behind the 8 ball on this?
We have spent the last several years that the community has and rate increases for water renewal. And in that time, we've kind of let water and irrigation kind of sit, and knowing that we had to take care of that big lift. And now I think first priority is water, and we talked about that in the Board of Appraisers. I think in the next 5 years has to be water so that we get caught up and we have enough resources to take care of the breaks and to get ahead of them. And then irrigation is actually even a more difficult situation, but if we put money towards water, it benefits irrigation. So that's kind of the second 5 years. We also can do that all in the next 5 years. But there's a couple of plans out there for this City Council to review when we bring the cost of service study forward.
Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Discussion?
Well, just comments. I mean, candidly, this is an area that we have a firm responsibility to be funding and getting proactive and not being retroactive constantly. And so I'm concerned not only on the downtown, but also the north side and a couple other areas. I've appreciated in the last year and a half that, Jeff, your department has, I mean, it's obvious with road closures in certain areas last year and this year. So we're replacing stuff, but we seriously have to be aggressive on getting these water lines replaced and irrigation.
The budget you have presented here has 8 new positions in it. 5 of those are towards the construction end, that we can replace valves and hydrants in-house, have a redundant construction crew in the events of these emergency breaks, and then 3 on the operations side. So that was our goal, is to start hitting the valves, hydrants, kind of like on the roadside, you crack seal and do some of those lower cost improvements that we can do in-house. So I feel like we're in a better place with personnel and the number of personnel, because they were stretched. And now we can work towards funding capital and the asset management and the aging infrastructure.
Mayor?
Yes.
Question regarding this. Come next year and future years, are we going to be shifting our focus? Or would it be your intent, if still sitting in this seat operationally, that we should be shifting our focus because we only have so much money that 3% conjures up for us? Should we be funding more to streets or water? I'm getting a no, so that's good to know.
You're conflating two issues. The 3% goes to general government. That's only general government. Rate increases is what funds, rate increases then new accounts fund their growth. And this is what I was mentioning. They're in at 4.9%, but the recent Board of Appraisers recommended almost doubling that to about 10%, and that will be coming for council for approval in order to get that. So it's not in the budget, but that's okay. We can correct it.
I appreciate it.
That is based on a cost service study, and it has come forward as a recommendation. It will come before council. And we did a 17% increase on the wastewater plant for a number of years. This year, I think the recommendation was 0 for wastewater, but 10% was what is coming forward. And again, budget is the 4.9%. It's really tough because I tell you what, whether it's a fee increase or tax increase, those on limited budgets are stuck with it, and it makes a massive difference to them. That said, if we don't care for the infrastructure, it's difficult. If we had to put general fund reserves into pipeline, we could do that. You can't take it the other way, but we can use funds and put it in there. And that's why it's so important how we spend our capital dollars for renewal and replacement. It's important where they go because we can use them in something like this if we had to.
And Mayor, we're very aware of the cost to the citizens.
Yeah.
Right now, we're really the lowest rate in the valley. We're tied for lowest on the water side. And our irrigation is very low. It's in the bottom kind of middle portion. So we understand that we want good value for the customers, but if we're gonna start paying for that anyway.
That's right.
And there's a curve on the asset management curve that the longer you wait, the more expensive they get because they get like Northside. So if you can get ahead of it, it's better for the next generation, and it's cheaper to repair it. So replace it.
I fully agree.
Quick question, ballpark, what you went through 2 weeks ago, your team and the emergency repair, the cost of that compared to if that had been done under a pre-planned event? Do you have a ballpark feel yet or not?
You have maybe a third, quarter of that.
Quarter to a third more?
Of the total price it's gonna cost us. We could have done that is that what you're asking? If we'd have done that as part of our
It would have
project?
been 4 times more.
It would have been a
having the
quarter of the
emergency.
cost.
Quarter of the cost?
Yeah, a third of the
So
cost.
pre-planning and doing the work would have been quarter of the cost?
Yeah.
Yeah, we've got to fund it and we got to get after it. And
If
you
we
guys
do
know
it,
that.
if we do it in-house, if we're and that's why you're trying to hire people so that we can do a lot of our own construction work. If you're bidding that out, I think the number would have been different. And we did have some people have to come in, but that's the benefit of having our own people.
Was
And
I
the only-
clear on that response, Mayor? What was the question of how much it would have cost if we planned it, prepared it,
Right, you're
went out to
saying
bid?
1/4 of the cost.
Okay, I think we could have pipe burst that and not even had to get in. I mean, there are some things that we could have done
If we
were
hadn't
really
torn
ahead
up
of
the
it. Yeah, we
road.
could have, yeah. So, I mean, if we had to go out full bid, let's say 50% just to be,
But your new process, when you line that pipe, if you could have done that, it would have been a
it would
fraction.
have been a fraction.
Fraction of the
quarter
cost. And if we could get going on that, which is your plan with this old cast iron pipe, it's going to save us a ton of money.
That area especially, there's no services off it. It was 10 feet deep, and we could have just expanded the pipe and slid a new pipe in there. And so, yeah, there's some other options. So we're looking at other options on the constructability of it too, so, yeah.
Thank you. Okay, so we have a motion on the table and a second, and do we have any other discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Chingula?
Yes.
Bills?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Griffin?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
Item 4.4 is water renewal. This is on page 470. And this total expense budget is $23,950,928. 461 is the roll-up?
Nope.
No, we don't. I didn't realize I was off. Water Renewal Fund, okay, 461, and the total is, no, 463? 24,958,92, yes, okay.
So moved.
Okay, so it's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve the water renewal full budget at $24,958,092. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Chingula?
Yes.
Bills?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Griffin?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
I just lost my notes in my book. It's going to take me a while to find them as I turn to page. Here we go. Okay, so water renewal is approved. That was 4.4. Sanitation is 4.5, and that page is 490.
I move to approve.
Second.
It's been moved and second to approve the sanitation fund in the amount of $18,691,129. Oh, that's right, it's been moved and seconded. I messed
Sorry,
up, so
Don.
excuse me for
It's all right.
messing everybody up. Sorry about that, that's my fault. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Chingula?
Yes.
Bills?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Griffin?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
So we're going to move on to, I guess that concludes our, well, we're moving to internal, that's our enterprise funds, and now we're moving on to 4.6, which are internal service funds. And the first one is utility billing.
Mayor, question for you.
Yes. Okay,
Is it possible, these are enterprise funds, self-sustaining, would council be okay approving the internal services funds altogether, or do we want to go line by line?
I think we ought to summarize them and
well, how about if I just do a dollar amount then? So we've got utility billing at $1,906,785. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Oh, I'm sorry, roll call. Oh, dear. Roll call, thank you.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
Yes.
Chingula? Bills?
yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Griffin?
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
The next item, 4.7, is fleet services, and I'm sorry, it's easier just to go one by one. You wanted to do them all, but, pardon? We are on page 503 for fleet services, and that is a total dollar amount of $337,368.
So moved.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Roll call.
Chingula?
Yes.
Bills?
Yes.
Haverfield?
Yes.
Griffin?
Yes.
Reynolds?
Yes.
Rodriguez?
Yes.
For-
All in favor, motion carries.
4.8 on the agenda is engineering. And the full engineering budget is on page 510. Is that correct?
Yep.
Thank you. You guys are moving your things well. Thank you. This total expense budget is $3,963,394.
So moved.
Excuse me?
Engineering is zero. That's the 2025 number. We've reallocated engineering across the various departments.
Oh, thank you. I'm
So
on the wrong, so there is no,
We're presenting it because it has a prior year value, but the budget for 26 is zero.
okay, so there is no vote on this. Maybe we shouldn't, yeah. So noted that 4.8 on the agenda has got a zero budget because of reallocation, therefore there is no vote. So, thank you. Okay. Okay, so that concludes our internal service funds. The next section on the agenda is Section 5. These are our grants. So this is the last section. I have a question. Do we want to give blanket approval to the grants, or do you guys want to go line by line through the grants?
Blanket approval's fine.
I'm sorry?
Blanket approval's fine with me.
Blanket approval's
Yeah,
fine?
I'm good. Yep.
Okay, who would like to make the motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the grants.
I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve item 5.1, which are all the grants, which include ARPA, Community Development Block Grants, the Family Justice Center, Police, Airport, Streets, Parks, Mayor's Teen Council, and all other grants as presented in our budget document. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, roll call.
Chingula.
Yes.
Bills.
Yes.
Haverfield.
Yes.
Griffin.
Yes.
Rodriguez.
Yes.
Reynolds.
Yes.
All in favor, motion carries.
So according to my agenda, that concludes our budget meeting.
Yay.
I tell you what, I want to say a huge thank you to our council members. You know what? We do not take it lightly. We do not take it lightly that you sat through hours and hours and hours of meetings to prepare you for this budget. And you have asked your questions, you've done your homework, and I just want to say thank you to our city council for all that you do to help with our budget. And thank you to the finance team. And thank you to the employees. Great job. Okay. I don't believe we don't have anything agendized. Is there anything else, any other matter we need to do?
Already decided.
Do it. Kind of.
To adjourn.
Okay, with that, I would stand for a motion to adjourn. All in favor? Aye. Thank you.
Thank you. I was going for even shorter.
You were going for shorter.
Dave was ready to be out of here 3 hours ago.
I don't have to hide, I mean, I can go home and not, yeah.
Yeah.
Good.
It's amazing. You know, my husband's 75th birthday is tomorrow, and I have to work all day, and I can't do much for him, but it's like so sad. Did you go home early? I think I'll do it. I've got stuff to do, but I think I'll do it. It is a win. You can go get the, wow. Enjoy your day.
Quick day, we burned through it.
Amazing. Yeah, thank you. Said it's my husband's birthday.
Thank you, Mayor. Good job.
You did a good job. Thank you, Victor. You know what?
This is
You
a
put
lot
so-
easier.
Well, it's because you guys were willing to lean in.
Yeah.
And you paid attention to all those meetings.
Yes.
That was incredible. And
That
that's-
was, this
it
is
made
a lot
big
better.
difference.
Anyway, good.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Wow. You know what? We ended the meeting and we're smiling and not
I
upset.
was waiting for my opportunity. I wanted to go back and call Sebastian out on that vote, and it's been stewing on me this whole time. And I should have just done it.
Well, you, yeah.
I just wanted it on the record. It's just slimy politics, and yeah, I don't like that.
Did we approve the capital budget as the second year of drones or is? We need to bring it